Hello, welcome to episode 13 of the G52 podcast. This is a bit weird. This is the second recording of the day, but timey-wimey and all that kind of shit. So, as always, I'm joined with my good buddy Stu.
Hello everyone, just trying to keep Tom on his toes today by suggesting we split recording and record out of sequence and out of time, just get him confused. But I think you're too sober to really confuse you at the moment. So
Not anymore.
Not anymore.
I've opened the £10 litre of rum. Fucking Gibraltar, that was the best thing about it. £10 for a litre of Havana Club, number 7.
See,
fucking top quality rum.
Is it real though? Is it real? You've already announced to the world of you're drinking your roller cola, and you got quite a lot of negative feedback from your picture of your cheap Coke. So
yeah, everybody will notice on the picture I put on Instagram earlier that I took a picture of the rum and not the mixer tonight. I asked the wife to get me some lemonade on the way back, and she went to the roller cola shop. I'm not taking any more internet abuse for my choice of drink. So.
Hey, we're poor podcasters. We don't, we're not making money from this. We can't afford proper Coke.
No, I'm poor. My wife's not, because she doesn't buy me anything decent. That's the problem. I got a toy soldier habit.
Oh dear. So yes, we're all at sea, but not at sea because we got notes. But if we didn't have notes, we'd be screwed, wouldn't we? Which episode is it? This is episode 13, isn't it? So
yeah. To be honest, I have to stop before I introduce every show and go, fuck, what number is this one? So yeah, 13 shows, mate. That's not bad going, is it? I mean,
well, we say 13 shows. We're about 30 seconds into this one, aren't we? But we recorded the intro to episode 12. This morning, so you'd have heard that a couple of weeks ago or a week or so ago, and now we're trying to squeeze in the intro to the next show because we're really super busy, and we don't know where else we're going to do it. So it's all good. Let's spoil the myth. But it's good we're busy. It's good we're busy because
it's for 8 hours a week and fucking record one massive 8-hour show every week like some fucking Australians do. We have lives when we're not, because we're not in the penal colony, so we've got stuff to do, things to be, places to be. So yeah, we're going to smash on with a few bits today. So as you said, if you listen to the last show, we skipped a lot of the hobby and what we've been up to and all that kind of our usual jazz, because we got we had a lot to go in last episode. So we're going to have a good catch up now. We're going to have a good old chin wag, aren't we, Stu? Let's get a cup of tea out, get the biscuits out, sit down like a pair of grannies and let's see what we're doing. So, what have you been up to lately then, Stu?
What have I been up to? A lot more of Freddie's commission work, to be honest with you. That's the next stage is coming to an end now, so all the purple's down. So I've gone from not painting purple since I last talked about it on the show to painted lots of purple again. I'm on to the finishing stages now, so finishing off the metals and the transfers and the final bits, so that should be done by the end of the week, and on his way back to him. But of course, by the time you're hearing this, it's probably he's already back to him. What else have I been doing? I've not really done much of my own hobby. I think when we last discussed our own hobby, I was bemoaning not finishing the 2 squads of Velatari, and I still haven't. Though I have, I've built a new Lord Marshal from the Enforcer and Cyberhound, the Mastiff model.
Nice
so I managed to find one of those on eBay. A very minor conversion, just a head swap and some arm swaps. So he's going to be my Lord Marshal, and I'm using the dog as a cyber familiar. And I've built them up. Obviously, they're on 25mm bases, both of them. I think the cyber familiar you can just use any size counter really, but I've built them on 25mm bases, and I've built sort of a larger 60mm base where they can both sort of slot onto, and I've built up the base around them, so it's a bit like a poor man's character series style base. So I've been working on that just so that when the army's finished they stand out, at least from sort of pictures and things. It won't be in game, but at least some from army shots the leader stands out, because a human sized model on a 25mm base, you can get lost in the crowd a bit when you're just want to sort of stand out and look cool. But that's all of my own hobby I've done. I've done so much else since we last chatted. I've painted a Zug. I've painted a Blood Bowl Ogre, some more War Machine stuff as well. The Forge Roll Zug was awesome sculpt. Whether you like Blood Bowl or not, you actually getting to paint Forge Roll models for other systems is quite nice for work. But really good fun painting it, and it's nice when you just get the odd model, because it's a bit of a palette change. Sometimes when you get a small commission, it can be a bit of a pain, because painting sort of 10 tanks or something like that in a big go, you can get through quite a lot in a quite a short period of time, because you're batch painting with an airbrush and you're moving from one stage to the next. But when you suddenly get a commission, maybe 10 sort of individual models, and they've got lots of flesh and skin and cloth and stuff, sometimes that can feel like it takes as long as some of the other things, so it can be a bit frustrating. But when you've just got one single miniature here or there, that can be quite nice after a big commission, just to kind of go little break, and then crack on to the next thing. That's what I've been doing, back to the purple really. But other than that, what have I been doing? I think I mentioned this last time. I read the first chapter of the Garrow book and struggling with it a little bit. I guess the impression from the book early doors is it's just really cheesy and horrible. I'm hoping I'll change my mind on it. I like the Garrow audios as short stories. I think they do what they're designed to do. They're not as in depth as the novels that I like the best. I normally like the Bolter Pawn the least. But for what they do as short audios, that's fine. I accept them for what they are. I don't think of them in terms as a book or a normal short story. And I was quite excited about the idea of Garrow being in a proper book and sort of all those stories being threaded together, but it feels a little bit like they're threaded together in a not a very good way. I'm only one chapter in there, so I'll report back properly when I've read the rest. But I've read the first chapter and I just thought, oh, this is a bit kind of, it feels a bit low level. But I'll read the rest and I'll do a proper review. Feedback in I'll say a couple of weeks. I've got to pick it up again and actually force myself to read the rest of it, but I will report back.
That's the problem when you find a
it.
book a bit of a struggle, isn't it? Is you want to get on with it and give it a try, but you just need the motivation to pick it up and read it gets hard, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's reading time as well. I don't have a lot, I work a lot in the evenings as well, so I don't often read till sort of after 10, 11 o'clock at night, and so I fall asleep quite quickly reading. And I've had a lovely big black book with lots of stuff I haven't read in, and we've been reading, doing extra prep for the shows we've been doing on it as well. So a lot of my reading time has gone into that. So just sort of pick up a novel, and because I don't have it on audio, I've bought the digital copy. If it was on an audio, I'd have probably listened to it by now when I was painted. But because I'm actually trying to sit down and read it and find time to read it, because it didn't grab me in that first chapter that made me not want to put the book down. I've got to kind of force myself. So don't get me wrong, it's not so horrendous that it's not worth buying and reading if you like the series. But it didn't grab me like the best novels in the series. When it felt very much like it's in the Damnation of Pythos kind of realms rather than the Horus Rising kind of thing. But
yeah, I know what you mean. There's only one book I never finished, which was Outcast Dead. Never got around to that. Never finished it.
I didn't mind that.
I struggled through the first half of it and just thought, do you know what? I'm reading this because I'm supposed to enjoy it, and I thought, why the bloody hell am I slogging through this? So that's the only book in the Heresy series I've given up with. But I'm going back through. I think I mentioned before. I'm going back through and doing the audio books in the car now.
Yeah.
There's a few I've skipped because I sort of thought, yeah, I've done it once. I don't really need to do it again. So, yeah, Garrow is an interesting one. I've sort of listened to all the audio dramas, and I really like Garrow in Flight of the Eisenstein.
Yeah, I love the character. That's why I was excited about it being more. I thought it might be more in depth than the short audios, and I think it is. But it feels like it's the audios strung together in a more in a chronological order with a few extra words to tie it together, rather than going deep into his character. Again, as I said, I've read one chapter, so I've said far too much about it in a negative way without giving it its fair dues yet. And I might come back and say actually it's brilliant, and it was just a slow first chapter. So, but it was just felt a bit. This could be a bit better. I think I was hoping for the gravitas that you had in those initial sort of 4 or 5 books where he appeared at the beginning in Eisenstein. I did like that book. I know some people don't like sort of some of it or half of it, but I really liked the books back then. That was before they started to drift a little bit. The odd one drifted, like the first Dark Angels book. I think the problem with that was people were expecting another Heresy era novel and got something that was a massive prehistory. I don't mind it in hindsight now, and I probably go back and enjoy it again. But at the time, I was just like, oh god, I like high fantasy. I like Swords and Knights, but can we get away from this kind of weird mix of dystopian? I didn't, it's hard to picture what was going on. And I thought, can we just get to the Dark Angels? Can we just get to the Dark Angels? And you didn't until right at the end. And I think now, within in the context of the whole story, that book's fine. But after was that book 6? I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah,
after the first 5, and the story was rattling along. Obviously, they realised this is doing well. We can make this story go on a lot longer. Let's take it back. I was just eager for the story to continue on, and find out what happened to the characters that were in those first 5 books. And that's obviously not what's happened. And in hindsight, I can look back at that now and go, yeah, I totally understand. I don't agree with what they've done, I'm not. I think if I went back and listened to them all again or read them all again, I think I'd skip Battle for the Abyss and Damnation of Python. So the only ones I really, really didn't enjoy at any stage. All the others, the bits I enjoy, and I hope that Garrow kind of sorts itself into the latter of it's okay. I can put up with it rather than make itself on that list of 3. Well, maybe you needed 3 bad ones. Triumphant to the thing at the moment. You have the triumph of shit. Anyway, that's me babbled. I haven't really done an awful lot else other than living vicariously through your hobby, travelling and dreams. I think Jens might be travelling more countries than you are, but you've definitely been travelling around. So
Jens trying to outdo me in International Man of Heresy this year. Freddie's winning for distance so far, but
yeah,
I think Jens is going for multiple countries visited in 1 year.
He's trying to find a partner for Prague later in the year, isn't he?
I think he's going to Prague Open, which is fairly soon actually.
Cool. I've been to Prague not to play Warhammer. Went for a weekend break. Very cool place. If you like stodgy food and good beer and nice architecture, but I think he's going for Warhammer, so it might be a bit different. But it's a cool place.
Yeah, I mean, what have I been up to? I still haven't finished those fucking breaches, but that's a whole different story. I've just been pottering away slowly, and they're actually, what are they up to now? Base colours are all down, gold, silver, black on the face masks, that's done. Done the shields pretty much with the base colours on those. Need to do lenses. Lenses is the next big chore. I've got freaking 20 blokes' eye lenses to paint. Which is just a job I'm not looking forward to. They're all right. They're the Tartarus Terminators are at the same sort of point. My side project in Custodes is sort of just levelled off and stopped because I need to get on with the bloody breaches, really. So I'm cracking on with those. I am still absolutely balls deep in MDF. I think I am trying to set the record for most MDF pieces of 28mm scenery built in a year. I'm absolutely smashing it. I'm building that. I built a frigging oil derrick, a big pumping station the other night, didn't I, when we were recording with Pete and Dan? I did that. It's brilliant. It's great for when I'm recording because I can sort of sit here and potter and do it because it's fairly simple. It's glue and stick, and it doesn't take up too much brain power, so I can still sort of chattle away. But yeah, that's what I've been up to, plotting and planning Mechanicum lists, painting lightnings for a buddy. Generally, scenery. I am fully involved in the Horus Citizen Soldier program at the moment. I'm hopefully in the next few weeks should be up to 2 tables worth of scenery. So definitely you'll be seeing my tables at Tarsis. So we're going to rock those out. But yeah, it's been pretty good, and I've been doing a fuck ton of travelling. So I mentioned last show I am off to. I was off to Manchester. I've been up to Manchester to see Max from the Road to Terror and pushed his shit in for a bit. Then the other big one is I ventured off to Gibraltar. I was lucky enough to get an invitation out to the first No Retreat SM Battle Reports No Retreat Gibraltar. Horus Heresy 1. Fuck me, that's a long title. I mean, the thing is, though, at least I can pronounce those ones. Usually when it's a Horus Heresy event, it's some kind of made-up planet, and I ain't got a freaking clue where to start with it. So, I went out for a 30k tournament, which is not something I thought I'd hear myself say again, to be perfectly honest. Tournaments are not my thing, really. I stopped playing 40k because I got fed up of the tournament scene, basically. Well, not really fed up with the fact that the only events you could go to were tournaments. The only thing on offer was a tournament, and that was it. But yeah, I was actually very lucky. I won the 30k channels free ticket and accommodation, one night's accommodation out there. So I thought I'd go for it, and yeah, it was definitely a good weekend. A hell of a lot of alcohol was consumed. I thought I was bad by drinking 6 beers. I actually thought I was bad by turning up in the morning briefing on the Saturday with a beer in my hand, but I didn't feel so bad when I sat down next to Liam from Phoenix Commissions, and he got a vodka and coke in his hand, rum and coke. 9 o'clock in the morning. It's just like, yeah, I'm all right with these boys. We'll be okay. We'll get through this one. Yeah, the event was pretty awesome the way it was run. Steve and the SM Battle Reports crew do a top job of organisation. It was very slickly handled. We were picked up from the airport and we were taken up to the Europa retreat, and there were a bunch of beautiful tables set out for us for our event. We got there Friday. I flew in with a couple of the Legion of Peterborough boys, Alex and Joe. Joe, Mr. Eater of Worlds, who you'll have seen on the 30k channel a couple of times. Mr. Alex Winus, that you'll have seen his Custodes army kicking around on the internet. I also flew in with Liam from Phoenix Commissions, with his beautiful, beautiful White Scars army. And I had to put up with fucking Tom Willis, Matt Marlowe's bitch, while we were out there. Some bloody dirty Emperor's Children player. He was as filthy. We all know Freddie. We all know Freddie the Swede, and he's got a reputation. But it's not just Freddie. It's all bloody 3rd Legion players, because he's just as dirty. So yeah, it was a cool event. Tables were stunning. The event was well run. It just, for me, it was lacking those things that make heresy, if that makes sense. There was no narrative, there was no loyalists versus traitors, there's none of that narrative flavour that makes heresy what it is, if you know what I mean. The sort of things that attracted me to heresy to play. And the similar things that put me off tournaments, basically. I played the first game, I lost my first game, I couldn't compete for the prizes after that. So I played 5 games against 5 awesome dudes and had a really freaking good time. Had a wonderful time, but I was out of the event within the first 2.5 hours, really, So it's a similar sort of problem I have with most tournaments is, once you're out the running, what you're really playing for. I was playing because I played for the fact that there were loads of awesome dudes and we had a freaking awesome time, and the tables were nice, the armies were beautiful, it was fully painted to a high standard, and we had the guys who were there made it a good time. The dudes that were there, we had a wicked time. We got absolutely shit-faced repeatedly, which always goes well in my books, quite frankly. I know not everybody is, it's not everybody's cup of tea, getting shit-faced all the time, but I was on holiday. It's the first time I've been away on holiday without my wife for 5 years, so I thought, well, let's go for it. So, yeah, we consumed a lot of beer, but, yeah, I had 5 really good games. First game was I actually bloody drew Alex's Custodes for the first game, so I had to go and get my face smashed off by Custodes, but we had an awesome game. The thing I take away from that mainly is those bloody was it the Calidus grav tanks? Yeah. The big transporty ones.
Yeah.
They are insanely fast. We deployed out playing Dawn of War. Every mission was Dawn of War, which I gotta say I'm not a fan of. I know some of the deployment maps are a pain in the arse to deploy out with, but playing 5 games with exactly the same deployment map, it was just a bit boring, to be honest. I like the table quarters deployment and the Clash of the Line one, and even just playing Hammer and Anvil would have been interesting. So, it's nice to mix it up a bit sometimes. But that's cool. This is what the guys do there, SNDO. That's how they structure their event. So we played like that. But he deployed his grav tank out. First turn, he moves 12 across the board, halfway across the board. So he's deployed out 12. He moves 12 across the board, and then he flats out the rest of the way across the board. And at the end of the shooting phase in the first turn, I had a massive grav tank parked in my deployment before it even moved a friggin' model, which is quite scary when that grav tank's got Valdor and a few friggin' custodes in it. It made me do a little wee. Went, scary! And they are 4 hull points, armor 14 with a flare shield up front and all kinds of stuff. They are a nightmare to shift. And when they jink as well. So... we all know how bad Spartans are to kill. You have a Spartan that can jink. It's got a 4-up or a 3, 4-up cover save or a 3-up if you're night fighting. Christ's sake, just trying to kill the bastard thing was a pain in the arse. But we had a really good fun game. I also took away that Little Sisters units are brilliant for scoring objectives. So 75, I think there's 75 points for a bolter squad. Which are fearless.
That's right, they're really, really cheap. Really, really cheap.
Yeah, so fearless and they infiltrate. So you just infiltrate right up on top of the objective. You sit them on the objective. They got, I think it's 4-up armor within invuln. No, 3-up armor within invuln. And you just sit around the objective going, thank you very much, we're not going anywhere. You've got to come and destroy this entire squad to get us off it. And when you're dealing with custodes in the wings as well, running around chomping and eating all your other units, they become very hard to shift off objectives then. So that was really cool. We had a really nice game. Alex did smash my shit in. He absolutely pushed in, but he did stroke my hair at the same time, so it was all good. We had a good fun game. That was really cool. First game, played on a big wreck starship table, which was good, but it had little bits of like sandy gravel all over it. So the rest of the weekend I kept getting that off my models and finding little scratch marks on bases and on shins and things where it scratched models. But there we go.
We've all become a bit spoilt with mats, haven't we?
Well, it had a mat, and then they put this gravelly stuff on top of it, little fine sand on top of it, which was a bit of a... It's fine, it looked amazing, but it was a bit of a pain in the dick. And that's kind of similar. They had a couple of the texture boards, like the old Rama battle tiles, and they look stunning. They're a pain in the arse to play on. But I'll cover that when I get to Jens's game later. So yeah, that was first game. That was pretty wicked. Second game, I lined up against bloody Tom Willis, didn't I? You go travel all the way to Gibraltar and end up playing the first the people you bloody travel with in 2 games. He smashed my face off with his Emperor's Children. It was more of a case of me rolling shitly as well. He shot my Storm Eagle with Gilliman out of the air with a Las Vindi, so it snapshot to hit it, hit a 6 to pen, failed the jink, and then a bloody 6 on the damage table, didn't it, and blew it straight out of the air. So strength 10, AP 2, shots into the suzerain and all the squad, just took the entire unit out, didn't it? Just absolutely flattened the entire unit. I'm sat there going, oh, shit. So that was a bit tough, but it was a good fun game. It was a good tight game. I gave him a good kick in. His Cacophony took a beating from me. I took a beating from his Cacophony, and it was good fun. We played a full game, and that was a good laugh as well. We did actually get a rematch because he deliberately left Gilliman alone when he was stood around because he wanted to fight Fulgrim, Gilliman to fight Fulgrim, and I'll be fair, Gilliman took a bit of a pounding from him for that first one. We did get a rematch in on the Monday actually, and Gilliman smashed his face in, absolutely smashed him to pieces, with a little bit of help from Tom telling me how to actually use my Primarch to fight. So it was good. We got a good game in. Third game, and by this time I'd drunk 5 or 6 pints. By this point, I met Jamie Jackson and his beautiful, beautiful word bearers army. They're a real funny army to look at because you look at them and you think they're really nice. Actually, they're quite tidy. They're nice. Then you get up close to them and start seeing all the little details on them, all the little intricacies and the little details, and you suddenly just realise how much detail is on each of those models, and they're really, really top quality. They really shine in detail, but they're not the. I guess it's something. Some of the word bearers palette as well. They're not it's not a bright, vivid colour, so it doesn't instantly jump up and grab you.
No, it's a much duller red, isn't it? So much,
Yeah.
but especially when you've got other red legions to compare it to. You've got the brighter blood angels, and you've got this candy red Thousand Suns. It kind of it's going to be the more forgettable at a distance. But I've had a look at some of his pictures of his models and things on his Instagram, and it's look really, really nice looking stuff.
When you get in close, you can really see where the detail shines. Then when you get in close, so it was stunning. We both had a really tight. It was a real good Calth game. The Battle of Calth and classic word bearers and demons versus Ultramarines with the Primarch. Really close, smashing each other in the face type game. Did I win this one or did we draw this one? I think we drew this one. We draw it? I can't fucking remember. To be honest, it's not the most important thing, is it really? I had great fun. I really, really enjoyed the game. We Gilliman started eating demons, chomping through just squads and squads of demons. I ended up driving a Seeker and Venator around the back of the board to shoot Zardu Layak in the face at point blank range with a massive anti-tank gun to deal with him in the end, which was quite amusing. It was good fun. It was the first time I've come up against psychic powers, really. I know the word bearers, the turd bearers aren't that psychically heavy, but a bit of demon summoning, a few psychic powers here. He had invisibility on a jet bike unit for one turn, but didn't get it off any other turns. It didn't break the game for me. Psychic powers, it was cool and fluffy, but it also, Jamie was summoning demons rather than powering up Lorgard to the biggest smash mouth he could be. So that was good fun. That was wicked good fun. He got some beautiful Ashen Circle. Yeah, and then from there it descended into carnage because I met up with Joe. We'd been to Morrison's in the morning and we pooled down there. I picked up 6 bottles of Doom Bar thinking that'd last me the weekend. It lasted me a day. But I wasn't the worst because Joe, who is Eater of Worlds, the World Eater player who's been on the 30k channel, he'd drunk a litre of gin since lunchtime by the time we went out for dinner. So he was fucking rock. Him and Liam are absolutely rocking and rolling. But yeah, so again, credit out to the SN guys. They'd organised us a table for dinner at a restaurant in town, and there was taxis and everything laid on, but I think we were all up for a bit of a march, so we marched down into town. And there were more rums and more beers and more things flying around the table. It was definitely hashtag nerds gone wild. We were all absolutely shit-faced. So, yeah, we did that, and then we rolled back up, and there were a couple more pickup games. 1 o'clock. Starting a game at midnight is always good fun. Picking up the dice at midnight after you've been drinking all day and saying, let's have a game. So I declined to participate because, quite frankly, I couldn't see straight. I sat and watched a few games, and it was cool. It was all laid back. Everyone was having good fun. Yeah, and we all eventually drifted off to bed somewhere around 2-3 o'clock in the morning. I did hear from people that the 40k events that they run, most people are in bed by 11 o'clock and, maybe have had one beer with dinner. And I said to Julian, one of the SN crew, I said, so usually this much drinking here? He went, well, people do drink. Never usually this early or this much. It's just like, fair enough. That's your heresy scene for you, isn't it? We like a booze, so...
I'd say pretty much any war game you've seen normally, or the ones I've been involved in.
Like a booze.
I suppose that if it's invitation only and it's competitive event normally, especially for 40k, then
they take it very seriously.
Or if there's 20 players with top table behaviour, maybe they are the ones that go to have the early night the night before. So, yeah. But I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised you were at the other end of it and drinking yourself silly.
There is a bonus recording that's going to go on the end of the show on this show, sort of after the close down music, because quite frankly, it's carnage and it might not be the most listenable thing going. The couple of guys decided to pick up games. We decided to sit down and get the recording kit out at about midnight, 1 o'clock in the morning. And those of us who weren't playing games decided to have a chat about the day's gaming. and how it had gone on, and it quickly descended into absolute carnage. So there's about an hour's worth of carnage because
It's funny. I'll give you that.
yeah,
It is funny, but
it is funny.
it's not structured as in you're not leading it in terms of asking questions. It's generally apart from the first 30 seconds, and then it kind of just descends into you guys having a laugh. So it's good. It's worth a listen to. But we're going to stick after the music just in case you.
If you want detailed information on what the No Retreat event was like, you're not going to get it. If you want to hear a lot of people yelling at each other and having a laugh and generally talking absolute batshit about heresy, it's brilliant. It's a good laugh. It was good fun. I do remember sitting down and Alex got his bottle of bourbon out and decided to pour us all bourbons, and I do remember there being five glasses of bourbon, with a healthy measure of bourbon in each, and then one small can of Coke split between the lot for the mixer. I did have to go and get another can of Coke to slightly warm mine
You're
down.
better off just having it neat, aren't you? Really?
Oh, it would have been better.
Just
off
makes
neat,
it taste worse when you put a tiny little bit of mixer.
But yeah, it was good fun. So yeah, rolled up on Sunday morning with a hangover. To be fair to the DSN guys, there was loads of time between the rounds. We had an hour between most rounds most days. Yeah, on both the days, and the Sunday was a relaxed start. They actually took us up the rock on the Sunday morning, which was good fun. We got a crazy minibus driver, and she took us up the rock, and
but that's what you needed after a skinful the night before.
A
dodgy minibus ride.
We went into some massive caves and we rocked around, and there were lots of references to being the Matrix cave rave orgy scene. When we were wandering around there, which was a bit disconcerting when there was 20 odd blokes, and a lot of talk of cave rave orgies. But yeah, that was cool. We went and saw that, and then we went and we saw some monkeys, and fuck me, they're mean. I'd like to say I knocked out 25 monkeys, and Jen's run away crying. But actually, what we both did is sit there and look at them, and go, "Oh shit, they're really scary." So that was cool. We did a bit of sightseeing on the Sunday morning. And yeah, then we rolled back down for a few more games, and and we had the ultimate podcast throwdown on the Sunday morning from our good buddy at the Northern Heresy, Mr. International Man of Heresy himself. He was actually there with his girlfriend, which was cool. Take your lady out for a holiday, make her sit and watch 5 games of Heresy. But yeah, we played a game. It was cool. His casual glaive was about. Managed to shut it down for a couple of turns before I killed it. It did require my entire army shooting at it for 3 turns to kill the bastard thing, which meant the rest of his Dark Angels got to mince around, running around pretending to be traitors and not being traitors, and being loyal but being traitors and being loyal as well. By turn 4, I genuinely thought I was in danger of having a heart attack. It was the tensest game I've ever played. It was so close, and we were both sitting there like, well, I've got this unit. It was the one where you get points for different areas of the board. If you've got your no man's land, your deployment zone, and your objective, and your opponent's deployment zone, you get different level of points. And we're sitting there and we're chuntering on, and I'm like, yeah, you've got 2 Marines there, and that's giving you that zone, and I've got a guy here and a guy there, and we've got so little on the board. I was like, well, I can try and kill that, and that give me that, but that's a risky shot. Or I can try and go over there and do. It was genuinely like a headache trying to work out what was the best thing to do. But we totaled it up at the end. I think I took the primary. No, we drew the primary, but I took the secondary and tertiary missions, and I think I squeaked on battle points. Squeaked a victory, but I think genuinely it was a pretty good solid draw. But it's always good to take these whack faggots down a bit. Jen's the ultimate power gamer, so you've got to take him down a peg or two, especially after he's been bad-mouthing me on his podcast. We all know, Jens, you're the real whack faggot here. You're the power gamer here. I've even seen the knuckle tattoos to prove it. So, no, genuinely, it was a fucking cool game. We had a really, really good, fun game. Yeah, and that was good fun. And then we sort of broke up for lunch. And I got to play Mr. Joe afterwards, Joseph Fabian, Eater of Worlds on Instagram, the guy who had the Mastodon on the 30k channel. So we got to play our last game. We actually played on the Prospero table on the live stream at the end of the event. So you might have seen me on the end of on the live stream there. If you did, congratulations, you got to see me get absolutely smashed to pieces by world eaters. So
I was watching along with the sound off because I was looking after Jacob that afternoon. So he was just sort of on the iPad, and it's almost impossible to tell what was going on, other than that slowly there's more and more white in your deployment zone and less and less on
blue.
The table. So I kind of guessed it was going that way, but it was. It was good to see you.
Yeah, my favourite moment was the most World E3 thing I'd ever heard. Joe ran his inducti into a rhino to kill it, and he got something like 30, 40, 50 attacks with these fucking inducti, whatever it was. It was just nuts. And he was like, I'm going to roll all of these dice. I was like, well, we don't really need to. You're going to kill it. He was like, no, I don't get to do anything else in the game. I move, I don't shoot. I had to spend 2 turns moving before I can charge. He's like, killing things with axes is my thing. I'm going to roll the dice. And he put something like 40 whole points onto the rhino. I think it was even commented on the live stream, that's one dead rhino. So no, it was awesome. Inducti are brutal, having like 3 up and 4 up feel no pains and stuff on them. It just makes them insane. And it was a classic World Eaters. I got a couple of turns of shooting in as they came charging towards me. Once they hit me, they ate me. They ate me to pieces. But it was really good fun. Joe's an awesome dude. He's got a lovely World Eaters army.
And he plays it to the fluff, doesn't he?
I've
seen a few World Eaters armies recently that haven't really, we've seen one locally that's got quad mortars in it and stuff. But he plays it very much to the fluff. Loads of dudes running at you with axes and killing you.
As
and
Joe said,
no pain on certain channel. I've not even met him yet, and I thought I've got to get that dig in like everyone else does. But
what you'll see is and if you listen to the drunk recording, you'll understand that with the new hashtag that's been propagated, which is hashtag more chain axes. Because what we discovered and over the weekend and through our drunken rambling is there is nothing in this world that can't be sorted with the application of more chain axes. There was lots of talks of building quad mortars that fire chain axes at people because more chain axes. I can't solve this math problem. Well, have you added more chain axes? Oh yeah, I can do it now. So yeah, hashtag more chain axes is definitely one of the things from retreat.
There was the Goblin Hewer, the old dwarf thing that catapulted axes. He could get them very expensive, but he could proxy those as quad mortars, as themed quad mortars and fire chain axes. That would be cool.
Pretty much exactly what we were going for. So yeah, hashtag more chain axes, and there is a motto for life: there is nothing that can't be solved without the application of more chain axes. So, if in doubt, more chain axes. But yeah, that was my 5 games. Joe did just Angron 8, Gilliman, and then the Inducti just ate everything, quite frankly. That was good fun. 5 really, really top quality games with top quality dudes, top quality armies, top quality tables. But like I said, I think we were chatting earlier, Stu, it lacked the things that make Heresy special to me. The playing in a team, the being part of something more, feeling like your army's got a history and a story, and you're fighting over something rather than just playing 5 games. Because if you're perfectly brutal about it, the 5 games I had, I could have played at Warhammer World, I could have played at my club, I could have played, I could have driven to an hour to Warhammer World and played them for all that they're worth in the heritage.
I can see that. I mean, you're playing people that you wouldn't normally meet locally, I suppose, and people with a certain standard of painting and things. So that's a slight difference, but I get what you mean. The style of game,
that, I mean,
play them
I can go to events in the UK and meet people like that. I've met Joe and everybody, Joe and Alex when I went to the 30k channel. There are ways, but it was by no means a bad event. I think I said the way I summed it up to you earlier that if it had been a 30k narrative weekend, it'd have been the best weekend of my life. It was genuinely really, really good. It was really, really cool, but it's a lot of money. It's flights, accommodation, food, booze. I drank a skinful of booze out there, which that's my own fault. But you got food to buy. You've got airport car parking, fuel in the car. It adds up and adds up. And I mean, it was in the hundreds of pounds that it ended up costing me.
if you didn't win the ticket, it's going to be. I
Yeah,
think
so it would have been another
started watching some of David's review of it on the 30k
Yeah.
channel, and he was saying it. He's added up what he paid, and it's easily a £500
Yeah,
long
see,
weekend.
I was lucky enough to get a £75 ticket for free and a £35 accommodation free. So I'm 105 quid up already.
Yeah.
And I spent £140 on a flight, £40 parking the car, nearly 200 quid on food and booze over the weekend. So there you go, that's 500 quid without having to pay my ticket. That's a lot of money to pay. And good God, it was, the players pack was awesome. We got T-shirts, they're a little tight fitting for a few of us, and made out of a lycra material that didn't flatter some of the larger gentlemen in my group, but it didn't fucking flatter me. That was, but we got in. The guys had laid on somewhere to go for food on the Friday night. They'd organise food on the Saturday night. They'd get you taxis during the rounds. If when it came to lunchtime, before lunchtime, they'd come round with takeaway menus. They'd order you food in. So as you finish in, the food's there. It was really, really top-notch organisation. It was
it sounds amazing. Sounds really
quality
good.
event, but I could have been playing 40k for that weekend, if you know what I mean. For the
yeah,
game.
that I get. I think Heresy's really odd compared to other war games, is where I don't know. I'll be picking figures out of the sky here, but it feels like the majority of Heresy gamers want to play a narrative event more than a tournament. But I may be wrong. It may just be within our circles and our groups. If you listen to all the different podcasts, that seems to be the main focus. And it is different from most other war games. Most other war games, you will go to a tournament, and there will always be the kind of real gamey players at the top, and not all successful players are gamey, but you see more of that. And then at the bottom tables, the games might be a little bit more relaxed. But with Heresy, a lot of people reject that style of gaming, especially for 30k, 40k, because the rule set's not really up to it. It doesn't produce a balanced system to have fun, balanced games. So I totally understand why people prefer narrative, and I do, and you definitely do. This is why we do Heresy rather than other systems, and it might not be what you're looking for if you want something that's more of a narrative-based thing, because they're producing a top-notch, well-run tournament. But it's not Heresy with different scenarios that you're on a traitors or loyalist side. There's no teamer thing and all that kind of stuff. It sounds like that's what it is missing for you, and it probably would be for me if I decided to. I won't be applying, not for many reasons, not because it sounds like you've had a terrible time. I'm very jealous. It sounds awesome, but I would have preferred what you've described, but it being a narrative team sort of event.
We can put figures to it, because Tarsis sold 34 tickets in 3 hours, and there's 15 people on the reserve list. There's 45, 50 people within a day who wanted to come and play narrative. That is a good turnout for a local event. We got 50. My plan is next year, and I've discussed it with people, is I'd like to do a 60-player narrative event, because I don't think I've got a problem selling it. And I don't think we got. So the appetite is there for narrative now. Then the appetite there are people who might want to play.
I'm not saying the appetite's not there. I was saying we don't know the percentages of people. I'm assuming, and I think it's a pretty safe assumption, that the majority of Heresy players prefer narrative.
Yeah.
And like how true that actually is, I'm not sure. It might just be the circles that we work in. But because it sounds cool.
Event pack's up for the next one.
It's the same again, isn't it?
It's exactly the same again with 3,000 points. There are weird changes to the rules, making only troops and Terminators with implacable advanced scoring. So my suzerain in an elite slot don't score. That's a weird thing to be playing with the core rules. There's weird bits in the rules pack that don't make sense.
That surprised me more than it being a tournament, to be honest.
And that's something I discussed, because it also had an effect. It came up at the last event. It does affect my army, because one of the things I can do with Guilliman is I can give a unit implacable advance and scoring. So what I've done before in Dominion, which is one of the missions red, I've made my Storm Eagle scoring. So once it drops in and delivers Guilliman, instead of normally just floating around taking pot shots at people until it gets blown out of the sky, it would have been running around scoring. And in the Dominion game I played, that would have been a huge, huge strength to me. So Guilliman instantly took a bit of a nerf by that one rule. And that's something I discussed with him, and in the end, EO's ruling is final. If someone decides at an event, that's the rule. But it's just a weird when there are rules that need FAQing and there are rules that need sorting out. Why change that rule that doesn't need sorting out? Because like you just leave scoring alone. There's nobody has any issues with scoring as far as I'm aware in Heresy. There's no complications over what scores and what doesn't. It just seems like a weird correction. But again, that's what those guys are doing. They're very much taking their 40k rules pack and running it as 30k and tweaking it ever so slightly. Hopefully, as they do more, they'll learn more. The event will get more. There's another one in September. I won't be applying because it's another tournament and it's not really my thing. If it was a narrative weekend, campaign weekend, I might have to look at how much a divorce costs, but I'd probably be looking at going again, but because it was a top quality event, and if it, like I said, if it had been a narrative weekend, it'd have been up there. Being a tournament, the reason I had a good time was because of the guys that were there, if you know what I mean. The people I played with, the people I met, they made it fun rather than the gaming experience being the best thing, if that makes sense. But I had 5 really good games, but like I said, I just wish it had been narrative. That's me. That's my, everybody knows I've got the hashtag narrative agenda this year. I love narrative gaming. Like I said, tournaments, my little beef with tournaments is they encourage power creep, they encourage power play. I
can understand. As a community, we've got to be very wary of that at the moment, especially with the potential from Book 7, which we talked about a little bit in the last episode, that as a community, if we want it to stay balanced and friendly and more narrative, that we've got to kind of police each other and police from within and have a lot of open discussion around it. So tournaments, yes, there's nothing wrong with them if that's what you want to do. It's not really for us or a lot of gamers. That's the thing, really. It's down to your own personal choice.
We discussed earlier, if we want to play a game to see who is the best gamer, there are much better games out there. X-Wing, War Machines, they're all very good. Balanced.
Probably all of the other GW games, actually. I think SBG and AOS now are a little bit more balanced. I'm not saying they're balanced people, by the way, but they're a little bit more balanced than 40/30Ks in its current iteration. But
I look at the missions in 30k and I just think they're not balanced. We played Traitors Rage.
They're not designed for tournament play. They're designed for
when we went to Traitors Rage in Salisbury, Sam was playing his Iron Warriors gunline and we played the mission where you got to get in your deployment zone. He was just like, well, I've lost that mission before we even started playing because I don't have stuff that can get into the deployment zone. And if I move my stuff, I can't shoot it. Therefore, my army's completely useless. So in that situation, he instantly was already on the back foot just by the sheer nature of the army he built, because he built it to a theme, and it makes it hard for 30k players to do the theme they want. It doesn't. Tournaments, I find, don't reward people for being themey and narrative. They reward people for being good players, which is fine if that's what you're after. But I think most people in Heresy, they pick an army because they love it. They want to play that army because they love it. They want to enjoy their army. They don't want to feel like they have to make choices based on winning games. Everybody wants to get a list that will work and will keep them in a game. They want to be able to play. Nobody's going to take a list of 300 Seekers and just think that that's going to be okay. People are going to think about their army a bit, but people don't want to have to say, well, I've got to give up all my favourite units because if I don't, I'm just going to get my head kicked in at every game. I don't mind going to an event and getting my head kicked in by somebody if their army's well painted and pretty, but I don't want to play 5 games like that. If I can have, I've lost 4 out of 5 games over the course of the No Retreat weekend and had good fun doing it, because they were nice guys and we had fun, but I didn't feel like at any point I couldn't win the game. Whereas I've been to 40k events and I've seen the list and I've just gone, well, I can't even win a game now, so I'll just turn up and get drunk and, I'm not even playing. To be honest, why am I, if they hadn't have been local club events, I'd probably have just, when the list come out, gone, yeah, do you know what, I'm all right, thanks. Why would I want to travel 2 hours to play games where I'm not even going to have a chance? So, for me, it's like,
we don't want 30k to become that, do we?
No, we just want to have fun. And like I said, there is nothing wrong with playing hardcore lists as well. This word competitive is bad. I think Tim from the Horus was saying, he's happy to play Dick Smasher lists as long as he knows that's what he's turning up to. If somebody says, right, let's get our big shit out and let's punch the hell out of each other, it's fine. Actually, when I went up to Manchester, I was talking to Max about what we wanted to play, and I said, do you want to do big games, little games? And he was like, he was sort of wavering, being English and polite, not wanting to fit. I said, well, I can do like
Max. What you described Max as English and polite. He might be English, but
no, he's a fucking for England, he's a hooligan, but for the rest of the world, he's still considered quite polite. But so I said, well, I got a 4K in my nights and stuff. And anyway, like things conspired, and we ended up having to flip things around a bit. But we did get a game in the afternoon, and I said, well, how big do you want to go now? And he was like, well. I said, well, do you want to play some big game? And actually, do you know what? He said, the last 20 games of Heresy I've played, I've probably 18 of them have been Zone Mortalis or Centurion. He's like, I love them, but I kind of fancy a big game. I was like, yeah, great. I said, well, you know what I've got here? I'm going to put a list together that's pretty fucking strong. He went, that's fine, I'll put a list together that's pretty fucking strong. And we kicked the 7 barrels of shit out of each other for 6 turns, and it was a great fun game because we both knew what we were playing. But also because the attitude is right, we've had a lot.
Balance them against each other, the list, don't you? So that you both have a chance of winning, and the game lasts long enough that you feel like the time you spent was worth it.
Yeah, we didn't necessarily balance the list against each other. We just knew the prerogative of what we were going in for, And we both quickly established we can play pretty dirty if we want to, and so we played a game at level. But the guy I played earlier in the day in Manchester, it was his second game of Heresy I think he'd ever played. So while I'd had a strong list, we were talking through his decisions. I was saying, look, I wasn't telling him what to do, but he was sort of saying, well, what? I said, well, you could do this with this unit, or you could do that with that unit. That's going to probably end up doing this and leave you in this position, or that's going to leave, letting him make the choice, but help working through it, because that's, he enjoyed that game then. It was a pretty sound result for me in the end. I think I got him down to a siege breaker and a Moritat left. That was it by turn 4, and we called it. But I didn't put my foot down. I didn't put my foot up his backside and try and table him in 2 turns. I wanted to make sure he'd had a fun game as well. So
you just drew the pain out for an extra 2 turns.
Yeah, just dragged it out. But to be fair, it was only really turn 4 that it got nasty when Gilliman decided to start eating things. I got the Primarch and stuff. So it was. The problem with my list is if I take my Lords of War out, I've got quite a 400 or 500 point hole in my list with not a lot of units to put back in. So I said to him, it's like, if I take Gilliman out, I've got to put a Knight back in. And that's not really, that's still not going to be much fun for you either way. So the Primarch's probably less damage. He'll kill things in combat, but he's not going to run around the board and be impossible to take down like a Night Wizard. And he doesn't have the ranged attacks. So
yeah.
I'm quite, like I said, I'm happy to play hard games, it's not a problem. But it's just, like I said, tournaments, you've seen the list at one now. So, if you're going to get a no retreat, you've got to bring a list on that level if you want to compete. So it encourages you to bring a tough list. Now, if the scene is just, no retreat, and that's where, people go to smash the crap out of each other and the rest of the scene stays fairly narrative, cool, it's got its place, it's got its place, and it's got its little bolt hole as being the tournament event, and it's a great event, and people are going to go out there and know what they're playing. And the people who don't want to play like that can go to other events. What I don't want to see is every event in the UK suddenly becoming a dick smashing tournament, because we want to have the options. If you want to run a tournament, but let's not all run tournaments. Let's have more narrative events and some tournaments, and we just don't want to see the power creep, where it gets to the point where people are saying, well, I love my I love my Night Lord's army, but I can't run it because every time I run it I get my face kicked off, so I love this army. Because I hear that so often from people in 40k. I've got my Orcs, I love my Orcs, but I play Eldar because my Orcs are rubbish. You think, well,
yeah, that's the thing, isn't it? You don't want to lose. People don't want to lose every single game they play.
No, absolutely.
Some people don't mind losing 3/4 of the games they play, as long as they feel like they've got a bit of a chance in the others. So yeah, that is something for us to continue. The only thing we could do is make sure we continually talk about it, because there's not a lot of hard action we could or probably should take, other than try to, like you say, promote in a positive way. Narrative events. There will be tournaments because people want to go to them. So it sounds like if you want to play a tournament, it sounds like the SM event was a really good one to go to. We just hope, I suppose, from a selfish point of view, we hope, as the kind of gamers we are, that doesn't spread to be the norm over narrative. I don't think it will, because I think the Heresy community is very unique in that sense. It's 40k of players who have rejected the tournament scene.
Yeah, well, Steve,
and from other systems. I've come from War Machine into this. I have played GW systems before, but my last major game before this was War Machine, and that is obviously a very competitive environment. A friendly competitive environment. It's quite hard to describe. It's not what 40k is, and only people that play War Machine will know that. But it is still a competitive environment, whereas I've come into Heresy because of the narrative and the fluff and the models, and the models aren't good in War Machine. The idea is good, but the sculpts, a lot of them are awful. Just the older ones, and the execution of those models as well is pretty poor. They're badly made and things. So this is very much the pinnacle of in terms of army building, the pinnacle of the quality of models you can get out there and the background and story. I don't think there's anything that matches it really. It's really, really up there.
Well, Steve himself actually summed it up very nicely when he said it's Warhammer for grown-ups.
Yeah,
that's from the guy who runs the events and runs the 40k tournaments. That was his feeling. It was Warhammer for grown-ups. But I mean, the one thing I will say, and this again might be my own personal opinion, is if you do go to SM, be prepared to be requested to do a lot of social media shout outs. I mean, I know Steve's trying to get into the Heresy stuff, but there was an almost daily request to put posts out, which, there is a lot of SN media out there already. I know at least one group who had asked for the amount of posts to be calmed down a little bit. If you're like me, which I think most Heresy players are, and you're in most of the 30k Heresy groups, 30k Iron Warriors, 30k Ultramarines, 30k bum bum bum, all those groups, you're getting 20 notifications every time you post, and it can be a bit frustrating because I wake up, I got 25 notifications, I think somebody actually likes me, and no, it's just Steve posting again. So that again might just be my personal opinion, but most of these groups say please do not spam the posts and stuff like that, and there is a lot of that information. I mean, it's good quality stuff, it's good battle reports and it's nice pictures with nice armies and stuff, but after the third time, I think twice, 2 or 3 times in a day, I got 20 notifications. I just thought, yeah, all right, Steve, I get it, you're posting, you're promoting your event, but I mean, when I post about Tarsis, I tend to put it in our groups, our personal groups, and I don't tend to spread it around too much, because I'm aware that there's a lot of stuff going on. I mean, I will post up in, the next time we do a Tarsis in the UK Horus Heresy events group, because that's what it's there for. So I just want, that might be my personal opinion, but I just got a bit fed up of the constant requests for social media posts and the amount of social media posting. It's a bit frustrating sometimes. I don't
think I'm in as many groups as you, so I've not really seen.
Yeah, well, I've had comments from a few people as well about it, so I know I'm not on my own there. But Steve, it's not a dig, it's not a moan, it's just what do you want, dog? Dog's in a minute. Oi, don't look at me like that. Go on. Door pushed open, dog's looking at me guiltily like, why are you drinking again?
Is your wife just setting him up with a message?
Yeah, you get that, that disapproving look that children give you when you're drinking, in movies when the dad's drunk. Just got that
I love the way you changed that from a disapproving look you get from when children give you when you're drinking. I mean, in movies.
My child gives me a disapproving look when I wake up breathing, to be perfectly honest. She's coming on for 13 and daddy's not cool anymore. Yeah, so SM was cool. It was great fun. It was really cool. I met loads of awesome dudes. Wife's just texted me to say the dog's gone back downstairs to glare at her now. So I had a really good fun time. I had a great weekend. Like I said, though, my only gripes are the narrative and the social media stuff and things like that. And again, that might be my personal opinion. If you like playing tournaments and that's what you want to do, go for it. Like she said, if you want to play a tournament, it's probably the best place in the world to go and play a tournament.
It sounds like it's better up there with organisation with the Warhammer World ones, which are unfortunately still tournaments for Heresy things, apart from the campaign weekend, but most of them are tournaments.
Yeah. I mean, and it's slick, it's organised well, it's well presented, it's well done, it's well organised, it's, it ticks all those boxes of things that can go wrong at events. They've got it all covered. It isn't what I want from my Heresy games, if you know what I mean. So, I'm thankful for Steve for bringing me out and showing me a good time and generally being, a top bloke. And like I said, Steve, if you're going to do a campaign weekend, I'm your first man to come and ask. I'd love to come back again. with the amount of money it costs me, I would want to spend my money. I want to maximise my enjoyment out there, if you know what I mean. I want to make every penny count and get the best kind of game in. I mean, I'll come out and run your campaign event, as long as you're happy with a drunk TO who just walks around with a megaphone yelling at people the whole way around. That's how we do shit. But so I mean,
I don't think you're going to get a call somehow after that job application, Tom.
Drunken. Why does everybody object to the drunken TO? I think it's a great thing for events.
Yeah. No, I think it's good. We'll both be drunk for Tarsus. Kurt might not be though.
Kurt's got to be sober. Kurt's the only one who's going to be. Kurt's in charge.
He'll be late, so we'll have to stay sober for 10 minutes because he'll always be late. But
I'm pretty sure I did the opening briefing for the last one with a beer in my hand, didn't I?
You did, yeah.
As long as that's my first beer and not my third, we'll be all right.
A rule of no beers while we're setting up at 7 in the morning.
I do very much like, and this actually isn't from a boozy point of view. I do very much like the idea that Tim's been of events that almost run themselves. You don't require a huge amount of input from event organisers. They're pushing towards that. It's basically come and play some games, give me your scores, we'll add it into the pot at the end. I do like that. One of the things I do find hard about events is keeping them organised, keeping them structured, running them, making sure everything's running right and rah. It is a lot of work for a TO in the end. It does, it's fun. I love it. I love doing it.
I don't think that style is down to the amount of work for the TO though. It's more of a desire to support narrative play more, whereas open play means that people can have very different. Means people can bring their Titan Legion along and another list and try and find people that are happy to match up. So arranging your own matchups gives you flexibility to make sure that you're playing opponents and forces that you're well enough matched to that you're going to get an enjoyable game and not get stomped. It means you can have a bit of a chat. You don't have to have lists either. You can have a chat and say what kind of game do you want, a bit like you and Max did. And to do that live on the day, isn't that what they're doing a little bit up there anyway with their campaign days, aren't they? Fairly loosely organised. I mean, nobody puts a lot of work into it beforehand. Yeah,
basically,
I know Max puts a lot of work into it.
Well, you say he puts a lot of work into it. Fucking doesn't have anything else to do. Sits around all day yelling on podcast chat. But it's very much, Max uses the global campaign, which has been great for him. Before that, he was writing missions and all kinds of stuff. He's had his own little flavour on it. He's got character progression and all that kind of stuff for units and things, which is great. But it's fairly he just kind of organises that who wants to play who, just kind of enables the games rather than setting matchups. He just makes sure everybody's got a game. They've got a range of guys there, from people who've played lots of Heresy to people who are just starting out, and just make sure everybody's got a match that suits and stuff. He's just helping that rather than actually, when we were at No Retreat, you go in the room at the start of the round, they would call out a pair because they were using a Swiss system and a table, and it was very much, very structured and organised. This is where you're going and this is what you're doing. And I will say, something very positive to say about the Swiss system is it does actually, after the first round or two, you do end up playing people on your level. The 5 games I played, we were all on the similar sort of level because we'd all have similar sort of success and stuff. But so we did all get games that we enjoyed because of that. So that was very cool. It sort of did make people match and play the sort of level of game that they want to play. But I don't see why you needed to be told that when you could just organise that yourself, or generally something like Tarsus, you're not really that worried about if you play a top quality player, because nobody should be a dick and everybody should have fun. You might have a bad matchup one round, but you can also, we give the option of calling where you want to play, so you can, if somebody's got a brutal armoured breakthrough list and you've got a Calf box set and Night Lords that are great at taking on infantry, you can just go, look, fuck all I can do about that army, I'll play somebody else. There's 15, 16, 17 players aside. 30, 17 players aside. So you only got to play 5 games, so you can avoid the lists you don't want to play. You know, we do have a
unless someone turns up with something nasty that no one wants to play, but then there's the message to that person to think about what you're bringing.
That's the way we're going to deal with Tarsus. You know, we do say, you know, I will see the list beforehand. We're not really getting the list in to go through with a fine tooth comb and check every last fine detail of it, but we're gonna check the list, and mainly it's going to be, look, you know, you decide to turn up with 12 quad mortars, Magnus, and 20 segment terminators. We might say, look, that's probably not going to be any fun for anybody that plays. You know, yes, you're well within your rights to bring that list and blah 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 blah, but think of the event you're coming to. We're all here to have fun. Would you want to play that? And, you know, that's the kind of attitude we take to Tarsus, you know. And actually, to be fair, on all the Tarsus events, I've never had to reject a single list. I think the only thing I had to do is, Justin, who came, he got Knight Errant as his HQ, and that was it. And I just said to him, mate, do you remember they're non-compulsory? And shit, totally forgot that. And just put a compulsory HQ in. You know, and that was it. Enough. And actually, to be fair, even if we hadn't picked that up, I don't think it'd have broken the game anyway. You know.
No, I mean, that's not why we're going to look at the list this time. We're not going to check them for things that are wrong. If we spot one, we'll let you know.
But something obvious stands up.
We're there to just get a bit of an overall idea of how the event's sort of building up for everyone, to see whether it might be that someone needs to say, look, you know, have you got other stuff you can bring, because you're well below the power curve there. You know, you've gone too soft. Because some people try and be too nice and go too soft. So it's just to get a bit of an idea of, is this mix of armies going to create a nice balanced event across? Is there enough different matchups there for everyone to enjoy themselves, and no one's going to get hammered every game because their list won't beat anything that's put there, or has anyone brought too much cheese that they're going to win every game automatically. So and we won't get it 100% right, I'm sure, but at least we can have a little look at it first.
But again, we've got systems in place. You know, for one, if you want to bring your list and kick everybody's dick off a fight for 2 days, well, you're not going to win anything, are you? You're probably not going to get best sport. You're not going to get you know, you might get a painting award. You know, fair play. If you got Dick Smash list and it's painted the Golden Demon standard, fair play to you. You know, go for it. But you know, there's no prizes for winning. There's no prizes for beating the most amount of people. I don't even keep records of individual players' scores. Just add your scores to the pile. So
absolutely.
You know, the only way you're going to work out if you're the best player is if you go around and ask every single player their scores and work it out and tally it up yourself. And if you want to do that, more power to you. You know, go for it. Fuck me. You know, I don't want to do that. You know, we designed the event to reward, you know, hobby and narrative and fun. And, you know, we also have things, we have the reward card system, you know, you can unlock things. So, you know, Brendan, I know in the last game, Mr. Hickey from Sons of Heresy, he the only army he had, it sort of conspired that his matchup was going to be Ben's militia with 2-3 knights and loads of cultists, you know, absolutely mad army, you know, it was really strong, you know. Beautiful army, beautifully converted, beautifully modelled, you know, just, I think anybody's going to struggle with 200 screaming cultists, but, you know, suited the fluff totally. So Brendan sort of was like, shit, I'm a bit screwed here. So he went and got a load of power-up cards that they'd unlocked. He got Tank Hunter, Monster Hunter, all kinds of power-ups on his Mechanicum. So his army was up-powered, and they ended up having an amazing game because, you know, they both were fighting on an equal footing then. So we can manipulate the game to make sure, you know, it's fine if somebody, you know, if you want to bring your Magnus Sekhmet ridiculous army, just be prepared that I'm probably going to go and give all 5 squads of sisters to anybody playing you. So they're going to have 5 squads of sisters on top of you because we want to make it fun for everybody. You know, I think the phrase of the moment seems to be, you know, it's not a 1-player game, it's a 2-player experience. You know, everybody's in this to play together, so let's make it fun for everybody. So, you know,
that's what your wife tells you all the time. Yeah.
No, she just tells me I'm a disappointment constantly. I don't know what she means. I'm fucking excellent, but yeah, there's my no retreat and competitive gaming sort of mumblings. I won't say rant. It wasn't a rant. It's more of a drunken mumbling. But yeah, so I'm in a busy little bonnet, and actually, I am. Timey wimey wibbly wobbly shit. This by the time you guys hear this, I will have been to Escalation Rises in Southampton, but the Escalation Rises chat won't be recorded. So when we come back next time for episode 14, we'll have the Escalation Pain chat. So it might be a little bit delayed after the escalation chat. You'll probably have heard the Sons of Heresy doing their professional review of it, and then you can hear my drunken ramblings. But basically, I'm calling Johnny, Jason, and Brendan out. Why am I going to call them out now? Because he's not going to fucking hear it. I'm just going to tell him when we get there. We're playing Nightcrawlers. I got to play Nightcrawlers with them, so we're going to have some fun and games in Southampton. So I'll have even though this is out after escalation, you'll hear the escalation chat on the following event. I'm going to take my microphone and everything else with me, and we might even get, depending on the state of people, we might even get some bonus bonus event recording in. I'm probably going to, I think there's a lot of chat about going up to the Hobbit themed pub in Southampton on the Saturday night. And if I remember the cocktails in there rightly, I got shit-faced on them last time as well. So we may get the laptop out at 1 o'clock in the morning and get some more insane talk out. So yeah, that's what I've been up to then. Shall we rattle on anything new from the Forge that you'd like to talk about, Stu? Anything got you excited?
There's not been an awful lot, has there? They've been slowly teasing and releasing the stuff from
They've been
Weekender, haven't they?
Trolling Iron Warriors players again.
I tell you what has amused me is how much Heresy players get wound up about the Forge World daring to release anything that isn't Heresy related. Chuckle. It's come on, guys. It's they make other stuff as well, and sometimes you might have to wait a fortnight before a new model comes out. I just amuses me so much. It's about 80% of the stuff they have on that website is Heresy related. Yeah. Occasionally something else will be for someone that doesn't play Heresy, and they're generally beautiful models as well. Maybe it's because I played a lot of games and I appreciate different models and things, but some people get proper wound up about it, don't they?
Comment was made in our local chat. When are Forge World actually going to release something for 40k? Because when was the last time they had a 40k model out? There's been this Imperial Armour book that's supposed to have been coming out for God knows how long. We've been hearing about this. That Sosei is going to bring a lot.
Well, that won't happen now, will it? I'll have to rewrite it.
If 8th's
gonna, which we'll talk about in a moment. But if 8th is going to drop at some point in the next 12 months, there's probably no point in them getting an Imperial Armour book now. I imagine, and looking at the advert for the rules writer, they just don't. They're struggling as it is to get the Heresy books out on time. They don't have anyone to do an Imperial Armour book. I can't see. Yeah. They might have some work done on it, some things planned. But
I could see
if the money's in Heresy for them as well, it doesn't make business sense for them to not do a Heresy book and skip one for a year to do a book that will sell less.
What I could see business-wise is getting the Heresy models viable in 40k. Suddenly it opens that market up bigger. Now. Yeah. With 8th that might screw it, but I could see, if the changes to 8th make, there are enough changes to have to do, either a book rewrite or a, some kind of quite dramatic, data slate or FAQ style thing for Heresy. I could see them taking that opportunity to maybe build them into 40k as well, making them 40k compliant, and then saying, bringing out some kind of rule that says, you can take... Well, actually, to be fair, you can actually take anything from the Heresy in a 40k army at the moment. You're allowed to take one relic of the armory, and then if you take a Forge Lord, you can take another. So I've run my Whirlwind Scorpius in 30k before, in 40k before. I've run, Duncan, who I play quite a lot, used to run his Sicarian quite regularly in 40k. He used to love the Sicarian because with its ignored Jink cannon, it used to screw over Eldar jet bike packs. Strength 7, AP 3, ignores Jink. Yeah, fuck off jet bikes, you're going down. So, double your toughness, instant death. It just used to love it. But so I mean, business-wise, I could see an Imperial Armour being doing that. But yeah, like you said, when Heresy is selling so much, why write an Imperial Armour book that sells to a small minority of the 40k community when you can just sell a Heresy book that'll do it, they're struggling to keep up. So I do like the fact they've been trolling the Iron Warriors players though, when they the community page releases pictures of the Iron Warriors Siege Tyrants on the Wednesday, and everybody goes, yes, we're getting them this Friday, oh my god, and then they release Lord of the Rings. I maintain the fact Forge World are never going to release those Siege Tyrant models. They are just trolling Iron Warriors player. For all those years of saying, when are we getting Siege Tyrants? They produce one and one only set of models. That's it. And they're never going to release them now, just to make the Iron Warriors play it. Because if you're going to play Iron Warriors, you've got to be bitter. You've got to have that real core of bitterness. So, Forge World are just helping with your immersion into the narrative.
I'm not a big fan of them, but I think it's the helmets.
Yeah, I quite like them, but they seem to be very divisive. You either like.
I tell you what, they remind me of, and it's because they've got that kind of almost German, Second World War style helmet to them. They remind me of a lot of the third party stuff you get. So it's Maxi Mini, that kind of stuff. So I don't mind the aesthetic, but if I just saw the picture of it, I would say, oh, that's a third party head. And normally you can tell a Forge World sculpt because it's a Forge World sculpt. So there's nothing bad with the model. It's just something about it doesn't sit quite right with me.
Max described them as Darth Vader helmets. And I can't think of anything else now I look at them.
Yeah, it's definitely, there's something there that's just a bit.
Yeah, it's a funny aesthetic. It doesn't seem to match the rest of the Iron Warriors design line, but then there are hardly fucking any Iron Warriors models out there, aren't there? There's no Tyrants, there's no Iron Havocs. You got your Domitars that you can't use in a game because you can't fucking get them anywhere. I am very, very excited for the Moritats. As soon as the Moritats come out, I'll be ordering the Plasma Moritat as well, because I'm going to work out a way of if I can magnetise the backpack, because I want to run him in Zone Mortalis. I don't really want to run him with a jetpack in Zone Mortalis. So if I can magnetise the jump pack to come on and off for a normal backpack, that'll keep me very happy. So I'll be getting a Plasma Moritat when I come out. I just like chain fire, 12 plasma shots coming out. I'll probably melt him every single time I fire him with a gets hot, but fucking hilarious.
What about you then? So is there anything we've kind of baffled on about the releases stroke non-releases? Is there anything that's released that you excited about? Or
I've got something I'm not excited about that a lot of people are. The Sagittarium Guard kit. I'm kind of excited and not. Two reasons. One, I'm excited the way they released it. They've released it as an upgrade kit and a full unit, which I think is really smart, because if you've not got the units, you can just buy the squad, or if you've got spare custodes, you just buy the squads. But I don't know. They're cool. They're the classic Marines to custodes with bolters, but they just don't do anything for me. I actually fucking love the Gundabad Trolls, but I'm not allowed to talk about them on this show.
Oh, they're amazing.
They're massive as well
compared to the other ones. Yeah, really good. And the paint schemes by Borgia are absolutely amazing. That new style we talked about a bit before, really, really, really cool. So, but we won't go off on that.
We won't go off on that tangent. But
people won't like us.
There's not a lot, There's not. Looking at the new page on Forge World at the moment, and there hasn't been a huge amount out. Oh, the Krakenos Assault Tank came out. That's cool.
Yeah,
I do love the look of that, but I've been umming and ahhing in my list, and I don't think I'm going to run one in my list. I'll build
not your initial list. Anyway,
no, I'll build my mechanical list.
But you bought and painted everything else.
Yeah, I've got that, and it'll probably be one of the first things I buy as like an extra thing to try on. But I don't know, maybe it's a lack of, I don't run things like Radphage and Phosphex and stuff like that at the moment, so I haven't seen the effectiveness of that yet. But it's a lovely model, 105 quid. It's a fucking great big tank. Those Triara chassis are bloody huge, absolutely massive.
Yeah, they are beautiful things.
And I love them because they look
have a blast painting and working on something very different, aren't you?
Yeah, they are so different. We see at the moment, anywhere else, the aesthetic of them is so different, and it's really, really nice. I really, really like that. So, that's really all of there's not been a fat lot out. I mean, you can guarantee, because we're going to drop this in like a week, I bet you next week there's like fucking 40 models come out, and we wouldn't have talked about any of them by the time they come out.
Well, we don't go into great detail on the releases anyway. It's better covered by the more regular cast. But since we last recorded this, I think with knowing what's coming, and we've got a good idea what's coming for the first time, because they seem to reduce the time frame from when things are first shown to when they come out to within 3 to 6 months. So we know that the stuff that was out of the Weekender pretty much is the stuff we're going to see in the next few months.
Is that been confirmed?
It takes away some of the excitement.
I don't
think it's official, but I don't think anything's
Was it
official.
suggested?
I'm sure someone. I think it was suggested. Someone who went to the Weekender might be able to confirm that, but I think it seems to be following that trend a little bit more now. So I think we know we know what was released there, so we know that they're likely to be the things next. They're not armies we're collecting at the moment, so from a personal point of view, we're not super excited. I think if we were collecting Talons, we would be really excited each Friday, hoping that the next thing was being released. So that that's different for non-Talons players, I imagine. I think that I'm quite comfortable with their release schedule the way it is at the moment. I'm not too worried. I wish they got better at releasing their books on time, but I think they're fine with the amount of models they
I mean,
can.
I want to see some stuff going, because like we saw those Moritats when we went to the open day in May last year, didn't we? So they've been a year between seeing those and getting them out. So if it is going to be a case we're going to see these things in the next 3 months, I'd happily see less at the Weekender and know that it was all coming in the next 3 months or so, than seeing shitloads and going, well, I've no idea what they are. So, I think the only thing we really want to chat about after this is the Adepticon. That was pretty big.
I wanted to. It looks pretty well. It looks awesome. I can't wait to hear the cast that of had people there, and it's going to be really interesting. But I've been following it along. But I wanted to note that the difference this year with obviously GW's involvement, I think it's worth just sort of saying how encouraging that is.
They had more than just a stand there, didn't they?
Well, they had 2 teams for the community teams there, because they did 2 different games at once, I think. They did AOS games. I don't know what else they did, but they a lot of the community guys there. Duncan was doing painting stuff, and I just think, while not blowing smoke up GW's arses, we've moaned about them long enough for not getting involved in the community. So when they continue to do stuff like this, I think it's only right that we give them a bit of bit of praise for it as well. And I think it was really good, and people are genuinely getting excited and getting getting involved with them again, and the phenomenon that is Duncan, the cheesy, the fun celebrity of it all. That's the non-celebrity, but it's great. It's really nice to see. And then they kind of, quite surprisingly, I think, dropped some sort of sneak things about what 8K40K.
They gave us some ideas,
set the internet alight.
They were thinking of, wasn't it? This is where everybody's gone mental, saying, "Oh my god, this is what's happening in 8th Ed," and actually, they kind of praised it as these are the things we're thinking of. Now, reading between the lines corporately, that's fairly confident those things are going to probably happen, because you don't really want to just give wild rumours out.
No, I mean, most of me thinks that the book's already written and has gone to print. And I think I think the book will be written if it's going to be released in the next 6 months. I think it will be finished. There's been lots of rumours, isn't there, about different times about May, June.
Yeah, people
but then the comments would suggest that it could be a year, because if they really are concepts, then there's no way it's going to be out in May or June.
Yeah, so I do think the concepts thing is
a badly used word.
Corporate speak a little bit for. We're sort of we don't want to panic anybody, but let's start introducing these concepts now, so that when the book lands, it's sort of already in mind. But what did you think of the rules? Because I've got some good opinions on them. But what did you think of the proposed concepts?
As someone that played Road Trader and Second Ed, it doesn't worry me at all. I'm not at all worried about any of it. I quite like movement values. I think it gives you the ability to give each unit a bit more flavour. I remember when I played a couple of games of 6th Ed, and we probably talked about this in the first episode we did. I didn't really play 40k for a very long time until I came back to playing Heresy, and when I did dabble a couple of times away from fantasy and think about starting it, and I remember when it was Kurt telling me, giving me an introductory game with some, I think I was using Space Wolves I think it was a 6th Ed game, it could have been a 5th Ed game. I think it was 6th Ed that the movement values went. I can't remember, but anyway, I was like, well, the movement values, it's okay, everyone moves this. I was like, okay, that kind of works, but I'd quite like to see him back again. I think it gives you the ability to reduce the amount of special rules needed to give people extra movement and speed. It gives you a different way of controlling it. The more you can control within a profile, makes it easier to understand, but still gives you that level of complexity and tactical Do you understand what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
I'm probably saying really badly,
no.
but I just think
I mean,
you got these special rules for the Grey Slayer or the Space Walls with the extra run and things like that. Now with movement values, like could you have done that in a different way?
You just made
could you make
their movement value
things,
8 instead of 6 or something.
Yeah, and should Marines that are supposedly sort of got 8 foot tall in power armor, maybe they should move 6, and maybe normal humans should move 5. A very small difference. The last thing we want is to return to fantasy dwarf days when they only get to move 3 because the game's too slow and things don't move and they get very bogged down. But the odd difference here or there in inches would be great, and I'd love to see them go back to non-random charges or something, but that probably won't change. But it'd be nice to, because it makes it more tactical. If you know what your charge distance is going to be, you can play a much more tactical game, and people who want a tactical game, that should be good. But either way, I don't think it's going to be game breaking. I think it just gives them more flexibility. The combat phase stuff doesn't worry me too much. I'm not a big fan of the assault phase as it is. I still think, having played loads of war games in between, I think it's overcomplicated. I think it becomes a big mess where people are confused about who's done what and what initiative stage you're at. That might not change, we don't know, but I don't like the assault phase as it is. I think it should be a lot smoother. Whether that will do it or not, I don't know. Morale doesn't bother me either, and that seems to be the one that's had the most consternation out there. People getting really concerned about it.
The battle shock mechanic in Age of Sigmar works very nicely, actually.
Even a lot of Age of Sigmar players don't like it. I think
it stops it being so like the armor series. It stops it being all or nothing. I've lost combat by 1. I've got a 20-man unit. I lost combat by 1. I lost the whole fucking unit because of bad dice rolls. Oh right, well that's really fucked me. Like the rending on the armor saves, I like that from Sigmar, where it's I got a 5 up, I got 3 up armor. Oh, your shot there's got a -1 rend. But instead of it being like, well, my armor now just doesn't flat out work, I get a 4 up save. Power armor is still going to be good because you're going to need, unless it's a -3 to rend, it's not going to go through. So,
I think the other thing. Sorry, carry on.
I was just saying, it just stops that. It's just like my same issue with destroyer weapons when you roll a 6 and you've got no option but to take your unit off. There's no interaction. Now, if I've got 3 up armor and you hit me with tank killing weapons, but it's a 2 rend, I've still got a 5 or a 6 up save. I might save one guy, but I've got an opportunity to roll it rather than, oh well, I'll just take 4 of those models off because you've shot them all to fucking ribbons. It encourages that 2-player experience that I've said a couple of times now. I can keep playing the game.
Yeah, and I think a couple of other things from the morale point of view that spring to mind are, one, fluff. So no books that I read are Marines breaking from combat and running away. That they're not. It doesn't happen. So if it's supposed to be that they're getting mown down because they lost combat, well, that's kind of happening with that mechanic anyway. Might take another round of combat. But I think that the side that was winning those combats is more likely the better side in combat, the better placed side will still win. What it won't do is, what it will remove is that kind of fluke where a side that's you roll really badly and they roll really luckily and they win by 1 and then somehow catch you. So that won't happen as much. Also in battles, people that ran away in battles tend to run away before they happen. So you go back to Napoleonic Wars, people didn't run away very often during the combat. They would run away before the charging men with bayonets on the end of their muskets got to them. They would break and run before that happened.
Yeah, generally if you're in combat,
so if
you stay
in
there
combat,
and you get stabbed in the back, so you fought.
Exactly, you're fighting for your life at that stage. So it's almost more realistic that the losing side can then lose a couple more models on top. I actually like it from them.
Yeah.
But again, we're all different on that. Some people will look at it and hate it, and I've looked at it and thought, it doesn't bother me at all.
I wonder if it's just a case of people don't like change.
Well, we're all scared of change, and I think Heresy players are very scared that this narrative game that we talked about so much at the beginning would be in danger of an 83rd rule change because of the nature of the black books. People are worried about the black books being made irrelevant now, I suppose, or being out of date.
The
first 4 are out of date anyway.
Is
it 3 or 4? Yeah, the first 3 definitely, isn't it?
You don't buy the books. I mean, the way I look at it, maybe I'm odd. I've bought Inferno and I haven't. The first time I looked at the rules section is when we chatted with Pete and Dan. I read the fluff back and forward. That's what I bought that black book for. I bought it for the story, the art, the history. That the rules are good. It's the only way I'm going to get the rules. But when if I'm playing the game, I use the red book because that's what they're a gaming aid. So I'm not that worried about. I wouldn't see my black books as being irrelevant. I would just say, one section of them is. But like I said, most of the early Legion stuff is irrelevant now, because they've updated the rules. So why do people...
I mostly agree. I think the later books, the rules should stay up to date for a reasonable amount of time. I don't think we should expect as a Heresy community that they all stay in date. If they're talking about doing 15, 20 books, it might take 15 years to do.
Our rules are going
to be one bloody edition of a book over that bit of time. It's 5 years on, 6 years on from the first, 5 years on from the first book. That there's no surprise at all. There's been at least another edition. I think as long as it would be a real shame if the rules in Inferno were
But apparently
they were so badly retconned within the first 12 months of the release. That would be a bit of a shame.
But then there was talk that Inferno was designed to be fully compliant with.
Yeah, there is. We don't know the other rules yet, and I suppose that's the key. Is we don't. There's no point in panicking yet. I think as long as the rules are free and they're well presented. So if there's a really decent kind of FAQ where the odd minor, so the movement values are added, or they brought out their own version of Data Slate stroke Wall Scrolls, which had that up-to-date information on for all the units, and it's free, then that shouldn't be a problem. And whatever happened with AOS and whatever, people whether you're happy or sad with what happened with AOS, all the existing units in the game had rules, colour PDF rules, not just a cheap FAQ. There's proper colour PDF data, Wall Scrolls on release of the game. Whether we wait any longer or not for Heresy, I'm not sure. But if it does go down that route, I'm pretty sure that we will be fully supported and not out of pocket for rules within a short period of time. So I'm not going to worry.
The thing is, I think the bitter pill that's still there for fantasy players is that they nuked the old world. They killed 30 years of history.
Me too. I'd play AOS if it was the old world.
Off if they did that to Heresy, but they're just not going.
They can't. They can't do it to Heresy. They can do it to 40k. They can't do it to the Heresy narrative. It doesn't work because that history, that narrative is there. They can do minor changes, as we've seen throughout the Black Books and the Black Library novels. There's been some changes because the paragraph in some codex in 4th ed wasn't quite what it happens to be. It's because they're trying to fill out a full story and make it all align. And what was said might have been contradictory, but they're generally not completely retconning too many important story arcs, and that won't change. And a new edition of the rules won't change that for 30k. If you think it will, I don't. I might be missing the point in the big way that I don't see how that will affect it. It's whether the game is going to be nice enough and enjoyable enough to play, and I think as long as it's we've talked about narrative. We want to play games with nicely painted toy soldiers on the table. We can have a few beers with mates, and then we can recreate the brilliant narrative of the Horus Heresy, and the game would have to be really, really shockingly unplayable for us to give it up. I think from me and you point of view, we talked about this a little bit, and I don't think the rules will be that bad. Hopefully that the whatever FAQ and things are needed work well, and they don't need too much changing, and hopefully it settles down fairly quickly, and maybe it will bring some of the perceived unbalances of Book 7 back in line. Maybe the changes are there. We are hoping a lot, but why not be positive? But hopefully whatever rules changes there are don't affect the balance too much, and that people's armies need completely rechanging. Hopefully what people own is already fairly usable. We don't know yet. We'll have to see looking at what they've talked about so far shouldn't change an awful lot. It depends what other changes there are, and we don't know, and there's no point in wish listing on what the other changes might be.
As I said, we as generally, I think both me and you agree, we don't really chat on about stuff we haven't got good solid evidence for. We won't get into rumours and stuff too much because it's all just guessing really. Because we're happy to talk about 8th now because we've had stuff from GW, so we'll chat about that. But we're getting into the realms of wish listing and guessing now. So until we know more, we'll probably leave 8th ed there. I think the big message is me and you aren't really going to worry about it, are we, till we know what's happening? But that's we've actually prattled on for quite a while now, so let's take a short break. Let's have a little bit of music. Let's have a little rest for a minute. I need to refill my glass again. I'm on my 5th run now. So Yeah, better go and have a pee and stuff. So everybody go and empty your bladders, and we'll be back for the second half of the intro. Welcome back, guys. I hope you enjoyed that rendition of Who Let the Dogs Out, because I know it's Stu's favourite song at the moment. So that's forced him into playing it now. Otherwise, that's going to sound really weird. But
it won't be. That won't be there.
Cool. We're back with some listener messages. So you can get in touch with us through Facebook, Instagram. Send us a message on Facebook, put it on our wall. We got an email address, we got all the usual stuff, so you can get in touch with us. We do like to hear from you. We will take audio messages in a Radio Free Isfan style if you send us a recording. We don't have a phone number, but send us audio files if you want. That's absolutely fine. If you want to send naked pictures, send them to Stu. Unless you're a lady, but there's no ladies in the heresy, let's face it.
We share the email address, so we both got access to these, but you can pretend you're just sending them to me or to Tom.
Just address them for Stu and I'll read them, so it's fine. Yeah, so we have got our first message from Maximilian Murray Hill, first of our triple barrel names for the night. So he sent us a message to say, I'm going to skip the start because it's praise, and I don't like reading praise. He got a question on Path of Heaven, so it's the White Scars novel. You might want to close your ears for a few minutes if you haven't got that far. We're not going to spoil it too much, but we do need to talk about it. So it says, in the books it states there is a second golden throne. Now fast forward 10,000 years, who's to say the corpse of on the original throne is not a fake and the Emperor is being a reclusive dick and just set downstairs on that second backup throne, letting everything go into hell around him. Yeah, the Emperor's a dick. I can fully see it. I'm fully in support of that. The Emperor is a dick. I will say the second golden throne, though, is across the other side of the universe, isn't it, where the White Scars are?
Yeah, so it's quite unusual having it. Most people will have a second throne. One's usually downstairs. One's usually upstairs. Some people have an ensuite as well. I think Pete's got 4, hasn't he? As Dan was saying in the last show.
Yeah.
So he's got more than a second throne.
I have to go and use the second throne when I've been drinking. Apparently, that's or I've been out for a curry. I get told to go and use the downstairs throne.
Well, I've been like that for 3 nights. I don't know what's going on. There's been a curry and a couple of roast meals chucked in the last few days. I've been testing the old intestines out, but
you've been sending some stuff into the webway to fight some demons off.
I certainly have.
Yeah, I to be honest, after a weekend in no retreat eating pizza and drinking beer, I had some serious. I dropped some nurglings in the pool when I got back. It was not pleasant. Actually, I'll tell you a good story about that. Actually, I don't think I've told you this one. I might get caught out with this, but the chances are quite remote. But we were sat on the plane coming back, and I'm sat on row by myself, and I got most of the guys behind me, and a young lady and her daughter and her husband in front of us. And most of the way through the flight back, the young girl's been popping her head over the top of the chair and waving and generally doing what 2-3-year-olds do, play havoc and be funny. A nice laugh. And my guts are bad on the way back. Like I said, we did nothing but drink and eat takeaway food for 3 or 4 days. So I'm dropping silent bombs everywhere, thinking I'm getting away with it. I can smell it. It's fucking not pleasant. The lads behind me didn't say anything. Nobody said anything. Nobody thought. Got to the other end. Got to get off the plane. Thought, got away with that. Farting on a tube for 3 hours. I should be okay. And I'm walking up the aisleway with this lady and her daughter in front of me. And as we get to the stewardess at the front who's saying goodbye to everyone, she said to the lady, she said, "I think there's something wrong with the seats." He said, all the flight, all the way there, there's a really bad smell there, like something's gone off. And I'm sitting there behind her going, definitely nothing to do with me, definitely nothing to do with my guts.
Oh, God.
And the poor steward, "Oh, yeah, we'll go and check it, we'll go and make sure it's clean." I'm thinking, yeah, it won't be a problem, love, because in about 20 minutes when the doors have been open and it's all dissipated, my fucking gut rot will have disappeared. But I stood behind and thought, oops. She smelt it then.
She probably knew it was you and said that with an earshot
She knew full fucking well what had been going on. I've been dropping my guts all the way back. So yeah, I wouldn't put it past the Emperor to be sat downstairs having a monumentally tough shit. He's having a tricky shit trying to get that out. It just happens to be 10,000 years worth of tricky shit.
Well, we've both provided a really sensible answer to the question. Was it actually a serious question? Is it fake? Just a repeated trick? Yeah, I suppose it is. Yeah.
The way it's described in the book, it could well be a genuine. It's a conduit of some kind of psychic conduit that the Scars used to get into the past below, which is heavily hinted at in a few books that is the web way, and it could well be. It's interesting that. Do I give Master of Mankind spoilers?
No, I wouldn't do any more, to be honest with you.
I think we've been pretty good. Stuff from Master of Mankind that might play into that as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't say much more. I think there's a little bit of a spoiler there, but nothing that would spoil the whole story. But I wouldn't give any more. So
sorry
to the toilet-related answers from both of us, Max.
What did you expect? So. Should we move on to our next serious and sensible request for information?
Yes.
We were recording again, timey-wimey, wibbly-wobbly. We were only recording last week. We recorded the interview with Dan and Pete last week. And as we sat there, my phone starts buzzing. And it's a certain UK podcaster who clearly had a bit too much to drink, wanting to come on the show and invade the chat. I managed to dismiss him, but Max insisted that I answer a few questions on his show. So... apparently, between him and the Spacemen and Guns podcast, there is an ongoing row about what a baked item is. Now, I would call it a bread roll, maybe a bap. I've got family from Derby, and they tend to talk about baps or cobs. Or is it a muffin?
So what baked item? You mean?
You call it a bread roll, don't you? You're normal. We have bread rolls.
Bread roll, yeah.
Yeah, so not these northerners who call them baps, muffins, or cobs.
I think if someone says bap, for me that's like a slang version, and I'll know what people mean. Muffin for me is something completely different. It's either an English muffin or a sweet muffin, like a cake type muffin. Cob, yeah, I know what it is, but I've not really heard anyone use that. But yeah, baps can be titties as well. But again, I think that's a play on the slang.
If I'm out drinking and some woman says to me, "Do you want to see my baps?" and then she produces me a pair of bread rolls, I'm not going to be impressed. So yeah, it's a bread roll, Max. I don't care what you think. And Dave from Spaceman with Guns, it's a bread roll. We're from the south. We are correct. We speak English.
They call it cob, I'm guessing. Is that what it's
yeah, well, my in-laws from Derby call it a cob. So I'm guessing that's what they call it north of the wall. But
it's a northern thing, isn't it? Because Dave from Spaceman with Guns, the English guy, is from Leeds, isn't he? It's Yorkshire anyway, whereas Max and
he's from north of the
Phil
wall.
Are from Lancashire. So
yeah. And also, he did ask who got more sex appeal, me or you, and we had to argue the other person's case.
Oh, I thought he'd choose. I thought it's not down for us to say. I mean, to be fair, you are the younger, more attractive one, aren't you? But unfortunately,
Max didn't keep asking me to stay with him on Saturday night when I went up to Manchester. I was quite fucking worried about it.
Max would be disappointed. He might be younger and more attractive. Unfortunately, you'd be disappointed when you find out about the micro penis. And then,
hey, nobody's disappointed about it. I tell them flat out from the front. Not my fault if they don't believe me.
And it does look flat out from the front. That's. Oh, sorry.
I was going to say nice things about you, Stu, so fuck off. Age before beauty, isn't it?
Yes, probably. Yeah. Well, I always come first when we have sex, so that's my excuse.
I know. I'm always forever finishing myself off. We drag it out the toilet now. We're going for a toilet.
Yeah, let's have a serious question. Have we got a serious question?
Yeah, we actually have. Dave from the Spaceman with Guns, the other bloody northerner, he's written in asking for my advice with lists. Stu, would you like to explain what I'm famous for my first appearance on a podcast?
Yeah, you can't write legal lists, can you?
No, I can't write legal lists.
Probably not the best.
But Dave sent me in a message asking if I give a look at his Ultramarines list. He's playing Max again, fucking this is not. Do you know what? It sounds like the podcast, the five of us in the UK, or the 10 people in the UK podcast community, the only people that bloody exist, isn't it? You know.
We do spend
Dave
a bit of time chatting on Facebook, so I suppose that might seem like that. But so, War of the Roses game, then I'm guessing there's a bit of rivalry going on here. That's good.
There's an event going on that. I think Max put a thing up about they're doing a War of the Roses heresy event. I think loyalists and traitors are being put aside, and they're digging out a far deeper rivalry of Yorkshire versus Lancashire for a day. So that should be good fun. I might just go in as a Southern King and just piss all over them. Dave's sent me his list in for a bit of tweaking. He's got his Ultramarines list. They are playing in April, so there was a bit of a caveat on the list that I couldn't go hog wild and change all the list and everything like that. And I will caveat it with, if you want a proper list, speak to Ryan. He will actually give you a sensible advice. I had a little tweak. So if I go through the list that he sent me, it's in Battle Scribe, so of course it's fucking illegible. And for some reason, a Secaran Venator battle tank comes up first. It's uncategorized.
Right.
So it's a 2,500 point Ultramarines list. He is running a Secaran Venator tank destroyer with armored ceramite, hunter killer, las cannon sponsons, pintle heavy bolter, a chaplain with artificer armor and a melter bomb, a praetor with cataphractii armor, combi bolter and a power weapon, combi bolter and power weapon, and a chain fist. Fucking Battle Scribe. Battle Scribe is fucking awful.
Yeah, so it'd be should be a chain fist. He's upgraded, and
you have to drop the power weapon for a chain fist. So he's got a chain fist. Condemned to Dreadnought with twin link bolter, extra armor, multi melter, and then another Contemptor with a Keris assault cannon. He then got a tactical support squad with plasma guns in a Rhino, with a sergeant with a plasma pistol. He then got a Terminator squad with a chain fist, heavy flamer, and couple of lightning claw and a power fist. Now, we had an issue here, and this is going to be an issue I'm going to raise. David got teleport assault on them, and when I asked him, I said, "How the fuck did you unlock teleport assault if you're running Pride of the Legion?" He said, "Oh, it's an option on Battle Scribe." Now, this is not your fault, David. This is not a personal dig. This is why we say to people, buy the freaking books. Don't rely on Battle Scribe and stuff like that. It doesn't, you do need to require those lists. So we had a chat, and he's actually not got any transport for his freaking Terminators because of that. He was expecting to deep strike him. So just be careful, guys. If you're using Battle Scribe and Quartermaster and stuff to build lists, it does require you to have the books and look at them as well. But anyway, that's, like I said, not dig at Dave. That's something I see all the frigging time. So it's one of my personal gripes, isn't it? Things that winds me up about not having the books. So he then got a veteran tactical squad with marksman. They were a Rhino. He got a combi plasma in there, bolt pistol, just a bog standard sergeant. So basically only one sniper. One combi plasma on that. Then he got another veteran tactical squad which had weapon masters. They got a Vexilla, a missile launcher with a suspensor web, a Rhino, and a sergeant with artificer armor, a plasma pistol, and a power sword. Then an 8-man veteran squad, and this is where his chaplain was going to ride with them. They got a heavy bolter with a suspensor web, a combi flamer, and the sergeant had got a power fist. That was it. And then he got a heavy support squad with a heavy bolter, 4 heavy bolters in there, and a sergeant with an augury scanner. He then got a Leviathan, siege dread with armored ceramite, volcanic titties, a siege claw with a mortar gun in it, and a siege drill with a mortar gun in it. And that was his list. So, what did I do to that? He got a quad mortar kicking around, so I said put that in. He needed some strength 8 under. He's going up against Max's Iron Warriors. He's going to need some tanks to kill. I then changed the loadout on his Leviathan because he'd got the Leviathan footslocking with 2 close combat weapons. So he's going to spend 3 turns marching across the board, getting shot at, probably going to get it killed before it gets there. he got the storm cannon, the grav flux bombard coming. So I said, put them on there. It's not ideal without a pod, but at least you'll be able to hit things from range. You'll be able to, march for a turn or two rather than 3. And I stuck the phosphex on it as well because, phosphex is fucking funny, isn't it, with a Leviathan? Great.
Yeah, and it's one use on it as well. It's not like running it on your on certain things.
I'm just bitter about phosphex in general. I dropped the plasma pistol on the sergeant of the sports squad because he was dropping a plasma gun to give him a pistol and paying the points for it. So you just take the plasma gun, it's better. Because you're not going to run him into combat where the pistol's going to help. Have the 5th plasma gun. So we did that. The 10-man vet squad with a missile launcher, I dropped Weapon Master for marksman. They didn't have enough weapons to be kitted out in combat for it to really make it worth it. They were going to hit on 3s, but they're not going to actually be punching any more through. So when you combine that with the Legion Astartes tactics, so you've got your sniper bolters, you've got a rhino, so you jump the guys out of the rhino, you shoot the combi bolter into the rhino and hit it. That means your sniper vets then get to fire their shots out. Then when they roll to wound, they're going to be wounding on a 4, with 6s being AP2, and they're re-rolling 1s for interlocking tactics. So you can make them much more effective at shooting. I dropped the Power Fist on the Sergeant as well, because you're not really going to be getting in combat. I mean, Power Fist on the Sergeant, I do run them in my squads because I've got the points spare. That's just in case I get charged, I've got something to punch through some AP2. It just helps sometimes. But in his list, it was just points I squeaked out. The 9-man vet squad with a chaplain, I gave the Sergeant Artificer armor, I gave the squad a Vixella, left them as weapon masters, because if you've got a chaplain, you're going to be going into combat with them. So you need the Sergeant up front with some AP2 to tank some wounds. You want the Vexella in there because if you're going to start taking morale tests, you want to be able to get that reroll. So they're not going to be a combat monster squad at all. But if they're going to go into combat with the chaplain, they get the best they can. I then dropped the las sponsons on the Venator because once you fire the main gun, they're snap shooting, and 2 snap shooting one-shot las cannons just ain't worth the points. The 40 points. I dropped the armored ceramite as well because you're going to get melted in the side at 12 or 10, 11 at the back. Armored ceramite's not going to do you any good. They don't need the extra.
What's he got left on it for weapon destroyed though?
He's got the pintle-mounted heavy bolter,
hasn't he? Yeah.
So if you're worried about it,
you can put the bolters on the side
put the heavy bolters.
Yeah. I think I built mine with heavy bolters because the las cannons were never going to be worth it.
Yeah, it's a 20 points instead of a 14. 20 points instead of 40. If it was heavy bolters, I can see the logic in that. I probably wouldn't bother. I don't on mine, but
I don't think he's finished building the kit yet. So if he hears this before he's built the kit, then
I've emailed it all back to him already.
Build the bolters, don't build the las cannons, but you might not use them in most of your lists.
Magnetize the fuck out of everything. So, I mean, somebody said to me with the heavy bolters, what's quite good actually. I have it sometimes when my Venator survives, I've stopped killing. I've run out of tanks to kill with it.
Yeah.
So you end up, you've got 2 really strong shots. But if you've got heavy bolter sponsons and a heavy bolter on top, you don't fire the main gun. You've got 3 heavy bolters you can fire off it, and you can then start hitting infantry with it. So I can see an argument for the heavy bolter.
I think it gives the tank a second use, especially if all of the maybe you've already done its job and it's destroyed a couple of big things or stopped them from doing it. You might be late in game and it's still on the table. And having the 3 heavy bolters, like you said, is good against infantry. Also, if you are getting shot at, it gives you only a 1 in 4 chance of losing your big gun, doesn't it, for weapon destroyed? So if you got the points, great, but they may well be better spell as well.
Yeah, I tweak the points in other places, and I just can't see the point of 40 points for 2 las cannons on them. So if you're going to put sponsons on it, put the heavy bolters on. I don't run anything on my Venator. I literally run it bog standard. Yeah. And it does the job. It still does the job I need it to. And if I lose it after a turn or 2, once it's killed, when I played Jens, it locked down his glaive for 2 turns and stopped it firing, which meant I took his glaive out in the end. and it still got its quad las cannons, but it was snap firing them. It did its job. It more than did its job while I killed.
Just locking it down for 2 days, 2 turns.
Yeah.
That'd be a very long game. 2 turns is doing its job for the points. It's done. The amount of hurt that glaive could give your infantry as well. So
exactly. So it didn't need any extra kit on it. Mr. Kimmel gave me a lesson on, why armor's Terramite's not worth it under armor 12 really. So I've implied that lesson across as well. So yeah, Dave, by any means, I'm not a list master. I've given you some feedback on your list based on experience of what I've found and what I looked at in your units, and also, yeah, I mean, if you'd let me go free range and change everything, I might have done something very different. But that is tweaking most of what you've got to get it better. But I mean, going forward, the things you need transport for your Terminators, because you're going to find they do nothing. Cataphractic Terminators that can't run, they're just going to move forward 6 every turn, and if Max is sensible, he'll ignore them because they've only got combi bolters to fire out with, and once they get in range, they'll spend 3 turns moving into range, and then he'll probably just drop a Medusa pie plate on their head and kill them. So transport for them. And the Leviathan, same problem with the Leviathan. You've got some better guns for it now, so you're going to have some range. But Storm Cannons are 24, and the Ground Flux is 18.
I want to say 18. Yeah, 18.
Yeah, so you're still going to have to get. You're going to have to get quite close before you can start shooting things, and it's just drawing a great big target on his head. So Dreadnought drop pod for that, because everybody fucking loves a Dreadnought Leviathan in a drop pod.
You can't buy them, but get one of those.
Yeah, get one of those, impossible to find things, but yeah, that's it. And maybe Praetor, and put your chaplain in Terminator armor, put him into a Spartan with the Cataphracti and the Praetor. Go for it. Great little Death Star unit there, and you're, I think, what were we at, 2,000 points? How many fucking points was it? That was 2,500. So
2,500. Yeah.
So you then throw in, a 500 point Lord of War tank to go up to 3k, or trim your list down and put it. But you might want to look at
isn't groundbreaking, is it? But it's tried and tested, and it works, and it will work well with the rest of your army because it's pretty mobile. I mean, if you don't put your Praetor and your Chaplain in, you could have a Land Raider. But then what are you doing with your Chaplain and your Praetor?
Exactly, yeah.
Well, you can keep your Chaplain in the.
Or if you're going to run your Chaplain in Artificer armor, get some suzerain and make the most of the space then. But you're probably going to want a Praetor in Artificer armor then instead of a Praetor in Terminator armor. But your Chaplain, it's going to buff that veteran squad in combat, but you're buffing a unit that's not great in combat anyway. If you know what I mean? You're taking an okay combat unit. You're taking a reasonable combat unit to make them okay, rather than taking a good combat unit and making them excellent. So there might be something to think of there as well. But again, go and play what you want to play. Don't just listen to what I'm saying. Here's some advice and here's some experience. But if you really love the idea of something, go and play that as well. That's far more important than the best, mathematically best game. You might find that army's got good strength. It's got lots of scoring units. It's very mobile. It'll get around the board. It'll do stuff. I think you're going to struggle with anti-tank a little bit in there, but if you're smart and sensible and use what anti-tank you've got in the right places, you'll do some damage.
Yeah, and Max has your list now, so.
Yeah, well, don't worry about Max, because you're only going to go there and get power gamed anyway, because he doesn't know how to play unless he's a black faggot. So just sit there. All you got to do is every time he shoots at you, either say, he'll say, "I'm going to shoot that." Just say, "No, you're not." Every time, keep doing it. Or when he says, "Yes, I am," say, "That's fine, I'm jinking." Jink your Spartan, jink your Sicaran, jink everything. Jink your infantry units. He loves it when you do that. Just jink every fucking thing. If you keep saying it enough, one time he'll go, "Oh, okay then," and you'll get a jink. So you got to play mind games with people psychologically. You got to get inside their crawl space, mess with their heads. Did you want to give a shout out to we've sold some more merchandise?
We have, haven't we? Well, we've sold a few bits since we last. But Alistair, Hammer and Fire on Instagram, has posted a picture of his beanie and his mug, and we've promised that anyone that posts a picture of their merch, either wearing it or we're not going to force you to wear it. Not everyone likes to take selfies, but post a picture of you sporting your stuff in some way or another, we'll send you a sticker. So, Alistair, I don't know if you're the Alistair that's in our Facebook group quite a lot. Obviously, the Instagram handle doesn't always mean a lot, but shoot us a message, give us your address, and we'll get some stickers in the post here.
Yeah, Stu says I'm not. Stu says I'm not allowed to post my picture of my G52 thong. Says it's not appropriate.
Not yet. We'll say that for a very special kind of
1,000 Instagram followers. You get me in a thong. We're never going to get to 1,000, are we?
No. We're actually trying to sell merchandise through the for the web store, Tom, to raise money for new microphones and things. But which brings us nicely onto, funnily enough, professional segues and the rest.
Fucking slick, aren't we?
Yeah, awesome. It's like it's written in the notes and stuff as well. Please go and have a look at our Spreadshirt store and have a look at the wonderful array of goodies that you can purchase there. Anything you buy, some of, not much, but a few quid of the money comes back to us, and which we're using to try and raise money for a mixer and a couple of mics so that we can be a little bit more on level and not recording over Skype and or not sharing one crappy mic if we are recording in the same room, and it will make the show a little bit easier to listen to. I know we've had a few comments in the past, not many, but the odd comment about mic levels being up and down, and I've now got a worse quality mic but a slightly better level, which is really fucking annoying when I'm trying to put the show together, but we're doing our best, but the setup that we're saving up for and we are getting there will help us loads, and even if it doesn't get us all the way there, we're going to buy the stuff anyway eventually, but the money will go towards our hosting when the bill comes around again in August. So if you don't have to give us money, we're not going to stop doing this, but if you did feel like supporting us, you are enjoying the shows, that's a great way of doing it. Another way, if you don't want to buy something and you just want to give us a quid or something like that, we do have a donate button for PayPal, which you can see in our pinned posts on both our Facebook group. Hint, join it, it's brilliant. Go in there and chat with other hobbyists and our Facebook page. The links are there in those pinned posts, so you can just sort of sling us a quid or something if you wanted to. You can do that anonymously, you can leave a note with it and we can give you a shout out if you do. Like us on Facebook, please. Gets our name out there. The more likes, I know there's a lot of people that are in our group that haven't liked the page, or there's a few. I noticed a few people are following our page and not liked it, and I know what that means. That means you're closet gamers and you don't want all your friends to see the nerdy stuff that you like. Fair enough.
So call them out, Stu, in public. That'll really help. Call them out in public.
Well, it's not going to work. They've already hidden their trail, haven't they? No, but please get involved with us on our social networking. Instagram's still flying. It's absolutely fantastic. I think Tom and I post a lot of painted pictures and things on there, which seems to do very well. We're growing now. We're nearly at 900 on there. It's growing really quickly as well. So by the time we next record, we might be close to 1,000. So that's really brilliant to see. Twitter, not so much. We don't post too much on Twitter. I do for my business, for Miniature Realms. I don't seem to do as much for the show. It seems to be the heresy community is firmly established on Facebook, and then the painters are very much on Instagram. But if you are a Twitter user, you can catch us on there as well. And that's it really. So just get involved with us. We don't have to give us money. We're not going to cry if you don't. We're not begging for it. We're just saying help us if you feel you want to. Have you got anything else to add to that, Tom?
Yeah, if you want to donate money to my gradual slide into alcoholism, I take cash, check, bank transfer. Quite frankly, it's quite hard to be drunk this much in the heresy community. So, I will accept all generous donations to my gradual slide into alcoholism. So, yeah, no, that covers it. Like I said, guys, the show is not going to go away if we don't make money. We're not trying to make money. It's not, we don't want you to bankroll it. But we both have wives and children, and I have a rich taste in bitches and rum. So Roller Cola. If you want me to drink proper Coca-Cola, you need to start fucking donating to our fucking PayPal. for my mixer fund. I'm drinking fucking Aldi Vive lemonade.
We need 2 mixer funds, don't we? One for the podcast mixer, one for Tom's rum mixer.
Yeah. So if you want to support if you want me to drink some classy drinks, that's fine. I mean, I think I mentioned it on the last show, and I'm going to try and do it. We're going to try and start doing some Facebook Live stuff as well.
Sorry. Tom's face is going to be appearing on an internet near you soon. You might be Saturday morning. You might be sitting there having a coffee, relaxing, and then suddenly you get Tom painting in his pants in his hobby room. That's all right.
So if you want to see me sitting in my hobby dungeon, painting in my pants, we might be about on that. And we're definitely going to try and live stream some games. So if you want to see me cheat my way through and get all the rules wrong all the way through, you can watch that. So we're going to try and do some more stuff and things like that. I'm just waiting for stuff to arrive from China from various eBay sellers. I hope to do that, but I've run out of rum and I've run out of MDF scenery to build. So unless there's anything else you want to do, Stu?
No, we will see you after the break, or hear you. Well, you'll hear us. I'll get it right in a minute.
No, you'll be seeing me because I'm in your fucking window. Just go and close them curtains.
See, right now I'm sitting with the curtains open and the lights on, so I can't actually see out the windows. You could be.
I'm in the fucking bush, mate. You think that shed is locked? I'm in there and rolling around on the floor. It's going to be one of those things where I get sober again halfway through the show. So, take it easy, guys. We'll catch you in a bit.
G52 is sponsored by Incom Gaming, the new centre for tabletop wargaming in Gloucestershire. Visit incomgaming.co.uk for great savings on pre-orders and all your hobby needs. We stock many gaming systems and hobby accessories and can ship to anywhere in the UK. Incom Gaming is the only UK stockists of the market-leading gaming mats from GameMats.eu. Visit the store and check out how to turn your tabletop into a battlefield. Incom Gaming is based in the centre of Cheltenham and offers tables and scenery for casual and organised play with a fully licensed bar. Check out our events page for upcoming events where everyone is welcome. Save an additional 10% on Games Workshop Heresy products by using the code GINO52 at the checkout. Visit incomgaming.co.uk and help fight the betrayal. Incom Gaming. Come game, shop, drink. To shop elsewhere is heresy.
Right, welcome back, everybody. And following Barking at Egyptians and the cheese fest that was looking at the Space Wolves and Thousand Suns, we thought, we haven't got enough fromage. So we thought we'd turn it up to 11 and let's have a look at the Talons of the Emperor list and let's see if it's as bad as everybody seems to be crying about. So I've had a good look through it. I know Stu's had a bit of a flick through it, but as we did with the Thousand Suns and the Wolves, we thought we'd get somebody on who actually is doing this list and is thinking about it. So welcome on, Kurt.
Hello.
So Kurt's one of the local gamers that are Incom Gaming with us. He's been fannying about with the Banana Man list for a little while now. So do you want to give us a little brief intro into who you are and what you're doing and your history in the hobby then, Kurt?
Yeah, I've been, since White Dwarf 183, I think was the first one I picked up. So I've been around a little while now.
That's very precise.
Yeah, it's the one with, I can remember the Tyranids on the cover.
Mine was 138, and I'm old.
Very, very good. I've been playing since 40k since second edition, played pretty much every single one of the specialist games along the way as well, just massive 40k nut. Love my Raven Guard, which earlier listeners will probably remember Stu painting up my 30k Raven Guard. I've got a large 40k Raven Guard as well. Always loved the Banana Men, as Tom's calling them. The Golden Warriors of Doom. And now they've actually got rules and some spankingly gorgeous models. I decided, it's about time I'll actually make an army out of them.
Awesome. So, was it a decision as soon as you saw the plastics from Prospero that it was fairly obvious, that's what I'm going to do? You're going to abandon Korax and his boys?
I mean, my Raven Guard are sizable now. It's always an ongoing project. That's never going to finish, I don't think, unfortunately. But as soon as I saw the first pictures of them, it was just like, doing those. Finally, Guardian Spears, badass guys with top knots. Yeah, got to be done.
Got to join the cheese fest.
Got to be at the front of the cheese fest. I'm fed up with the Ultra Smurfs at our local club ruling the roost, so time to.
Yeah, well, so we got to bring the Banana Men out to beat the tons of Gilliman. So
yeah,
no, that's cool. So
I was going to say too much gold on those blue boys. Let's get the real gold boys out.
Yeah, no, they're pretty special. I mean, I'm working on a few little custodes. I've got to admit, I have a little bit of a bug for them. I'm only going to do a little tiny force, but I've got two sets of Prospero squads. I think one I got with my box and one I acquired from Stu. So I've built up five spears and 5 shields, and I've got a Ixid Hail model that I'm probably just going to make into either a Valdor or a Shield Captain stand-in, because they're beautiful, stunning models. They're absolutely gorgeous.
They are. The jet bikes and the Contemptors as well. Absolutely spankingly beautiful.
Yeah, they've really knocked it out of the park with the look of them. I mean, there's done a lot of artwork, and they've been around in the fluff for a long time. I think everybody had an idea of what they thought they looked like in their head, and they've really come out and just gone, well, yeah, what you think is probably there, but look at these, they're even fucking better.
Yeah, no, definitely. Especially the stuff coming out at the Weekender and things like that, with the new stuff coming out. It's just like, oh my wallet's going to take a pounding.
I think it was the transports and things that really surprised everyone, because we had a good idea what the infantry were going to be like and what kind of themes from the plastics. But as soon as we started seeing pictures of the transports, we realised it was a sort of a whole new design approach. That was something very different to a lot of the existing very heavy trundly kind of armour that you have in 30k. Everything's kind of gritty and dusty and stuff, and these looked different, didn't they? So it gave you a real kind of ancient technology kind of thing, yeah. which they've obviously not done in 40k with that awful box they've just released with a horrible gold rhino and the gold models that really shouldn't have been painted. Too much retributed gold left in the stock houses, I think, and too many rhinos and too many Land Raiders left. I needed to clear a few of them. But thank God that most people in 30k are going to be running the nice new 30k centric stuff.
Oh yes.
Cool. So, should we start having a look at this army list and and discussing the various levels of salt and cheese you need to apply to it? So, I mean, I think one of the things that first struck, I think, a lot of people when it came out was, I think people were expecting a Custodes army list and a Sisters army list. And actually, while we battered on about the Custodes to start with, this isn't just Custodes. This is the Talons of the Emperor list with your Sisters of Silence thrown in there as well.
Yeah, it's just some extra parmesan thrown in with your gorgonzola.
You can get your solar slags on as well as your Custodes. Banana Men and solar slags together.
Oh yeah.
And actually, while we've harped on about the beauty of the Custodes, I know Stu, you've seen it. I've done a little test piece for my sisters with their armour, and they're a joy to paint. They're beautiful models to get in close to and paint, and they're really they are top class plastics as well. The Sisters of Silence.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing mine. Mine are all still sitting on the sprue, but I'm gonna do a couple of squads and a couple of squads of Custodes. I'm not planning to use them in any particular force, but they're just to sit in the cabinet and ally them in the odd game. Just for big games and things like that. I can't see me doing a full list of them, even though it doesn't take many to do a full list. But I suppose we'll discuss that. Well, I'm sure we'll get Kurt to talk through what he's been running a bit later on.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, I've
got a small list ready to use. Let's put it that way.
Well, the rumour has it you've got a grey army of Banana Men that's been seen on the field.
That was just their very first outing. They've yet to see some paint, admittedly.
They're booked in with a commission painter, aren't they? So they'll be done soon.
Reasonably good at painting stuff. I don't know if anybody's heard of him before, but he's all right, I suppose.
No, I'm looking forward to doing them.
He's cheap and he's quick.
Yeah, well, I'm quick.
Yeah, no, cool. So let's crack on then. So should we start off? I think what we're going to do is going to go through, like we did with 1,000 Sons of War. We're going to try and go through from the page by page. So if you're playing along at home, you want to turn to page 242 in your Inferno, and we'll start off with the Legio Custos then. So do you want to run us through their special rules to start with, then, Kurt?
Yeah, okay. So they have 3 main rules that make them basically complete badasses. So the first one you got is preternatural skill, or whoever wants to pronounce that. Basically, this is preternatural, yeah. This is the one that makes them faster than most things, unless you're a Primarch, to be honest. So basically, it's anybody with this rule gains a +1 bonus to initiative in the assault phase if their weapon skill is equal to or greater than the models they're fighting. Bear in mind, most of them are weapon skill 5 base.
It's the equal to thing that really is a kick in the dick. Because you run your specialist Legion assault squad into them. You know, your Phoenix Terminators, Suzerain, Gorgons, stuff like that. They're all weapon skill 5, which is normally good, but actually at that point they're still going to be getting outdone by, you're still going to get your initiative bonus. I mean, I know when Guilliman fought Valdor in the first round of combat, they're equal. So he went first, and it wasn't until the second round in the challenge when I'd upped my weapon skill 1 that I managed to then slow Valdor down. But yeah, it's the equal to thing that I find is really strong. Because like you said, most things are weapon skill 5, so you're never really not going to get that bonus.
Yeah, you're looking at some really, really specialised units that are not going to trigger that effect.
Yeah.
And most of those will be running unwieldy weapons anyway, in which case it's not going to make a massive difference.
No, because you're going to be hitting.
It really does tip the balance, especially when we come and look at their weapons and stuff later on. It does add to that quite significantly. It's sort of edged out a lot of fights that they've been in so far, which is nice for me.
Just any time you get to go first, I mean, even if you look at it on the big picture of the game itself, taking the first turn is quite critical quite often. So any time you can get a bonus to going first makes a huge difference.
Yes, agreed. Massively big difference. It does mean some of them can actually edge out or level up with Primarchs as well, which is quite tasty.
Yeah, and at worst, if you're not going before them, you're going at the same time with them. So even if they do flatten a load of your guys, you're getting your hits back as well.
Yes.
Which is really, really handy.
Yeah. Next up, you've got the Sodality.
Solidarity.
Yeah, solidarity, but they misspelt it.
Sodomization.
Well, sodomization of barrage weapons, anyway. Basically, it means the unit has a 3-inch unit coherency instead of the usual 2, and much like the Legion Astartes rule, they can regroup regardless of casualties, and also unmodified leadership tests, which are also stupidly beneficial. But it's the 3-inch rather than 2-inch makes a massive difference. Huge difference on the battlefield.
The thing is, the thing you're going to really fire at them at high strength to really hurt them tend to be big blast pipe plates. And I mean, even I'm, I've been quite key over the last few games of making sure I'm getting my full 2-inch coherency when I'm facing artillery, and the difference it makes being able to spread, attack squad out over 2 inches to then stuff 3 or 4 guys and spread them out over 3 inches. You are then basically saying, well, at best you're going to hit 1, probably 2. That's going to be a good shot for you.
I mean, our local meta, thanks to certain people, has gone rather quad mortar heavy, shall we say?
Hey, I'm backing down on them.
Only because everybody else started fielding more than you, Tom.
So I just started fielding even more filth.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, it's, as you said, when you start spreading out 3 inches between models, ordinary small blast barrages, you're only hitting 1 guy at best.
Yeah.
It's, you're not maximising on that damage, so they're really, it's a built-in resilience to barrage weapons in that respect. Even the large pipe rates are still minimised a bit.
Which you can make even worse when we get onto the equipment later.
Oh, yes.
Cool. So what we got after the sodomisation of barrage weapons?
So the last special rule for the Custodes, you've got Inviolable Psyche, which basically makes them immune to fear and pinning tests. Yeah. And they can re-roll failed Deny the Witches, and they don't suffer negative modifiers to morale checks.
That's pretty tough. That's pretty good.
It's basically stubborn and immune to psychology in the old days, which is just nuts, really.
Yeah, I mean, against certain armies, Thousand Sons, Word Bearers and stuff, that's going to be a real strong thing. Gilliman allows you to reroll failed Deny the Witch tests, and again, 90% of the psychic powers, so this is one of my pain in the ass things with Deny the Witches, is 90% of the time you're usually casting blessings on units, so re-roll it, you're not getting a bonus, and then you're re-rolling sixes. It's all well and good, but I don't know how strong modifiers to Deny the Witch can be, because Deny the Witch itself is a shit mechanic that doesn't work.
It's not the best one out there, to be fair, but it's more designed to
the fear and pinning test.
Sorry, it's the immune to fear and pinning. It means they can get charged by a Primarch and go, yeah, what's your point?
Yeah, and you can't get a lucky shot off with a quad mortar and pin the unit. Then you lose one wound and you fail. You roll shit on your leadership. Oh shit, my 5-man Heriton Guard squad is pinned and I can't fucking move. And I'm in the open. That you can't. So that's quite I found pinning units quite handy sometimes if you can get the odd. It's one of those rules where doesn't often come up. But if you pin a unit, sometimes it can be really critical, because it'll always be that one squad that needs to move into cover or needs to move up to get an objective, and suddenly they're pinned, and it's like, oh, for fuck's sake, they're now stuck in the open. So, that's I find fear and pinning probably out of that rule is the real good ones, being immune to those.
Yeah, I always seem to get pinned on the last turn just when I'm running to the objective to win the game.
Yeah.
Miserable little so-and-so. Damn it.
Yeah, you lose like 2 models, have to take a pinning test, and it's, oh, for fuck's sake, now I'm stuck.
Yeah.
Cool. So that wraps up the Legio Custos special rules. Do you want to go on to Legio Custos War Gear then?
Yeah, so the first one we've got in here is the Custodian armour, which is basically Artificer armour, with the very nice extra rule of move through cover.
Yeah, because when they're stuck out in the open and you finally get a chance to shoot them, no, they fucking run into cover really well as well. Bastards.
Yes. also means charging through cover is kind of not so much a problem.
Yeah, you just ignore it and just charge the fucking to everybody.
It's like, you go and hide in those ruins, I'll be there in a second, and when I get there, I'm just going to stab you, because I don't care you're hiding in the ruins, it's perfectly fine.
And you've also bunched up nice and tightly for me to get into combat with you to hide in those ruins.
Yes. Oh, I can't wait for people to hide behind Aegis lines and things like that, because it's just going to be hilarious. I will just stab you over the top of it. It's fine. Don't worry.
Cool. So that's it. So it doesn't come with an inbuilt. It doesn't come with an inbuilt invulnerable save.
No,
but
it is just the 2-up.
Yeah, but as we come to the unit entries, you'll realise, doesn't pretty much everybody have a refractor field?
Yes, unless they're in Terminator armour, they have a refractor field. Yeah,
so they're 2-up, 5-up anyway. So they're Tartarus armoured without any of the drawbacks, just as standard.
Yeah, they're basically Tartarus with move through cover.
Yeah,
without any drawbacks.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's the first lump of cheese. What's the next lump of cheese on the list?
So your next piece of cheddar then is the Presidium Shield, which is unfortunately not Storm Shield like everybody originally thought they were going to be. Yeah. But arguably they're just as nasty. So they allow you to re-roll failed invulnerable saves, which, considering everybody's got a refractor field, that means everybody's in a 2-up, 5-up re-rollable. And just to add it on, they also add a -1 to hit in combat to anybody directing attacks against the model.
Yeah, wonderful.
Very, very handy. But there is a downside too. There
What's
there
the
is a
downside there?
there is a balancing to them. All the spears and everything are two-handed weapons, so you don't gain the benefit of using a two-handed weapon. So you don't get the charge bonus from spears when you're using a shield as well.
Fuck it. Throw the custodes in the bin. It's not worth it anymore.
Yeah, no, not worth it. Don't bother. Screw it.
Don't
Won't
bother with them.
I'll go take Playforms instead.
Yeah. Yeah, no, there is a little balance there to taking a shield as well. To taking a shield. I think it's called out specifically in there. You can never... Yeah, Crusading shields cannot use a weapon with two-handed special. So you can't have a spear and a shield, but you
can use a spear, but you don't gain the benefit of charging because the spears have got two profiles, charging and not charging. But it means you can't claim benefits from other additional close combat weapons.
Model with the cannot use a weapon with turn to claim the benefit of. No, it says a model with the equipped with a Prescendium shield cannot use a weapon with a two-handed rule.
Yeah.
So if the spears have got two-handed, they can't use spears.
No, they can.
Because it says, however, cannot a model equipped with a Prescendium shield, however, cannot use a weapon with the two-handed special rules. Claim the benefit of an additional close combat weapon, or use the increased profile when charging from a Guardian Spear. So that doesn't make sense because if the Guardian Spear, so yeah, you can use a Guardian Spear, but you can't. You said earlier that. But you said you couldn't use spears. That's what threw me then.
Sorry, you can't use the charge bonus from the spear.
Yeah, but anything two-handed you can't use flat out.
Yeah, I haven't even started drinking yet. Apologies.
That's all right. Everyone's used to it. I've been drinking for a little while, so
it'll get worse. Don't worry.
That's cool. Yeah, so yeah, they got a little limitation there. But when we get into the units and the war gear and stuff, you'll see what kind of weapons you would throw with them.
Oh god.
Next one up then. What we got next?
You've got basically their version of Cataphractii. It's the Aquilian Pattern Terminator armor. It's 2 up, 4 up. Hammer of Wrath. Model equipped with Aquilian Pattern Terminator armor may fire heavy and salvo weapons, counting as stationary even if they've moved. They may also charge after firing rapid fire heavy or salvos. And model equipped with this armor may not make run moves, but may still fire Overwatch and make sweeping advances. So it's Cataphractii light almost.
It's Cataphractii where you can run, where you can Overwatch and sweep in advance. The only thing you can't do is run. Which
is fair enough. They're in hulking great suits of tactical dreadnought armor. You don't want them running at you.
I know, but sweeping advance is so much more brutal in 30k. Because Marines do fail leadership tests. So the fact they can sweep makes them brutal. I mean, I've escaped a few bad fights with Cataphractii because I've lost 2. Fuck it. I want to roll high on this because I want to get out. I can back away and you can't sweep me. So I'm safe. So the fact that these guys can sweep, suddenly even the sort of tactic of running away from combat doesn't work because you're going to get swept usually.
And they've got a higher initiative than most Legion infantry as well. So they're going to catch you.
So you're going to get brutalised on the way out.
Oh, yeah.
Cool. So what have we got next then? Down to
teleportation transponder.
Let's go with another fucking page of war gear.
Oh, yeah.
So, teleportation transponder.
They don't get the same gear. They have to have their own gear. They get all the good shit. Next up, teleportation transponders.
Yeah.
Basically, deep strike for any unit equipped with them.
Yeah, really there's nothing else really. That you just gain deep strike.
Yeah.
Cool. Nice.
Next, you've got
a piece of war gear that gives you access to fucking deep strike everywhere. Wonderful.
Yeah, why not? Hang on, sorry, you were talking about the Guard of the Crimson King last time.
Oh yeah. Well, there we go. Less said about that, the better.
Exactly.
Cool. So then you've got refractor field and iron halos, which we all know, don't we? 5 up for a refractor, 4 up for an iron halo. Invulnerable save, so we'll skip over those because we know them. So then the Magisterium Vexilla, which is the bit we didn't get rules for in White Dwarf that everybody was like, oh my god, what's this? So what does this Vexilla do?
What does my shiny pole do? Well, the shiny pole does, basically ordinary Vexilla, allow reroll failed leadership tests, and also gain fear special rule, which is also brutally tasty, especially mixed in with preternatural skill.
Yeah. Oh, you failed your fear test and you're really fucking slow now. Oh, well, I'm just going to brutalise you even more.
Basically, yeah. But you've also got, there's an extra little added bonus to this one, another little layer of cheese on top. You may add 1 extra wound to the scores calculated to see if any friendly unit wins the combat, as long as they're within 12 inches of a model carrying the Magistratum Vexilla. The bonus only applies once, so you can't stack them, but if you line your battlefield up right, have a couple of those spread through your army.
You're always going to be claiming that bonus.
Yep.
So interestingly, here is some hashtag hopeful for 8th talk. The Emperor's Children Fulgrim has a very similar rule, but it's worded to say you add +2 or it's +2 to your combat resolution, whereas this one says you add +1 to the wounds scored, scored in combat. It just makes me wonder if there's going to be some changes to the way the combat, assaults are worked out, because they're not using, because for all intents and purposes, it's Fulgrim's bonus, but +1, not +2. Now, if assault was going to stay exactly the same, surely they would just use the same wording. I mean, this is assuming Forge World are applying logic, which is a fucking dangerous game to play anyway. But I just wonder if that's maybe
a hell of a lot there, Tom.
Yeah, didn't we discuss the wording of things in the last episode when we're talking about when there was from like 3 pages on, the wording was completely different with God, what rule was it? But I agree, Tom. It's maybe the change is there to something to do with.
Is this one of these hints
combat.
that it's
we'll see.
It's 8th ed ready? So yeah. Anyway, that's a whole other chat that could go off on the rules. So yeah, cool. The Vexella's pretty tasty, isn't it? It's 12 inches as well,
nice
which is
to have.
Yeah, because it's any friendly unit. So if you're running it as an allies, that could be your allied Primarch and stuff. You could. It's any friendly unit, which is it's not any Legio Custodes unit. It's any friendly unit. That's pretty powerful.
It's like old fantasy battle style standard BSB standard bearer type thing.
Very similar. Very similar.
Simple rules, but makes sense. Yeah, it looks like it. But
The other thing, what we're actually going to get, the 8th ed rulebook is just going to basically be like the 4th ed fantasy book redone. so many rules lifted over. Because we were talking about psychic phase, weren't we, Stu? And actually that they using the old fantasy magic system could work very well, but that's another rabbit hole to meander down another day, and we probably will do quite regularly. But yeah, cool. Ari strikes. Them.
Strikes.
Them.
Area strikes.
Area strikes. What are these incredibly hard to pronounce things then?
These are beautiful, I must say. They give you 2 different bonuses. First one is Deep Strike Interference. So when an enemy unit attempts to land via Deep Strike within 12 inches of a model equipped with one of these strikes, I won't try and pronounce it again, roll a d6 before they determine the result of the Deep Strike landing. On a 4-up, they have a mishap. And even units that are immune to deep strike mishaps, so it references internal guidance systems on drop pods, for example.
It fucks
you
drop
still
pods,
suffer a mishap it's a 50-50 chance. So
that's fucking brutal. Because how would I normally deal with Custodes? Drop a Primarch in a Dreadclaw in next turn. Oh no, hang on, I got to drop him fucking way back and then get into you. Yeah, so that's brutal, that. Because deep strike would fuck you up. A couple of drop pods landing around your guys could be real painful, but got Irish strikes, fuck you, you're going to get deep strike. And you're either going to get mishapped and placed across the other side of the table, or you're going to end up in the warp and, fuck. Imagine that, if you lose a Primarch and his bodyguard and a Dreadclaw to a deep strike mishap, I probably would flip the table at that point.
Tom, when are we having a game?
I'm not, I'm loyalist, I don't have to deal with this shit. There's a reason I play loyalist.
He'll duck you till he's painted.
Yeah.
You won't have an excuse after that.
I automatically win any game against unpainted models, as well as gaining preferred enemy unpainted, and you lose all war gear and army bonuses while they're unpainted.
Targeting interference. Unit containing one or more models with area strikes is targeted by a weapon with a barrage type. Hello, Iron Fourth. The attacking player must roll an additional d6 when rolling the scatter distance and pick the highest 2 results, although a hit does still land on target.
Yeah, but I mean, that could be the difference between a 4-inch scatter and an 8-inch scatter.
Yeah.
Could really fuck you up.
Oh yeah, I'm looking forward to playing some artillery heavy armies with these guys, because I'll teleport in around them. They won't be able to land any artillery on me at all. It'll all be landing back on the units, blowing their own tanks up, and I'll just laugh at them. That's the plan anyway. We'll see how well it works.
Out of all those things, I think the thing that I find a bit brutal, I think those area strikes are the things that can like I said, I mean, you've already got a 3-inch coherency, so you spread out. Then barrage weapons are scattering, more, and it's just like, great, can't hit you, because you want to hit them with strength 10 stuff, really. So you're looking at, Medusa shells and stuff. Well, great, Medusa shells are scattering big time. Oh, fucking brilliant, wonderful. So yeah, that for me, the area strikes. When I first read the list, it was the thing I went, oof, that's painful.
It as I was reading down, it was my first sort of, I'm going to auto include that piece of gear, because with our local meta as well, it was kind of essential, really. And then I realised which could have it, and I was like, ooh, even better.
It's the screwing up drop pods as well. In drop pods are one of those things where it's the real strength of the unit is almost guaranteeing that you're going to get your unit where you want them, and then suddenly the custos are going, chances are 50-50. At best, you're going to end up going back into reserves and you're still not coming back. Middle ground is that I'm going to place you well away from where you want to be, and actually, worst case, your unit's just dead and you're fucked. Great,
Yeah, I mean, as you said, take a Primarch in a Anvilus or a Charybdis, something like that, with its bodyguard boyfriend unit. Worst case scenario, I've taken out a massive chunk of your army by rolling 1 dice.
Yeah, and probably one of the major things in your army that could deal with the army you're facing is suddenly gone. So, yeah, no, they're pretty tough. They are, those area strikes, and lovely, wonderful. Then we move on to Legio Custos assault weapons then.
Oh yeah, because everybody needs new assault gear.
Start off with the iconic piece of war gear, I think, isn't it? I mean,
the weapon that they're known for, let's be honest. You think of Custodes, you think of this weapon.
So this is your Guardian Spear. Because most people usually go with the Guardian Spear, and what we're used to seeing is the bolter on top of the spear. But what we got with the rules is it's not just a fucking bolter on there, is there?
No, you've got effectively three different attachments to your Guardian Spear, if you will. So you've got the Power Blade is obviously the close combat part of it, which is a strength as user or +1, depending on if they've charged or not. And then it's AP3-/2, again, depending on if they've charged. And then it's melee, lightning blows, and it's a specialist weapon. The lightning blows is every roll of a 6 to hit with the weapon generates another attack at the same initiative step. But they don't generate extra attacks, so you can't snowball through a unit in quite that way.
But you get two or three Strength 6 AP2 attacks that generate more Strength 6 AP2 attacks. That could be pretty nuts.
It's quite lethal on the charge. I mean, most of these guys are hitting sort of 3 attacks on the charge.
Yeah,
and so
3 attacks on the charge.
In theory, you should be generating an extra attack from each dude.
Yeah, which most cases is going to be wounding on. It's going to be wounding on 2s and killing on 2s. It's pretty tough.
Yeah,
on the charge. So yeah. So the spear itself is brutal. It's a nuts power blade, and then we start coming to the bolt on attachments end. So we start off with the Guardian bolter, don't we?
Yeah, Guardian Bolt's the first one. 18-inch range, strength 4, AP 4, assault 2. It's basically a beefed up combi bolter.
Yeah, well, no,
it's a storm
an assault.
bolter, really.
Yeah, it's a storm bolter, AP4 instead of AP5. You know, so it's going to it's going to screw up your solar aux stew with AP4.
Most things do, to be fair.
Yeah,
they're not really there
to
survive against Legion stuff. I think that's why they have to be a tank heavy list, but that's a different conversation.
I think the solar aux win against the Custodes by having 20 to 1.
Well, I think militia would. I think solar aux is quite often different. You don't see that many solar aux armies built with sort of 3-4 tertios of 20-man last sections. You see a lot more tanks, and you see Velatari and stuff. But anyway, that's a different, as I said, that's a different conversation. And we don't want to go down that rabbit hole at the moment. But
no.
So, what was the next thing? It's the melter beam, isn't it?
Melter beam, yeah. It's basically a 6-inch range melter gun. So you've got to be within 3 inches to get the melter effect, but it's still a strength 8 AP1 assault 1 shot, which is not to be scoffed at.
Deep striking with your teleport transponders, 3 guys, melt shots at the back of a tank or a rhino or transport or something. You know, pop the transport. Wonderful, thank you very much. No, there's a tank dead.
Yep.
So not bad.
Yeah. The last one is the new one to the game, really. And let's see if I can butcher the name of this one as well. Adrathic Destructor.
Yeah, death rays.
Yeah, Uber death rays that the Emperor's been hoarding all for himself. 12-inch range, strength 5, AP 2, so, you know, pretty tasty stat line straight off the bat. And then it's an assault 1. It has instant death, because why not? Armor Bane, because why not? And then just to balance it a little bit, it has Get Hot. So, you know,
Get Hot.
It's got to have a downside somewhere in there.
Yeah, I mean, they're pretty hilarious. I mean, Reese from Spartan Miniatures probably won't forgive me for this, but he had his Praetor from his Cataphracti Praetor out when we played Escalation, and I shot him in the face with a quad mortar, so strength 8, and we learnt the power of instant death. He had to make 1 2-up save on his Praetor. Pretty sensibly said, yeah, I'll take it on the Praetor, that's not a problem. Failed it, of course it's strength 8, tough 4, instant death, then killed his Praetor with 1 anti-tank round to the face. So anything with instant death is just, you suddenly got that worry. If you've got a character in there and it's like, shit, I'm going to have to move this wound about, or if I fuck up a 2-up roll or an invulnerable roll, you know, I'm really in trouble. Because, you know, my 3 wound guy is going to go down to 1 shot now.
It's also a nice way of dealing with those nasty Legion Terminator units, the 2 wounders that run around, things like your butchers, bits and pieces like that, because, you know, they're a pain to put down for most people. Wounding on 3s, fall back to your invuln save, fail that, bye-bye, thank you very much.
Yeah, no feel, no pain, down you go.
Very handy. So that's the Guardian Spear.
Yeah. And then just to up it a notch, they decided to bring us Paragon Spears. Yeah,
because you know the Guardian Spear wasn't nasty enough, really.
What's a Paragon Spear when it's at home then? What does its mum know it as?
So it's the bitch killer really. It'll go through most things. So it's strength +1 or +2 if you've charged. AP 2 straight off the bat. So there's no changes there. So it's already 1 level higher than the Guardian Spear by quite a way. And to top it off on top of the... Sorry, Tom, go on.
I was going to say it's permanently AP 2, which is the tough thing, rather than being AP 3 off the charge.
Permanently strength 6. Potentially strength 7 AP 2 on the charge. It's still got lightning blows, same as the Guardian Spear. It's still a specialist weapon. But it has murderous strike as well. So you got that instant.
We're going to get some inbuilt
thrown in there.
Now, the only thing that it does come with is it doesn't have the options for all the other guns, does it? It just has a Paragon bolter inbuilt as well. So,
which
balancing
is strength 5, AP 3.
Oh yeah, because it's the Paragon bolter, not bloody Guardian bolter, isn't it? I was
Yeah,
like,
Paragon bolter. It's again one level higher than the Guardian bolter.
yeah. Anything that's a bolter with AP3 is hilarious because I get to fire Gilliman's pistol every now and again. 3 shots AP3. You just pop off a couple of tack marines on your way in. Just bang, dead. Thank you very much. Goodbye. It is quite annoying. So, yeah, Paragon Spear is pretty brutal. What we got after that then? We got the Sentinel Warblade. Now, this is the big old sword, isn't it? That came with your Prospero.
This is the big Conan the Barbarian sword. With a
wave it around, wiggle it about,
basically. So it's
cool. So what does the Sentinel Warblade do when it's at home?
Yeah, so the melee side of it, the Warblade is strength as user, so you're looking at strength 5 basically. AP3, which is that's pretty good on its own. It does have rending as well, so you can take your Terminators out if you're lucky enough.
Yeah.
And then you've got the Boltcaster side of it, which is a 12-inch range, strength 4, AP5, assault 2. So it is basically a 12-inch range bolt gun. Storm bolter, but it's got hail of fire, which
and that is
snap shooting, a ballistic skill 2.
Yeah, these guys are really built for the defense, aren't they? Really?
Yes.
Because you tend to find these Warblades in combination with the shield, so. These are your guys holding the line at the front, really, aren't they? Your super breachers, basically.
Yeah, I mean, it's the standard loadout for the Sentinel unit, which obviously we'll get to later, is the shield and the Warblade. Which it's fun.
They're designed to be charged. They're getting a better Overwatch shot. They're getting their re-rollable invulnerables, -1 to hit, all that crap. They're like a bulwark unit, really. They're going to stand there and take it in the face, really. While your ladies with the Guardian Spears dance around and slap people in the face.
I think someone's a little scared of them already.
I'm fucking terrified of them, mate. That's the only reason I'm staying loyalist. They keep the fear of these guys. If I was Horus, there'd never been a fucking rebellion. I'd have been fucking terrified of seeing the Custards out.
To be fair, if you had been Horus, there never would have been any world conquered anyway.
No, but I tell you what, the Imperium would have been hella pissed.
Yeah.
We've had a good time. So, the big fuck you to the Imperial Fist players then. They're special Solarite power gauntlets. And can you get power talons as well, Stu, in the fist?
Don't think so, not from memory.
No, so it's like, so they've basically gone, oh, I really like that power fist you've got there. I'm going to have that, and I'm going to make something else that's better as well. So we get Solarite power gauntlets and power talons. Do you want to take us through them, Kurt?
Yeah, so the power gauntlet is strength ×2, AP1, melee, mastercrafted, unwieldy, which, if memory serves, is exactly the same as the Imperial Fist one.
Yeah.
You're just running it on a strength 5 body rather than a strength 4, so you're automatically doubling out. 10. Yeah, you're strength 10, so you're doubling out toughness 5 guys.
And actually, the one thing I found with the strength 10 power fist on Bobby G is the ability to fuck up vehicles with a strength 10 power fist hitting on rear armor of things. Automatic pens, automatic lances on shit. It's just like, yeah, fuck you. We'll screw that vehicle over. So, I mean, it's brutal against infantry, but it's even more brutal against vehicles, I find.
Oh yeah, the power gauntlets on a Custode are definitely an anti-tank melee weapon.
Yeah, I mean, most super heavies are 12 at the back, so you're glancing on 2s, penning on 3s in combat with 3 or 4 attacks on the charge at AP1. 2 or 3 of those could probably take down quite a few super heavies. Take down a knight quite easily.
Even armor 14, so even Spartans and Land Raiders and things like that.
Yeah.
You've still got a 50-50 chance of glancing it or more, which, you're not restricted to one attack with these guys because it's a close combat weapon. It's not a grenade. So
and the other great thing about them,
smack a Spartan apart quite happily.
Yeah, because the other great thing is it's not a specialist weapon either, is it? So you slap a pistol on the guy as well, and he's suddenly getting the extra attack as well. So, that's pretty brutal. The extra attack on the power fist as well. 2 close combat weapons.
There's options for filthy combos in there. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
And
the Solarite power talons then?
Yeah, the power talons, strength +1, AP3, melee, shred, specialist weapon, mastercrafted. So they're basically an uprated lightning claw.
Yeah, which is AP3, +1 strength. So you're going to be strength 6 most of the time. So you're going to be wounding on 2s. I mean, if you're facing humans or if you're facing even just regular Astartes, regular gun pigs, a couple of power talons in a squad will wreck AP3 units, because you're going to be getting, reroll 1 to hit with your Mastercraft, rerolling your wounds with Shred, 3 or 4 attacks on the charge. Screw you guys, pick up your shit and go home.
Yeah, hitting on 3s, killing on 2s, essentially.
Yeah, against power armored gun pigs, so
yeah.
Pretty tough.
Nasty.
Cool.
Very nasty.
Yeah, nice. So now we've found out what's going to fuck you up in the face. Should we go on to what's going to fuck you up at distance then?
Yeah, why not? So you got the Legion of Custodes ranged weapons. Back to our lovely Death Rays of Doom, the Adrathak weapons.
I love the fluff on this. That basically the Emperor's been hoarding them, killing anybody who's got them as well, saying no, you can't live if you've got them, stealing them all for himself because he's like, yeah, these are way too dangerous for everybody to have, so I'm going to equip my army with them.
Yeah.
What a prick.
It's basically like that little kid at school that went, no, they're my toys. Nobody else can have the same toy as me. I'm using it. Nobody else can.
It's like playing football. The kid with the balls team has gone 5-0 down. He's like, yeah, I'm going home now. Game ends. I go home. Nobody wins. Fuck you. So we've got 3 different types here. We've got the Destructor, the Devastator, and the Exterminator. So what's the Destructor do then?
The Destructor is, we've already gone through it. It's the one that's bolted onto the Guardian Spears.
Oh, yeah. 12-inch, strength 5, AP2, instant death, armor bane, gets hot. Hilarious. Then the Devastator then.
Or the first of the heavy variants. So 18-inch range, strength 6, AP2. So 6 inches longer, points stronger already. Heavy 2, and then the usual instant death, armor bane, gets hot.
Yeah. So that's going to be blowing vehicles to pieces. So strength 6 with armor bane, that is pretty brutal.
Yeah, it's going to be putting all armor at risk. It's nice, especially with 2 shots as well. You're going to be doing some damage. And then you've got the big boy in the group, the Exterminator, 36-inch range, still only strength 6, AP2, only heavy 1, but it's a blast 3 inches. Yeah. And then death, armor bane, gets hot because it's Adrathak. Why not?
Yeah. See, the joy is because it's got instant death and armor bane. It works against infantry and vehicles because if you got armor bane against infantry, great, you're not getting a benefit. If you've got instant death against armor, great, it's not doing anything. But that just makes it so versatile that 3-inch blast. Well, I can get a hit on a vehicle. I'm always guaranteed a hit on a vehicle, or I'm going to put a couple of wounds on a couple of, you're like you said, your two-man Terminator squad, 2-wound Terminator squad. Yeah, I'll get a couple of you under that, and I'm just going to instant death a couple of you to death. Great, thank you very much, goodbye.
Yeah, it's an equal opportunities weapon. Everybody gets some.
Everybody gets it in the face as hard as everybody else.
Yeah.
Cool. So what's up next then?
Oh, now we've got their version of a combi weapon, essentially. But it's
a combi weapon that isn't a combi weapon.
Yeah, the combi weapon that isn't. It's I'll take this gun and I'll just stick some duct tape around it. The Adrastus Bolt Calavier. So you've got, essentially it's a heavy bolter, 30-inch, strength 5, AP4, heavy 3, or a disintegration beam, because we haven't got enough Uber Death Rays in the list already. And it's 12-inch range, strength 5, AP2, assault 1, instant death, armor bane, gets hot. Now that sounds oddly familiar, doesn't it?
There's a lot of copy and paste of that line gone into this page, isn't there?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it's a combination weapon. So basically they've got like a little flick switch on the side of it, I reckon, where they just go, I want the heavy bolter, now I want my death ray. Now I want my heavy bolter, now I want my death ray. So they can fire both of them all the way through the game. They just pick. But
you've got to fire the one mode for every unit, can't you? You can't. The unit's got to either fire death rays or bolts, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sweet. So they are pretty hilarious. And then we got some more bolt cannons and bolt storm bolters. So the Lastrum pattern ones then.
Yeah, I mean these are just the Custodes' regular bolt weapons. I don't know what anybody's getting too worked up about, to be honest. So you got the Lastrum Storm Bolter, 24-inch range. Yeah, nothing different there. Strength 5, AP4, Assault 2. Yeah, it's not that
fair enough.
Yeah,
It's an Assault 2 heavy bolter.
Yeah, it's an Assault 2 heavy bolter. What's wrong with that? There's this little extra rule at the end that says something called helothermic detonation. I don't know what people are crying about that one for, to be honest. But what that basically does is if you have an unsaved wound, but the guy survives, make a toughness test. You fail it, instant death. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Yeah, screw you, Mechanicum. We're going to put your big robots in the ground with some bolt guns.
I'll see your big robots, and I'll just basically blow holes through them.
That's going to fuck up Castellax, straight up. Couple of rounds of those. Yeah, goodbye, Castellax, you're fucked.
I cannot wait to run these guys into a Dark Mechanicum army and just basically
blow them away.
Robots in range.
Because, I mean, that's the fucker. Every time I play Mechanicum, is I can take wounds off them quite quickly, I can pump wounds into them, reasonably well, but it's the fact, their troops come with 4 wounds. It's like, for fuck's sake, a 4 wounds on a regular Marine squad. You're looking at you've done some serious damage there. You've taken out, 4 guns and 4 more wounds out that unit, and you're like, oh, I've done 4 wounds. Great, I've killed a Castellax. Fuck you.
Yeah. The other nice side of the helothermic detonation rule as well, again, because we need a bit more anti-armor stuff in this. In the case of a vehicle suffer a penetrating hit from these weapons, you add 1 to the vehicle damage table as well.
Yeah. So all of them are both the Lastrum Storm Bolter and the bolt cannon are essentially AP2 against vehicles.
Yes.
Because you're getting that bonus. You want your AP because you want to get your 7 on your damage table. So you've always got that, which is fucking nuts. Because you don't have to. That's no test on that, is it? It's just if I penetrate it with a strength 5 or a strength 6 gun. So strength 6, if it's under armor 12, you can pen it. Anything armor 12 and above, you're not going to get that penetrating hit anyway. But rhinos and stuff, the chance, your Lastrum bolt cannon blows a rhino up, that's going to piss some people off.
Yeah, no,
blows
exactly.
Javelins up, blows speeders out of the sky and stuff.
It'll deal with light armor quite tastily, really. It's that added little bonus of just stay out of range of my bolt cannons, really.
Yeah, it's just another threat you have to think about and deal with.
Yeah, so we didn't go through the bolt cannon there. Sorry, it's 36.
Oh yeah.
Strength 6, AP 3, Heavy 3. So point better in every respect than the Storm Bolter variant.
Yeah.
And still got the.
I mean, even hilariously, AP Strength 6, AP 3. I mean, that's devastating. Heavy 3, Strength 6, AP 3 against a Marine squad. I mean, that's 3 guys dead, really, isn't it? Straight up, pretty much. Just pick them up and go. Even against single wound models, that's pretty devastating.
Oh yeah, it's a nice stat line.
They're pretty brutal, those guys.
We move on to the big guns because those running the little one.
Those were just the little handheld, shitty weapons that men run around with. Shall we have a look at the stuff that we're going to slap on some? Yeah, let's get on to the real fun and games then. So, Legio Custodes battlefield support weapons.
Is with these are where the real damage starts coming in. So the first one is the illustrious accelerator cannon.
Yeah.
Which is a 60-inch range, strength 7, AP 2, heavy 3, rending, rapid tracking, helothermic detonation.
So it's got rapid tracking, means you can't jink it. It's AP 2, so you're going to be blowing up some Terminators, and you've got that beautiful heliothermic detonation. So
+2 on the vehicle damage table all the time.
Yeah, so I mean that's popping vehicles left, right, and centre. It's annihilating 2 wound Terminators. It's pretty fucking brutal. So yeah, another weapon to stay out of range of. Oh no, fuck! It's 60 inches.
Yeah, good luck staying out of range of that one.
Yeah. So yeah, pretty tough with that one. What else? We're getting some flamers.
Yeah, so next up, we got the Infernus Incinerator, which is flamer template, 6/4 heavy 1. You know, it's anybody that's played 40K.
Flamer, basically.
Yeah, it's a strength 6 heavy flamer. It's, nothing special to write home about there.
But volume of fire, templates can be a pain in the ass. If you, especially in ZM, I mean, can you imagine? Oh, fucking hell, that thing in ZM, strength 6, AP4, rending.
Yeah.
No, shred. Sorry, it'd be shredded Zone Mortalis, won't it? Because it hasn't got rending already. It hasn't got shred already. Yeah, that's brutal. That's going to put a fuck ton of wounds on somebody. I learned the hard way about Death Guard chem munitions up at Manchester the other weekend when I lost Gilliman's entire boyfriend squad to a 10-man support squad with chem flamers. And it was just the volume of fire having shred on them. He put 40-odd wounds onto the squad. And it's like, it doesn't matter how many 2-up, 5-ups you've got in the squad, you're going to fail some feel no pains and fail some armor saves. And when you've only got 5 dudes in that unit, you're going to do it. So flamer weapons can be good. I mean, even one defensively to save yourself the charge. D3 strength 6 wounds on a wall of death. That's pretty handy.
Yeah, it's a nice thing to have. I mean, it's not as exotic as some of the other weapons in the list we've got here, but as you said, it's still a strength 6 flamer template at the end of the day.
Yeah,
you've got to be wary of them.
Yeah, it comes with all the bonuses that a strength 6 flamer template would come with for everybody else. So, yeah, and then we move, then we up it one step, don't we?
Yeah, so that was the Incinerator. Now you've got the Infernus Fire Pike, which is still strength 6. The AP drops to 6, sadly, but it's torrent. So I can basically place that flamer template to do maximum damage. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm going to get max wounds on your squad now. So again, you're going to get your saves, but well done. I'm going to get 40 wounds on your squad. So yeah, pretty brutal again. So what's up after that then?
So next up, we've got the Proteus Las Lance, 24-inch range, strength 7, AP 2. So hello, 2 wound terminators. You're going to get splatted. And then heavy 2 lance. So it's going to be dealing with armor as well fairly efficiently. Yeah,
I mean, that like I said, it'll hurt terminators, but because it's not doubling them out, there's 2 wounds there, it's not a problem. But yeah, where it comes into its own is bloody against vehicles with the lance special. Suddenly getting to the side of a Spartan, and it's suddenly armor 12. Thank you very much. I'm going to put some pens on that. So yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. And this actually is my favourite little one, then the Corvée Las Pulsar. It's a D3 las cannon.
Yeah.
At 36 inch. Strength 9 AP2 heavy D3
las cannon. What's not to like about that?
Because you can take them on. Well, we get to the jet bikes in a bit, but as far as I'm concerned, when we get to the issue with the jet bikes, that's the weapon you should have on your jet bikes, because then you've got 3 or 4 guys rocking around with D3 las cannons. Screw you! Inside armor.
It's also the weapon bolted onto the dread spear for one of the contemptors as well.
Yeah, no, that's just going to wreck somebody's face as well. So
yeah, why not?
Keep your ears peeled for when we get back to the Corvée filth a bit later in the list. So cool. Yeah. And then we've got the Blaze Cannon, the Arachnus Blaze Cannon.
Yeah,
I got it. Has got the coolest name in the list. I love it. It's Blaze Cannon, mate, isn't it? Blaze, isn't it?
Blaze. Please, cannon. So you got 2 fire modes with this one. Concentrated Blast, which is a 48-inch range, strength 8 AP 1, which, that's a pretty tasty stat line. Heavy 1, and it comes with a lovely little roar, which anybody that's run Derrideos will know it. Exoshock. Which, for those that don't, it's a successful penetrating hit on the target. On a 4-up, you get another penetrating hit. Because,
why
not?
So my argument with the Derrido is it's like one shot and that's all you've got with it. So it's a bit. I don't think it's worth it on the Derrido against the autocannons because it's one shot. Now what makes this one better is the fact that yes, while you've got that one heavy shot that could potentially generate another one, you've got this second fire mode as well.
Yeah.
Which makes it so much more versatile.
Yeah, it's a 36-inch, strength 6, AP5, heavy 3. So you're not going to be killing Marines that efficiently, but you're still wounding on 2s.
Yeah, so you're going to put volume of wounds into them, and a couple of failed saves here and there. That's all it takes. And like I said, it gets around my argument against the las cannons on the Derodeo of, well, you've only got one big shot. Well, yeah, I've got one big shot, but then I'll just drop it down to, I need to hit more volume of fire. Oh, well, I'll drop it down into the other mode and hit volume of fire now.
Yeah, it gives you target opportunities, really. It's like, oh, tank, oh, infantry. Oh, I can shoot both. It's fine. I can deal with either.
So that's the baby blaze cannon. What's the heavy blaze cannon?
Yeah, so that was the Tots Toys version. Now you've got the grown-up version of it, which is a 72-inch range, strength 10, AP1, heavy 1, exoshock. This is your real big anti-tank weapon. This is going to go through pretty much anything it looks at, really.
It's your one-shot Venator cannon that can basically do the two, It's your strength 10, AP1, fuck you up shot.
Yeah.
And then the secondary fire mode?
Yeah, burst fire mode, 48-inch range, strength 8, AP3, heavy 4, which is going to tear holes out of pretty much anything it points it at, really.
Yeah, again, we go back to your Marine squad, your standard Marine squad. Yeah, goodbye, 4 shots, 4 wounds. A lot of these blaze cannons come twin link. Most of the bloody vehicle weapons are twin link. So you're going to be hitting 4 times. You're going to be wounding 4 times. On 2s. You're going to be making 4 dead Marines a turn with that shot. So yeah, lovely, wonderful. Tank guns, fuck you, tank guns. And you'll all be pleased to know that is the end of the Custos war gear, because they haven't quite got enough, so that'll do for now. So should we move on to something slightly less cheesy and move into the Sisters of Silence?
Yeah, let's go for a bit of a quietness for the next batch, shall we? We go for some silence. I'll be here all week, don't worry. So yeah, first the Sisters of Silence, then the witch maidens, the witch hunters. These guys are
soulless slags.
Soulless slags, yeah. The null maidens.
So what do we get with special rules with these guys then?
So you've got all the Sisters of Silence have the psychic anathema rule, which is basically their psychic null ability. Which we've got 5 bullet points here, so bear with me. First part of it is models with this rule are immune to all psychic powers and cannot be affected by them. They're also immune to telepathy discipline blessings on enemy units, which would negatively affect models with the rule. Doesn't extend to transport vehicles though, sadly. So the child catcher isn't using this rule.
No child snatching.
No child snatching. But it does mean that a certain other Primarch in this book that goes, oh, look, I'm invisible. The sisters just go, no, you're not, mate. We can see you.
They just chuck flour at him or something.
Yeah, basically. There he is. Shoot him.
Fuck it, that's the answer to invisibility. Equip all models with flour.
Bag of flour.
Fuck me, all these, the 31st millennium, they think they've got everything. All they fucking need is a bag of flour. There's something over there, boss. Right, fucking hurl flour. Oh, look, they're fucking white. Let's have them. We can have them. Fucking
flour cannon.
Flour cannon.
72-inch. Yeah.
Fucking Space Marines. Well, fuck your bolt guns. Get a flour cannon. That will sort your invisibility problems.
Just need it as a one-shot underslung weapon, don't you, on all your bolt guns?
Yeah, combi flour.
Yeah.
Boss, you got the combi melter? No, I've got the combi fucking flour. We're going up against Magnus. I'm going to make that ass stay out.
Oh, lovely. So yeah, second part of this rule then, because that isn't bad enough. All units within 12 inches of a model with this special rule suffer a -1 leadership, and it increases to -2 if that model is a psyker. Models who have fearless special rule or themselves are Psychic Anathema special rule are not subject to this effect. It affects friendly and foe alike. But if you have fear, you are immune to this part of the rule.
Yeah. So you don't get your solar slags too near anybody.
Yeah, it's it's a nice one to have, but as you said, if you're too close to your own models, it can become a bit of a pain.
A bit of a pain. Cool. So what else we got?
Yeah, so units within 12 inches of the Psychic Athema must reroll failed deny the witch tests.
Yeah, so that's pretty handy.
Yeah, it's a nice little buff to have for allied armies, really. Throw a couple of squads of these in as an allied detachment. Okay, you're going to lose a -1 on your leadership value, but if you're running against psychic heavy armies, you've got that failed deny the witch reroll army wide almost if you deploy properly.
Yeah, you can really spread that around then and give yourself a nice buff then, and because it's the same distance, isn't it, for the -1 leadership and the failed deny the witch. So yeah, that's pretty handy. And then what's next on the list?
So the next one is the one that's really going to mess over demon players and word bearers to a lesser extent. All units with the demon special rule within 12 inches of a model with this special rule suffer -1 to their toughness, which is tasty in itself. Or if they have an armor value, basically you add +1 to your vehicle damage rolls when within range.
That's pretty cool. That's good for taking out Marigals and dealing with them. I mean, I think we know we've got Angelus coming next year, which is going to bring demons in. So, I mean, that's something I was going to mention with the Sisters Army List in general, is I think they're going to get more powerful as the heresy goes on. So as we see more demons and more witchy poo shit kicking around, they're going to be more useful, because at the moment, I mean, that rules, especially when you've just been through demons and stuff, it only really affects word bearers, really. But later in the heresy, when all the legions maybe have demon allies, or we get demon only armies, that's going to be a lot more useful. So I think they're going to come into their own maybe after Angelus.
Yeah, they haven't. They're more a utility unit at the moment. Doesn't see, as you said, a lot of need to use them. But yeah, I think they are going to be coming to their own a lot more further on into the heresy storyline.
And there's one more rule, isn't there?
Yeah, there's fifth part of it. This is the really nice one, in my opinion. All models with psychic powers suffer a penalty to their roll to manifest when near any model. So if they're within 12 inches, it's a -1 on manifesting psychic powers. If they're in base contact, it's -2. So, most people are manifesting on a 6-up if they're in base contact with these guys. Or a 5-up if they're within 12 inches.
Even Thousand Suns are going to find that a pain in the backside.
Yeah, it's really...
Magnus is... Get one of these girls into combat with Magnus and suddenly his biomancy stuff's going off on a 5-up instead of a 3-up, That could, in a combat, if you do it right, could swing it a little bit.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely. They are.
I mean, if you've got Russ in combat with him, and suddenly a sister squad charges in as well, and suddenly Magnus can't get his multiple powers off, he will get eaten by Russ.
Yeah, no, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. It is definitely a balancer for Magnus, and to a lesser degree, Lorgar Transfigured as well.
Yeah.
He's not exactly a slouch when it comes to putting out psychic powers, but you put a couple of sisters around him or in contact with him, it's suddenly a lot harder for him to do his thing.
Yeah, he's suddenly neutered then.
Mm.
Yeah, that's cool. So that's the Psychic Anathema rule. And then we've got the Ex Oblivio rule, which is actually Psychic Anathema ×2, isn't it? Powered up Batman.
Yeah, so it's the Psychic Athema, but they've weaponized it essentially.
So what does Ex Oblivio give us?
Yeah, so psychic models or units of any kind within 6 inches do not generate additional warp charge dice in the psychic phase.
Yeah, so that's shutting down your witchy poo pool.
Oh yeah, And the second part is if any psychic model is in base contact at the start of the psychic phase, they must immediately make a leadership test before the warp charges are rolled for. If this test is failed, they immediately suffer a perils test at -1 and may not use any psychic powers during the phase should they survive this.
Yeah, now see, you could screw up, again, throw that into Magnus, and just, I mean, he's not going to get, the perils of the warp's not going to worry him, but if you shut down all Magnus's psychic powers, can you imagine how pissed off someone's going to be?
Yeah. Well, you say it's not going to frighten Magnus. Okay, he's got the reroll on the perils, but it's still at a -1, so there's a good chance he could still hit something nasty that's going to wreck him.
Yeah, or throw a power out, and suddenly you lose Iron Arm or something, or warp speed that you're counting on, because you've lost the psychic power, and then you can't cast any psychic powers as well. Again, I think the sisters, they are a big support army, so they are going to support, charging with Russ or charging with a Primarch against certain targets, and they're going to really screw people up.
Yeah, no, I mean, they have been put in there to counterbalance the lack of anti-psychic forces in the legions so far. Yeah. I mean, we haven't had a big problem with psychic powers up until the Thousand Suns came out, and none of the legions have got access to anything that can, balance the scales back again. Chuck a couple of squads of sisters in as an allied detachment, all of a sudden you've almost leveled the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, you can take a cheap HQ, a cheap troops choice, and then you need to take an elite. It's only the elites that come with Ex Oblivio, isn't it?
It's the Oblivion Knights as opposed to the other squads.
So you take that. You mean 200 or 300 points, maybe even 4 or 5 if you put a Dildozer in there as well. You've got a potent. If you come up against Magnus now, going to an event and maybe having to play 5 different armies, it's sometimes quite hard to put. Do I gamble and put a sister's squad in to shut down psychic powers and then play 5 games against normal Legion lists and I've kind of got them wasted? Or but if you said to me, right, let's go and play, I'm bringing 1,000 Suns, and I'm going to bring Magnus and everything. All right, fuck it, I'm going to chuck them in as a 500-point allied detachment, and I've suddenly got, something that could really screw up your 1,000-point Death Star.
Yeah. Oh, you're going to, if you're playing against a Death Star psychic unit like that, you're going to load up on sisters left, right, and centre, let's be honest.
Yeah, they are. I mean, even in the 40k universe, they are basically, screw you, Eldar, screw you, everybody. So anybody who relies on psychic power. So no, they're cool. The Ex Oblivio is pretty nuts. So what do we get on to next then? Fanatic Discipline.
Yeah. So models with this special rule are all fearless, which is really powerful in itself. And just to add on to the I hate you, Mr. Psyker, they also have Hatred Psyker's special rule as well.
Excellent. Just so you can chop up some Psykers a bit quicker.
Oh, cool. Yeah.
And then we actually get into something I really wasn't expecting with the army list, but I think it's really cool. We get the Company Carders rule.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really nice way of flavouring your sisters in the list. So there's 2 parts to it. You've got the cadre structure. So in order to field any units with the Company Cadre special rule, which is essentially all of the sisters' units, you've got to have at least 1 HQ in the detachment with it as well for every 3 non-HQ units. So 1 command unit for 3 squads of Oblivion Knights or whatever you're choosing to take.
Yeah, basically you can't take all custos and lob 1 sisters in. You've got to have an HQ with a sister.
Yeah, which is fine because they've got some nice cheap HQ units to throw in there, which we'll come to.
Yeah, it's not exactly crippling for them, is it?
No, not at all. So then you've got the second part of it, which is the really nice part, cadre tactics. So you get to choose one of the following abilities for all of the units in the detachment with the Company Cadre special rule. So you can essentially give all of your sisters Infiltrate, Crusader, stealth, or overall, which is +1 to the total score to determine the outcome of assaults. Which, if you're next to a Magistratum Vexilla as well, that suddenly becomes quite powerful.
Yeah, +2 on your assault reserves. I mean, even if you draw combat, you've won by 2. You know, you have to lose by 3 to lose combat, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
Which I learned against Pete Dunn's blooming Emperor's Children when I lost. You know, we drew combat. I was like, "Oh, we've drawn combat." He's like, "No, you've lost by 2 because I've got Fulgrim." Like, for fuck's sake! And then I failed the leadership and got swept. Oh, for fuck's sake! So that's good. But what I found really good, because like I said at the moment that they maybe don't have their place at the moment so much because the armies they're designed to really hinder are not there. But at the moment, you can put a cheap HQ, a cheap couple of sister squads into your Talons list, give them infiltrate, and suddenly you've got infiltrating onto objectives and really hard to shift scoring units. So because when we get into the army list, we'll start to see how bloody tough the sisters are to actually shift off objectives and things. They're really tough. So yeah, having infiltrate I think is really good for them. Really, really good.
All right, what we got next?
There's Page of Nice
War gear now, isn't it?
War gear. So we got psych out grenades.
Yeah, psych out grenades and missiles because grenades aren't just enough. So you've got the hand thrown variant of a psych out grenade. Is strength 2, assault 1, blast, small blast, and psi shock. Which is
the psi shock is the bit that makes them really tasty, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean you're not going to be throwing these at regular infantry, regular dudes, Terminators, or anything like that. You're going to be throwing them at psychers. Which and psi shock is if a unit containing at least one psyker, so it's a psyker, Brotherhood of Psychers, sorcerers, or psychic pilot special rule, is hit by a weapon with a psi shock. One randomly determined psyker model in that unit suffers of perils in addition to any other damage.
Yeah, which is brilliant because you can get squads of these ladies with 10 psych out grenades launchers.
Yeah, so you can take 10 grenade launchers. You can just start firing psych out grenades all over the place, slapping.
So your Thousand Suns. Yeah, I get to ignore the first perils of war with my arcane litanies. Great. Take 9 more, you fucker.
I'll see your Sekhmet unit with its massive squad of Terminators. See how many perils of the warp you can survive in one go.
Yeah, go for it. Take 9 of the bastards and see what happens. So, yeah, that's pretty tough, that. The psych out grenades and the psych out missile launchers. Because the missile launcher is exactly the same, except it's 24 inch. Because actually, being 3-inch blast, if they deep strike their Sekhmet in, it might not be 9 bloody. You could end up with, if you get them when they deep strike in and they're all bundled up together, and you suddenly start hitting 3-inch blast templates onto a 10-man squad of Sekhmet, how many fucking perils of the warp tests could you end up having to take? That could be hilarious.
Like that, probably, if you do it well enough, 40, 50 something.
Yeah, that's great.
That's going to nuke the unit, let's be honest.
Yeah. Do you just want to pick your Sekhmet up and fuck off, mate? So yeah, the psych out missile launch. Yeah, because you got 8-inch on the grenade thrown, 24 on the launcher, or 48 on the missile. And the missile actually comes with pinning as well. So even if you survive the pin, the psychic phase, all right, take a pinning test and get pinned then, you bastards. So, I really like the psych out stuff. The first time I read it, I went, oh, what's that? And then it wasn't until I started seeing how many you can put in a unit and how much you can do that it really became a bit brutal.
Yeah, I mean, they when I first looked at them, obviously they're very similar to the stuff from 40k as well, and they're a very situational weapon. But if you hit the right target with them, the damage potential because of the perils tests is absurd. I must admit, when I got Inferno, I looked straight at the Talon stuff. I didn't look at the Thousand Suns straight away because meh. And then I went back and read the Thousand Suns stuff, and I went, I'm so glad I've got psych out grenade launchers and missile launchers now.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it's one of the things like we were sort of saying with the sisters. They're very rock paper scissors, aren't they? Against a sisters army against some armies, it's going to get absolutely hammered. But
Yeah,
against the right army and with the right units in it, a lot of psychers and stuff, it's going to eat stuff alive. So yeah, they're really good. The psych stuff's really good. So now I've been on the backhand of one of these, the next things, and they're brutal, even against the Legion.
are we talking in game or is this another
In
event?
game.
Okay.
Yeah, no, this is just a weekend away. This is actually Alex from the Peterborough boys. This is a lesson he taught me, which is the Proteus Neuro Lash. This thing is brutal.
It is a bit tasty if you get it in. If you get it off right, it is horrible. So it's a strength +1 weapon. No AP value what's to speak of. Two-handed, electro arc, and sweeping strikes.
It's the special rules that make this.
Yeah, the sweeping strikes is the nice one, but it's the electro arc is basically total all the hits caused by this weapon during any assault phase before making any to wound rolls. Roll a single d6 for each of these hits. Any roll of a 3 or more causes an additional hit with poisoned 4+.
Yeah.
Which, in of itself, doesn't sound fantastic, but then when you take in sweeping strikes as well, it becomes obscene. So you got the sweeping strikes. The bearer may choose to use the number of enemy models within 3 inches that are locked in combat with them instead of their attack score to determine the number of attacks they may make in any assault phase.
Yeah, so when they pile into a 10-man vet squad and then make 10 attacks, and then they get a load of extra poison 4+ attacks on top as well, and you're like, all right, well, it's all right, I got 3 up armor. Oh, hang on, I'm making 25 saves on a bloody squad. It's like, fuck, I'm going to lose a few here, and then I'm going to get swept out of combat, aren't I? So, yeah, it's, again, one of those ones when you look on it on paper, you go, oh, it doesn't seem that great. And then when you put it into action and a real world situation, you go, yeah, that's pretty brutal, actually. It really screws people over.
Yeah, it's like I say, when I first read it, it was like, yeah, okay, yeah. And like you, I've seen them used, and it's like, oh, that's not friendly.
Yeah, not making any friends with this shit, am I?
No. Next up, then, is basically their big sword. It's their He-Man sword.
Yeah, all my sisters are equipped with this. I don't care if it's the right thing to do or not. They just look fucking badass with these chicks with massive swords.
Yeah, I've still got to build a couple of squads of the sisters up yet. I'm still deciding whether to have more blades, so they've all got execution blades, or some of their other weapons, which we'll come to in a minute.
Rule of cool, everybody gets a sword.
Yeah, you know me, Tom. I'm leaning towards that at the moment anyway. But
so the execution blade, what does this do for these chicks?
Yeah, so you got +1 strength, AP3, two-handed, melee, piercing cut, and duelist edge. Piercing cut is on a hit roll of a 5 or a 6, it becomes AP2. And duelist edge is +1 initiative when in challenges, like there's various other weapons that the legions get that have got that ability.
Charnable Sabers,
blade, that's the one. Couldn't think of it. But yeah, the piercing cut is the nice one.
Yeah, the duelist edge I don't think I'd be too worried about, but the piercing cut, that gives you the ability to kill attack squad. I mean, my baseline usually is this going to brutalize attack squad, because that's your baseline basic unit.
Oh,
so your AP
anyway, Tom.
They're
AP3. They're AP3.
Yeah, they're AP. But you get one sergeant in the. Usually what happens is I've got a couple of guys in front of my sergeant, so AP3 kill them, and then I got my 2-up sergeants, so I'll save on them. All right, well, I've got a couple of AP2s here, so take some AP3s, then take some AP2s. Great, thank you very much. Your sergeant is dead, and I'm just going to continue to mince the rest of the squad then. So yeah, I love the great big war blades, and they look so cool. Chicks with massive swords.
Yeah, what's not to like?
So should we do some ranged weaponry then as well?
Yeah, why not? Why not?
Take us through what they got ranged weaponry wise then.
Yeah, I reckon they raided the Witch Hunters Inquisition armory for a lot of this stuff, to be fair. It looks very, very familiar. So first up, you've got the Stake Crossbow, which is a 24-inch range, strength 5, rapid fire weapon with Psyshock.
Not just good enough to throw missiles and grenades at you. We're going to throw you psycho-killing crossbows as well.
Yeah, because why not?
No. And handy. Didn't a really nice crossbow model come out with a lady's hand on that Greyfax model that you can only buy in the Triumvirate set? So you want 10 of these, you've got to buy 10 Triumvirates.
Yeah, it's very odd, that one, really, isn't it?
Not cynical at all.
No, not at all. Next up, it's pistol.
Yeah, which, as good needle pistols usually are.
Yeah. Then they've got they've got access to all sorts of weird and wonderful stuff. They've got an assault needler.
I'm sure I paid somebody for an assault needler once.
Is that what they called it, Tom?
Yeah. So instead of it's basically it's an 18-inch needle pistol, but it's an assault 2 rather than just a single
it's an assault 2 18-inch range needle pistol, basically.
Yeah. Rending's normal on needle pistols, isn't it, as well?
Yeah, poison 4+ and rending standard.
Yeah.
But yeah, 18-inch range and assault 2, which that's not to be underestimated, really, when you're putting out that much firepower.
Yeah, multiple people in a unit firing that much firepower with a couple of 6s to rend, it's enough to piss you off any day.
It's going to give Primarchs a pause for thought, because with rending, it's, you're going to put
through their armour.
In there.
Assault needler, and then we got to. I love this one, the snare gun.
Yeah, snare gun. So it's a 12-inch range. No strength, no AP. It's assault 1, pinning, snare. And the snare rule is if a weapon with this special rule inflicts a successful hit, this becomes D3 hits on the target unit. Each hit inflicted, the opposing player must make a strength test. If the strength test failed, the target suffers a single wound with no armor saves possible. Invulnerable saves may be taken. This weapon has no effect on creatures, gargantuan creatures, or vehicles.
Now, is there any way to get multiple ones of these in a unit?
I must admit, I haven't looked at the units with the snare guns. I think you can get a couple of them in a unit. I think one of the units can have a few of them.
A couple of these in a unit, just screwing up people with 5 or 6 strength tests and just taking people down. Brilliant. And I love the idea of them just firing massive webs over people and pinning them down, and they're just getting trapped and pinned and killed. It's hilarious. I love it. So yeah, it's such a cool weapon. Finally, they get access to a Drathic Destructor as well, don't they? Which we've been over before.
Yeah, they get a
strength 5, AP 2, assault 1, instant death, armbane gets hot. So
I think they grabbed it from the weapons rack on the way past when a custode wasn't looking. To be fair.
Yeah. Quick lads, quick girls, grab this. Leg it.
Flash some boob and grab the death ray on the way through.
Yeah, blink, batter the eyelids and get yourself a death ray.
Yep.
No, it's not bad. So then we move on to their armour.
Yeah, so massive block of fluff text, all for it to just basically boil down to power armour. It's a 3+.
Yeah, they get a 3-up armour, which for basic humans is pretty bloody good, to be fair.
Yeah, it's solid. For
3-up armour.
What they get, it's a good save.
I mean, heresy-wise, you're going to have AP3 stuff kicking around, because you're used to dealing with Marines, but it's still bloody strong for basic humans to have a 3-up as well. So, no, that's all good. So, that rounds out our war gear and our weapons and rules and stuff for all the Talons. I think what we're going to do now then, we've been babbling on for the best part for an hour and a bit now, so we'll take a break. We'll go to musical break, we'll take a rest, and then we'll come back in and we'll start talking about units and the filth.
Thank you for coming home. Sorry that the chairs are all worn. I put them back, should have sworn.
Welcome back then, guys. So we've covered off some war gear and stuff then. I mean, there's a fuck ton of stuff in there and stuff that we haven't seen anywhere else. So let's go into some unit entries. So first up off the bat is the Legio Custode Shield Captain. Now, this guy is a beast, isn't he?
He certainly can be a beast, yeah. I personally haven't seen what everybody's whinging about myself, but yeah, he's a bit nasty. So I mean, he comes sort of standard gear is spear, plasma grenades, crack grenades, iron halo. So he's in a 2-up, 4-up straight off the bat. Yeah. He's got all the Legio Custodes rules. All the Custodes are bulky. He's got Crusader, counterattack, and he's an independent character. He's got precision shot, precision strikes. So he's going to be putting his damage where he wants, basically.
Everything you kind of expect from a king of the custard men.
Yeah, I mean he is their praetor essentially. So he's going to have access to. He's going to have access to all the usual stuff they've got, plus some tricks of his own. Fairly beefy stat line. I mean, majority 5s across the board, 4 wounds, 5 attacks, weapon skill 6. Yeah, he's no slouch. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, he's gonna be kicking ass and taking names.
Yeah, oh definitely. The filthy bit is mostly to do with some of the combo of his war gear, and his option to become a tribune. Which
the key bits of war gear, really. I mean, plasma grenade. What does a plasma grenade do when it's at home?
It's a frag grenade essentially. It's nothing.
Powered up frag grenade, isn't it?
Powered up frag grenade. Yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, I mean that's what makes him OP and broken as fuck, isn't it? Having plasma grenades.
Yeah, it's the plasma grenade. There's nothing else in there. He could walk around with just that plasma grenade and nothing else, and he'd be deadly. No, I mean, he's got... Oddly enough, he's one of the few guys that can take a shield and a spear, which adds in... That's the first part of his sort of fuck you capabilities, really. He can also have digi-lasers, so chuck another extra attack in. Cyber Familiar, increasing his invuln save. Yeah,
so he's onto a 3-up invuln.
Yeah, so
give him a shield, that's a 3-up. Give him a shield, that's a 3-up rerollable invuln. That's pretty brutal anyway.
Yeah. Basically, then any of the assault weapons, he can have it. So blade, gauntlet, power gauntlets, power talons, any of the spears. He can take a paragon spear as well.
Yeah, we'll throw a power fist, power gauntlet on him, and he's got another attack because he's got a pistol. No, you can't give him a pistol, can you?
Yeah, he can have an architect pistol.
Oh no, he comes standard with a close combat weapon. So your close combat weapon and your power fist give you your extra attack.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So you give him another attack that way because brutal enough. So yeah, I mean, basically he's got access to everything a custo can take, really, can't he? A standard one. Yeah. But it's powering up to Tribune level that suddenly, really takes him to the next level. So for 25 points, you can power him up to Tribune, but he's got to be in a detachment of more than 2,000 points. So he's not going to be your allied detachment captain, is he? He's got to be...
No.
He's got to lead an army.
He's going to be a primary detachment HQ, let's be honest.
Yeah.
And it's going to be standard size forces, as you said. It's not detachments. It's not allied detachments or anything silly like that. But yeah, when he goes power level over 1,000, it's the.
So what does making a tribune do then?
So on top of all the other nasty shenanigans he's got, he also gains fearless and eternal warrior.
So no doubling him out.
You can't slap him with a Medusa round or a Vindicator round and go bye bye. You're off the table. He's just going to stand there and brush his armor down and pass you, basically.
25 points, 215 points.
215 base for the Tribune, yeah.
And then you add on your war gear on top of that, and you're gonna throw a Cyber Familiar and a shield on him, aren't you? So that's 50. 10 points for the 10 points for the cyber
for the dirty combo.
275 with all the shit on him.
Yeah, with all the decent shit you'd want to give him. Let's put it that way. I think it's 275.
He's going to go toe to toe with most people in the heresy. You know,
Yeah.
he's going to give Primarchs he might not kill a Primarch, but he's going to stand up to a Primarch and tie a Primarch down for an entire game.
Yeah. Oh, he's a mini Tarpit unit if you put him into Primarchs. If you put him
he's
into
just going to
anything
hold you up.
else, he's gonna just walk through them without even breaking a sweat.
Which for 275 points is, I think, what people are crying a little bit about with him. Is that it's incredibly cheap to tie down a 400 or 500 point Primarch with.
Yeah,
but
it's
what it is. He's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Again, it's that thing about being a dick. Do I want to give him a 2+3+3 rollable? Do I want to be that guy? I do. I'm building one.
No comment.
No. Well, I can't fucking win because I don't know how the game works. I've got to win by fucking being the most whack faggot out there. I've already been called a whack faggot by Road to Terror and Northern Heresy, so got a reputation to live up to, haven't I?
Say, name fits though, Tom. Let's be honest.
Yeah, so the Shield Captain for your 1 HQ choice for your Custodes army, even without powering him up to be a Tribune, that's a pretty beefy HQ. That's a solid HQ.
Yeah,
isn't it?
he's not a slouch. He's definitely not a slouch.
Cool. So what's our Sisters HQ then?
So the cheap Sisters HQ is a Oblivion Knight Centura. So human stat lines, although initiative 5 and weapon skill 5, which is pretty
Damn good.
Or for a human stat line is pretty good. 75 points gets you, war gear wise, execution blade, bolt pistol, frag, crack, and psych out grenades, because, let's go
Why
over
not?
those cycles. She's in a 2-up armor, she's got artificer armor, and an enhanced void sheen cloak, which the Oblivion Knights get a void sheen cloak. It basically gives them a 4-up invuln, so it's essentially an Iron Halo, but it's a 3-up against template and blast attacks.
Yeah.
Which is
That's
tasty.
pretty cool. That's pretty handy, yeah. Nice. And she comes with the Psychic Anathema, Ex Oblivio as well, Precision Strikes, Company Cadre, and Independent Characters. So kind of everything you'd expect from an HQ for them, wouldn't you?
Yeah, she
pretty
ticks
cool.
all the regular boxes for a HQ choice, basically.
And for the bargain basement price of 75 points base.
Yeah, that's
Not-
really,
not-
that's
you know,
really
and-
good, and that helps you build very small allied detachment of them to stick with your legions, I think. And I think that was the first thing I looked at rather than building Custodes was, can I squeeze a nice 500 point detachment of Sisters and get the old penis transports in there as well when they come out, because I love the model, and you can. And
The old
having cheap
dildos,
HQs like make it possible, because it's sometimes the HQ that will push you above that and makes you start looking at 750 or 1,000 or something. But you can build a nice little 500 point allied detachment just to use your cool models and without it being too cheesy. And with my solar, they're actually a lot more viable because they give me something I wouldn't have with those. But we'll get onto that more when we get into the units. But the price is awesome.
Because you can actually take a Sisters HQ and Custodes troops, can't you? You don't have to take Custodes HQ.
Yeah.
So there's your set. If you only want to run one squad of troops, a little basic bitch Custodes unit, you could just whack a 75 point unit, a 75 point Sister of Silence Oblivion Knight Centura and a cheap ass squad. That unlocks your Talons of the Emperor, army to get your Custodes in. Even if you just wanted to be filthy and just take them and then run the fucking tanks, the Custodes tanks, just because you're a filthy bastard. But yeah, no, I really like them. Nice cheap 75 point unit. So
well, even if you've only got the one. Sorry, no, carry on.
No, so I was going to say we're going to go on to the next unit, but if you've got something else to say, then
I was going to say, even if you've only got the Prospero box and you're thinking, I just want to try my 5 Custodians out and I try my 5 Sisters, you sort yourself out with there's loads of models you can use as an HQ. You just start looking at converting from Dark Eldar ranges, from elf models I've seen. You can use your What's the name that's in that triumphant box? There's loads of them available on eBay. You can.
I was going to say a certain triumphant female character might be able to fit the bill for the HQ quite nicely.
Yeah, it's a really nice sort of cheap way if you don't want to go down. You listen to this and you think, "Oh, I've got them in the box, they're still on the sprue." I've heard lots of people moan they're cheesy, this and that, or I don't fancy doing it. I want to do my Legion. You know, you buy yourself one model and you can get yourself a low model count, paint your models you got up, and just sort of try them out in games without completely altering your meta with some real gorgonzola. But as you can explain later. Yes. Sorry. Anyway, I'm slowing it down. So next.
Well, it's just the execution cadre, which I really like as an HQ choice. It's just something different as well. So this is a squad actually, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a 5-woman squad, I should say, rather than 5-man squad. I mean, you get the weapons on them are quite nice as well. They get the assault needlers, bolt pistols, and close combat weapons. So run round, stick some poison rounds into people, and then charge them. Why not?
They're absolutely brilliant.
It's cheap as well.
Yeah, 100 points. It's cheap chips for HQ.
Yeah. With 3 episodes.
You've got 4 quest aurors and then a silent judge as well.
Yes, the silent judge is their side, essentially. Interesting. She's got a refractor field, so 5-up save there. Power weapon rather than combat weapon. And she's also got a Nuncio Vox as well.
Yeah.
Which,
so get one of those, because they've got company cadre as well, have they?
They have got company cadre as well, so yes.
So give them infiltrate, get them up front, use your Nuncio Vox to call in your deep striking custodes.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much.
Fucking excellent.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they come with a bunch of special rules around, don't they? Psychoanathema, Witchfinders, Fanatic Discipline, Night. They all come with Night Vision as standard. Hatred, Psychers, and Demons, Company Cadre, and Instruments of Tortures. So, do you want to take they've got a couple of unique special rules, haven't they? Which is Spectral Vestments. They've got Flamers with compression tanks as well, which is brilliant. So,
one of their weapon
some of their special rules, Kurt, for this
unit.
Yeah,
so the Spectral Vestments, is basically a -1 ballistic skill penalty on shooting attacks against them. They've got weird, basically, camo cloaks, essentially, which is quite nice when you mix it in with some of their other cheesy shenanigans that they can have via the sort of company cadre if you give them stealth as well. So you're really hard to hit them. And then they've got filthy saves as well.
Yeah, they've got good saves, and they've got night vision. So if you've got night fighting on, well, I'm going to get me 2-up, 3-up cover save, and I'm just going to shoot the shit at you, and you don't get a cover save. So fuck you.
The Flamer with compression tanks are just, hilarious. It's sort of the B-movie use of a Flamer weapon. I'm going to spunk it all in one go. So it's an ordinary Flamer weapon, but once per game, a model equipped with this war gear can use it, and it's basically it makes it strength 6 rather than the standard strength. But you do it before any wounds are rolled, and then the flamer's spent essentially. So they chuck everything at you in one hit.
So I guess the ideal is if you're getting charged and you're using your Wall of Death, pumping them all up to strength 6, because if you're getting in combat, probably these girls, if they're not geared up for combat, aren't going to win too many combats. But, spunk all the flamers on the way in, screw somebody up coming in on the way in, strength 6. Especially other humans, if you're getting charged by cultists and stuff and then instant deathing them so they're not getting feel no pains and stuff, because it's strength 6, could be hilarious.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And you mentioned about the snare guns, Tom. You wanted a unit all with snare guns?
Yeah.
These girls, you can take 4 snare guns in this unit.
Yeah, snare guns. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to build me some snare gun women. I'm just going to go around hunting Astartes and binding them up in ropes.
And the even kinky thing is the silent judge can take the Neurolash as well, so you can tie them up and then...
The Astartes sex dungeon, here I come.
Yeah, the next rule they've got, Witchfinders. So this is one of the trickier tricksy things they can do with the Force Org sort of thing. So basically, when selecting a detachment, you can only take this Executioner's cadre as your detachment's compulsory HQ if it's 500 points or less.
So this is how you get your little allied detachment in, basically. This is your cheapest chip allied detachment.
Yeah, you can take one of these and a squad of custodes, and you've got a fairly tripped up, or can have a fairly tripped up unit as a HQ, and then a load of guys with spears.
Yeah, and then you've got you can take these as non-compulsories in a bigger list as well. So these could be your second HQ if you wanted to.
Yeah, if you want to max out on Sisters or add in a big Sisters HQ to fulfill your company cadre and take a load of Sisters as troops and elites and stuff, you can do that as well, which is really nice.
Yeah, nice, excellent, nice. I like that unit. And then last up is Instruments of Torment.
How many of you had to drink?
So, more than I should have done for this time of the night.
He's just getting carried away with the idea of being tied up and whipped in a dungeon by they torture you.
This unit, you know, all you need is a special rule allowing newspapers to come into the room when they're working with Conservative MPs, and they would just be sex dungeons. You know, it would be a bad tabloid spread.
Anyway, so the Instruments of Torment, then, that Tom seems to like more than anything else. When in close combat with any character without any other models being present in combat, all the attacks made by a unit with this special rule carry the instant death special rule, which is just, you know, I'm going to mob your character on his own, and I've got instant death everywhere. They are a mini assassin unit, essentially.
So what do we got next? So next up is Constantine Valdor. So no cheese on these 2 pages at all.
No, nothing. Not on this page, anyway. You know, nothing at all.
so take us through his rules then. Tell us what he's about.
Okay, so he's, well, what should we say? He's fast. He's tough. He's almost Primarch level stat line. I mean, he is essentially their equivalent of a Primarch for the Custodes. Badass Guardian Spear, Iron Halo, so 2 up, 4 up. List of special rules that's almost as long as your arm.
Yep.
All the Custodes rules. He's got precision strikes, precision shots. He's Eternal Warrior. Doesn't make that much of a difference really, but Eternal Warrior for what it's worth. And he has a Warlord trait, Shadow of the Throne. And then obviously his Apollyon Spear basically takes the Paragon Spear and goes, this isn't strong enough, let's make a better one. So it's on the charge, he is strength 7. So he's strength 6 base, strength 7 on the charge, AP 2, lightning blows. It's a specialist weapon, and it's also got a special rule called Molecular Severance, which is, to be honest, disgusting. It's basically, if he rolls a 4+ to wound, he's instant death.
Right. Okay. So you got 50% chance of instant death on anything that.
Yeah.
And he rolls
50% chance. It's instant death. AP2.
The brutal thing is he always causes a pen on a 4+ as well.
Yeah, that's the other part of it. On a 4+, he's penning a vehicle. And if you do have an invuln save, which is going to be the only thing that saves you against him, is you have to re-roll successful invuln saves with this weapon as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty filthy.
He's a Primarch killer.
Yeah. Oh, he will take Primarchs to town and show them a nice time.
He's absolutely brutal. For his points level, I mean, he is a big badass, this guy.
Yeah. Is the bolt-on part of his Apollyon Spear is a hyper-velocity bolter, which just absurd. 18-inch range, strength 5, AP 2, assault 2, concussive. So if you do manage to wound a Primarch with that and then charge them, they're in a whole world of trouble. They're really in trouble.
Yeah, it's a proper fuck you up. Good weapon, that.
Yeah, it's a death dealer for Primarchs. Let's be honest. Yeah. It's anything really.
Yeah. And then he gets his own bloody warlord trait as well.
Yeah, it's not that overly broken. He can reroll seize the initiatives if it's being used, and any Legio Custodes unit, including him, may be given teleporter transponders at no extra cost. So,
So-
nothing cheesy about that at all, really.
Where do you fall on this? Is that any Legio Custodes unit, so as in you can deep strike your dreadnoughts and your vehicles, or should it be anything with a Legio Custodes rule? So,
I personally read it as anything with the Legio Custodes rules. So vehicles can't. So when we go through the list, the ordinary unit entries later on, a lot of them can take teleporter transponders anyway.
Yeah.
But you pay points for them. He basically goes, well, have one for free, have one for free, have one for free, which frees up a few points in the list, especially when you start taking 3 or 4 squads of them and you want them all to teleport. It does make it a lot more viable.
How many units can't take them? Is it just the
jet bikes and the tanks and the dreadnoughts, basically?
Right.
Which is
So
basically
every unit can take them.
Yeah, in a normal Legion list, with the exception of the jet bikes, it would be everything with a Legion Astartes rule.
Yeah.
So that makes more sense to me, because deep striking those dreadnoughts and stuff, I think, would just be fucking ridiculous.
I'd like to do it if you want to have a game like that, Tom. I would quite happily run it and see what it's like. But
yeah, that's fine. You can deep strike using the new GW deep strike rules then.
8th edition isn't out yet.
Now, when I read that rule, I automatically just assumed it would be entries with that as an option available to them to pay for anyway. I wouldn't have thought it was anything else, but that might just be my natural kind of leaning on the way the rules are written. But
no, I think you read it like every sensible person. Like the majority of people I've spoken to have gone, yeah. It only seems to be people in those corners of the internet where you don't really want to look that go, no, it says any Legio Custodes unit, I'm going to deep strike my Coronas Grav carrier. Oh, fuck off, you bellend. Go back and play 40k.
Yeah, I think if anybody tried to argue that one with me on the tabletop, I would just go and pick up all my toys and walk away and find someone else that I actually want to play against, because
exactly.
That is absurd.
Yeah.
In a list of cheese, that is really taking it to the point of stupidity. Really.
Yeah. I'm just going to deep strike everything. Oh, fuck off, mate. Go and play somewhere else then. See you later.
Yeah.
Cool. So who's next up then? Queen of the Soulless Slags.
Yeah. Uber bitch herself. Janetta Kroll. She's not actually as bad as she first looks.
No, at 150 points, I first thought, 150 points for a sister's HQ. But then you started going into it. Weapon skill 6, ballistic skill 4. Strength toughness 3, fair enough, human. Wounds 3, fuck me, alright. Initiative 5, alright, hang on, we're punching first most of them. 4 attacks with a 2+ save. Alright, she's pretty tough then. She's a tough old girl.
She's punching above her weight quite considerably.
She's punching at console. She's punching at console Praetor level for a basic human.
Yeah.
So what does she come with then?
She's a bit more than a basic human, let's be honest. If you read through what she does in the fluff,
but she's what I mean is she's unenhanced. She's not, she hasn't been fiddled. The Emperor hasn't been down and fiddled with her. She's a human. Just
anyway.
He hasn't put some genetic mold on her face. She is just a bog standard human. She just happens to be a massive dick smasher of a human. So what's she come with? The Sword of Oblivion, which is her own sword, an Archaeotech pistol, Frag Kraken and Psycho grenades, the Void Sheen cloak and Artificer armor. And then who would like to start with her list of special rules?
I'll take a deep breath and start, Sean.
Yes. Can you do it all in one breath?
Here we go. Psychic Anathema, Ex Oblivio, Fanatic Discipline, Precision Strikes, Rage, Preferred Enemy Characters, Psychers, Company Cadre, Independent Character, Raptor Guard Cadre, Eternal Warrior, and she's got her own Warlord trait to top it off.
She's brilliant. She's absolutely excellent. So again, I think we'll hit through some of her special rules on this because there's a lot on there. So start us off with the Sword of the brilliantly named Sword of Oblivion. That is a Highlander sword.
Definitely. It's considering she is only human, to misquote certain films.
Yeah.
The sword is +2 strength, so she's strength 5 in combat, which for a lowly human is
pretty brutal.
It's AP2. It's got Murderous Strike and Duelist's Edge, so it's going to do some damage there.
Instant death on a 5 or 6, +1 initiative. Yeah, pretty brutal.
She's certainly not a slouch. If she starts calling out some challenges, she's going to be doing some serious harm to certain characters.
She's going to be taking Praetor's heads.
Oh, without a doubt, she'll be taking Praetors down left, right, and centre. I've got a feeling she could give a few special characters a run for the money.
Yeah, I mean, some of the especially the special characters that are more for buff than for combat, she will give a hard time to, and even some of the combat characters, she's going to give a hard time to.
Yeah, definitely. One of her main special rules it's unique to her. If she's part of the detachment, then a single Oblivion Knight cadre in the same detachment gets upgraded to be her Raptor Guard. Basically takes them to weapon skill 5 for 20 points for the squad.
Yeah, which is pretty damn good when you're suddenly running into other assault units and you're they're hitting you on 4s because you're matching, and you're hitting on 3s because you're pushing ahead of them. It can be really handy, just weapon skill 5 across the board then.
Oh yeah,
20 points. That's really cheap.
Nice little buff for you.
Yeah. Yeah, especially when you can bulk out those Oblivion Knight squads quite big and then have them all at weapon skill 5 for one fixed point, as you said, just for 20 points for the squad.
It keeps them as a troops choice as well. It doesn't change that, does it?
No, the Oblivion Knights are elite.
Choice.
Oh, right. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, they stay as an elite unit, but it just means you've got one elite unit that's weapon skill 5 rather than 4.
Which is, to be honest, the bodyguard unit you're going to want to run with this lady anyway. So, it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, I'm going to spend the 20 points and buff them as well then.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not going to run her on her own, are you?
Then we've got a warlord trait, the Laurels of Victory.
Yep. So she can reroll seize the initiatives, and also give D3 infantry units the scout special rule,
which you can pile on top of company cadre, giving them infiltrate.
Yeah.
So you can really get your sisters in place straight away.
Or you can actually give it to custodes as well, because it says your infantry unit.
Infantry, yeah, you can scout your bloody custodes. You can scout. Is it scout that confers outflank, or is that infiltrate?
Scout does infiltrate. Well, they both do.
So you could give your custodes in outflank as well.
Yes.
Yeah, that's filth.
all for 150 points, because why not?
Yeah. And then she's got a Void Cloak, which is, as we said, a 4-up invulnerable, 3-up against Template and Blast.
Exactly.
Really good. So should we move into some elite units then?
Why not?
Cool.
Why not?
First up, I think, is the one that a lot of people go, ooh, I want some of these. This is the Legio Custodes Heriton Guard Squad then.
Yeah, these are the elite of the elite, basically. So
these are the Emperor's bodyguard, aren't they? These are the ones who stand next to the Emperor himself.
Yeah, these are his close protection unit for the Emperor, basically.
Yeah.
They're essentially standard custode stat line, but they're 3 wounds apiece and 3 attacks, which before you start playing any tricks or upgrading them or anything.
So weapon skill 5, ballistic skill 5, strength 5, tough 5, wounds 3 for these guys. Leadership 5, 3 attacks, leadership 10, 2+. Fucking brilliant. That is your standard custodes line, bar the 3 wounds.
Yeah. The only thing they get different special rules wise to the standard custodes is Crusader and counterattack.
Yeah, which is handy.
Oh god, yeah. Especially if you're going to use them to bodyguard unit, Kroll or Valdor, your shield captain.
Yeah. And then you can basically pick anything out of. You can completely customize these guys up and give them anything you want, really, can't you? You just anything out of there, the infantry based list, you can just
Yeah, so you can give them the three different types of spear. So the standard guardian spear, the melter spear, the death ray spear. You can give them the power gauntlets, power talons, the war blades as well. Interestingly, you can give them paragon blades as well.
Yeah, you can give them all Paragon blades. You can have a squad of 10 dudes with Paragon blades because, fuck you all. They can take...
The whole squad, everybody can be armed with the shield as well. So you can actually have a whole squad with Paragon blades
and a spear.
And shields. So you've got 5 up rerollable, -1 to hit with a Paragon blade hiding behind it.
And then we can take... you can take the Magnum Vexilla, and you can take your shield. So you can basically kit them out however you want. And these guys standing around your 3-up rerollable in Bun's Tribune is probably what's going to make people cry and go home.
Yeah, it's not a friendly unit. I am contemplating a 10-man unit of those, but I think I might try that trick.
You didn't want any friends anyway to start with, so you're all right.
You can't lose what you haven't got, so it's fine.
Then we get on to the Terminators, which actually I haven't heard a lot of people talk about the Terminators, really. I guess because the Heritage Guard are so good. But
you're looking at a list that is, when your basic infantry are essentially Terminators anyway.
Yeah, what does a Terminator give you, really?
Yeah, they kind of feel a bit lost.
Yeah.
In the list.
Because you're going to get a 2-up, 4-up with these guys. You get your sweep and Overwatch, but you can't run. They all come with Solarite Power Gauntlets and Alastrum Stormbolter. So, I mean, they're good. You can upgrade them to have
they're not a slouchy unit, but they just feel a little bit, as I said, they just feel a bit sort of lost in the doldrums compared to the rest of the stuff.
It looks like you'd run them with the heavier weapons, maybe more than the sort of close combat stuff, isn't it?
They don't really have... You can give them twin-linked Adratic Destructors, which is pretty good. You can give them fire pikes, which is the way they're sort of talked about in the fluff. So, I mean, imagine in Zone Mortalis with all them fire pikes. It could be quite brutal, but yeah. 225 points for 3 Terminators. When you said, like I said, most of your troops units have got a pretty similar stat line. You know, might not come up. So, on to the first of the Dreadnoughts then, shall we?
Yeah, this is my favourite, I think. The shield one's nice, but the spear one, he's...
When your Achilles Dreadnought.
Yeah, the Contemptor Achilles Dreadnought. 200 points gets you... weapon skill 6, ballistic skill 5, strength 8, 13, 13, 11, initiative 5, 4 attacks and 3 hull points. So pretty nice Contemptor chassis there.
Well, it's uprated because it's 13 at the side instead of 12. Higher initiative. So usually it's fleet move through cover, but it actually comes with counter attack as well. So there's your little bonus on that as well.
Standard smoke launchers as well, which is interesting.
Yeah, and it comes with a refractor field, so it's a 5-up all the time rather than a 5-up in shooting and a 6-up in combat.
Yeah, that makes
and it comes with extra armor as standard, so it's always moving.
Yeah. As standard, it's got 2 Dreadnought close combat weapons with the built-in Lustrum Stormbolters.
But you're going to upgrade one of those anyway.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, to a twin-link Death Ray of Doom.
Yeah,
that's what I'm going with.
Yeah, you're going to upgrade your one weapon so you get the Dread Spear with Corvée Pulse Laser as well.
No, that's on top of the 2 wrist-mounted weapons.
Oh yeah, you get your wrist-mounted weapons and then you add on the Dread Spear on top as well. So yeah, 2 twin-linked Death Rays and then a fucking Death Spear as well. Because this Achilles Dread Spear, run us through that then.
So the Achilles Dread Spear, it's strength 10, AP 2, melee, mastercrafted, and the rule that's really making people cry, impaling. Which basically any roll when it charges, any roll to hit that is a 6, and all of its attacks with this weapon are resolved as destroyer hits.
Well, no, because it says in assault, any roll of 6 in assault means its attacks are resolved with a weapon strength. I'm assuming you're coming down on the sensible side and saying it's the ones that you roll a 6 for are the destroyer hits, not all of the attacks.
No, I'm going down the cheese side because it means its attacks, which is all of them. So you roll 1/6, they all become D.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they intended, because that's fucking nuts. With five attacks on the charge, weapon skill 6, you're going to get 1/6 to hit, pretty much guaranteed. To then make all 5, potentially all 5 of those attacks strength D, I think that's just ridiculous.
I can see why people are.
I don't think that's the way it's intended. And to be honest, if I was playing that, I wouldn't be happy if you did that, because I just think that's fucking insane.
It's tough enough as it is for that.
Yeah, you only need 1 or 2 strength D hits to fuck up a unit anyway.
True. Well, no, because a D hit is only on that model.
Yeah, but you get 1 D hit on my Primarch that you've charged into, or 1 D hit on my super heavy tank, and you take it out. That's still pretty salty anyway. If you've got. I mean, Stu, you were on the bad end of it up at Warhammer when I charged your Baneblade and then rolled 4 6s on the destroyer table. And it's like, yeah, it's gone. Just fucking put it back in the bag. I personally come down on the side of it's meant to be the hit that is a 6 is destroyer, not all of them.
I assume that again. When I read it, I just assumed that's what it was.
That's the way I read it first time as well.
But I can see why you could argue the other way. Unfortunately,
oh yeah, totally.
The way it's worded. But,
I think
it wasn't until I reread it and thought, oh yeah, okay, that's what you're getting at.
I think in the environment you're playing in with a heresy, I think most people would rule it that the 6 to hit is the one that causes the destroy hit.
Yeah, it is a bit broken.
It's badly worded, and it's bad.
Things the FAQ if and when they get round to doing it for this book.
Yeah, well, there won't be an FAQ because we've got 8th Ed first.
Yeah, there's not going to be an FAQ, is there?
They make money off selling rule books. They don't make money off selling FAQs.
True. And just to top it off, that Dread Spear has also got the built-in Corvée las pulsers. So that's the D3 las
cannon. las cannon. Just to fuck you up a bit more. I hit you with a D3 las cannon on the way in, and then charge the fuckers that come out.
Oh, you can hit with the D3 las cannon and the twin link death ray cannon.
just to bring those tiers out even further.
Yeah,
I'm going to get you a load of my empty paint pots, so that when you're going around playing this army list, you can just put them under people's faces and collect their tears. Yeah, all right. Enough said about that bloody dreadnought. Then let's move on to something that I like. So the Oblivion Knight cadre.
Yeah, so this unit is very, very similar to the HQ choice. Execution blades, bolt pistols, standard human stat line, except for weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 4.
Yeah.
Psychic anathema, ex oblivio, so really, really big FU to all the Thousand Suns players out there. Fanatic discipline, precision strikes, which for an elite unit is always tasty.
Yeah, you're going to take out those sergeants and those key characters when needed.
Yeah. And then they've got the Void Sheen cloaks as well, so it's not quite the good version that the characters get. It's only a 6-up in Vun, but it's still got that 4-up. It's a 4-up against Template and Blast, so they're in a 3-up, 6-up, which is, for an elite unit at 85 points for 5 models.
Pretty damn good.
It's pretty damn good. I mean, their damage output. Their damage output is going to be pretty good with the execution blades.
Yeah, even if you throw one power axe in there or something as well, just for a bit of AP2 hilarity.
Yeah,
because then you can actually change. You can have the entire squad with power axes for 5 points each as well.
Yeah, you can give the whole squad power axes, and the Oblivion Knight Mistress, conveniently named enough, can also have the Neuro Lash as well for you, Tom. Just to
exactly get me some lashings. Sweet. I really like this. It's the Oblivion Knight squad. I think that's a really cool squad.
Yeah, I'm I think that's what a lot of my sisters are going to be turned into, because they're going to be sort of add-on support units to the main Custodes force.
Yeah, I think I built mine with Warblade, so it wouldn't be too hard to say, yeah, they're all Oblivion Knights. So, shall we roll into the core of the army then? Because, troops, they're just TAC Marines, aren't they? Skip over them.
Yeah, let's get onto their basic TAC Marine squad equivalent.
So your Legio Custos Guardian squad.
Yeah, 165 points gets you 3 guys. Just pretty standard dudes, really. Nothing special. Guardian spears, refractor fields, close combat weapons, plasma and crack grenades, custode armor, Crusader, Legio Custodes, bulky. Nothing,
so they all come with magic. They all come with magic spears. They all come with a 5-up invuln, 2-up, 5-up. So they're all Terminator equivalent straight away.
Yep.
And they're Legio Custos, bulky, and Crusader anyway. So, yeah, I mean, you can throw a couple of you can upgrade them to Patherite spears and Adversite spears as well.
Spears and Adversite spears, yeah. So that's your Melter and your Death Ray spears.
Yeah. And then you can throw a Vexilla in there as well. So, yeah, pretty cool. And then their opposing number is the Legio Custos Sentinel Guard squad.
Yeah, so these are the guys with your Warblades, so your big He-Man sword with a bolt gun attached to it.
Yeah.
And the shield. And they are, other than not being able to swap out the spear or swap the spears around, they're the same. The only real difference is you've got Shield Barricade as a special rule.
Yeah.
And this is the really disgusting one when you take into fact the Solidarity rule where they can 3-inch coherency. Any friendly unit being targeted by ranged attacks which pass through the area occupied by a unit composed entirely of models with a special rule, gain a 4-up cover save. You can string a 5-man unit of these guys out 3 inches apart. That's quite a long front to basically give a walking Aegis line.
Yeah, you barricade everything behind them, anything you want. Because it just says in ranged attacks pass through an area occupied, so they don't have to be covered. If you want to be an asshole, you could put 5 of them.
20 inches, isn't it? It's 22 inches. They're going to.
You could put 5 of them in front of a knight and walk them up in front of the knight. Because if you're shooting through the area, you could surround a knight with them, surround them around a Porphyron, with a 3-inch coherency, and give it a 4-up cover save at all times. Because it's just, you're passing through an area occupied. It doesn't say, because in Aegeus, you have to be in cover behind it, so a vehicle would have to be 25% obscured. That doesn't say you need to be in cover. It just says, if you're firing through an area occupied. So I'm going to put my Warhound Titan behind 4 of those, and claim off, and get a 4-up save, and never get any friends.
You'll be alright with that, Tom.
I'll still lose the Titan in one go.
Yeah, because somebody will sneak up behind you.
You find the one fucking gap I've left.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty brutal. The shield barricade, you can basically protect anything you want with those guys. I think I was listening to Age of Darkness earlier, and Mark was saying he won the Adepticon tournament with his Custodes list. He was just like, those guys are so durable, so hard to get rid of. 4-up, 2-up, 5-up rerollable invuln. Cover saves for people behind them, give them a couple of power fists and stuff as well. You're just killing stuff.
Yeah, last night, time of recording last night, we played local club. We played Rob in a ZM game, and we realised that Custodes in ZM are even filthier than they are in the open battlefield. I had a squad of these guys, took 12 plasma rounds in the face, and I lost 1 wound.
Oh, fucking hell.
Because the thing to bear in mind with all the Custodes as well is they're all character models as standard, so you can pass the wounds around.
Yeah.
So you get
a
squad of these guys with shields, rollable, 5-up invuln saves, passing the wounds around. I did make an obscene amount of 5s and 6s, to be fair. But, 12 plasma rounds, 1 wound.
It's fucking brutal, isn't it? Fucking cheesemongering golden shiny dickheads. Cool.
You-
Let's go. Let's talk about some nice people then. So the Sisters of Silence Persecutor squads.
Yeah, so the Persecutors, this is your standard bolt gun Sisters of Silence unit, really.
Great, cheap, 65 points, 5 models, give them infiltrate, stick them on an objective, and they ain't going anywhere.
Yeah. Nothing really much to write home about. That's it. Only real nice thing. They can take a Vox. They can take breaching charge. That's the only thing that's unique about them.
Five chicks with bolt guns, standard bolt, ladies' stat line. You can throw in a couple of little things there. You can actually, the entire unit can exchange their bolt guns for 2 bolt pistols for free. I fucking love that. I just want to see them with bolt pistols everywhere. Chicks charge around with 2 bolt pistols.
Jump packs as well.
Oh, they'd be hilarious. They'd be absolutely brilliant. Yeah, so they're pretty cool. You can chuck a chargeable saber on the mistress as well, which is quite cool. You know, your sergeant in there can have a chargeable saber. But, you know, you bung points on that. I've seen them used really effectively. Alex used them really effectively at No Retreat just to cap objectives.
Yeah, they're your objective capping units, especially if you give them infiltrate, because you just stick them straight on. They bunker down.
Because they're essentially fearless, aren't they, with the fanatic discipline?
Yeah.
So you're not going to shift them. You're not going to shift them from shooting. They're just going to sit on the objective. They're going to keep scoring, you know. And you're going to have to dedicate something to deal with them. So,
this is what I've been talking about earlier about the little 500 point add-on to my solar. Yeah. Instead of maybe I don't know, taking some more tanks or something, I can really change the way the army plays just by adding. You know, if you're talking about a 3K game or something, adding 500 points of these onto my fairly static army in terms of troops behind an Aegis. Most of my tanks don't need to move too much to shoot. You know, a couple of units of these in transports can really give me some mobility and some even more point scoring. I think it could really just change the way the army plays, and I think it's very easy to look at this list as a big hard-hitting custodes-led thing, but there's lots of little tidbits in there that you can use to change the way your existing forces play, and that's the way I definitely look at it. Stick some cheap sisters in there and give myself a little bit of something different.
Yeah, absolutely. They're great. So then we've got the Vigilator cadre, which is exactly the same again, but these are your basic troops, all with execution blades. So pretty much all the same things, except for they come with Death Mark. So you can declare a single infantry unit independent character as the Death Mark, and the Vigilator units will get the preferred enemy against that unit, which is pretty cool. I love it. Fluffy. You know, they stand up at the start of the battle, they see one guy or one unit and go, fuck you in particular, we're going to come and chop your head off. Which is excellent.
Yeah. I mean, it's stick them in a transport, sling them forward, go hunt that character, that warlord, whatever it may be.
Go and deal with them. That's fine. You know, go and select the battery of quad mortars and drop them in there and get preferred enemy against the quad mortars and chop the quad mortars to pieces. Because we all know that quad mortars are a pain in the dickhole.
Can't do against quad mortars. Sadly,
infantry
enemy infantry or independent character.
Do they count as an artillery unit? Because you've got infantry in there, haven't you?
No, they're an artillery unit, not infantry unit.
Fuck 'em,
I know.
Fuck 'em. More quad mortars then. Fuck 'em. 12 quad mortars with phosphex.
Cheesy bastard. Fuck off.
Now, what I think we're going to get onto what I think is probably the cheesiest unit in the game, in the list. The Legio Custos Cronus Grav Carrier. So take us through
easy at all.
Take us through the bits, and I will explain why I think this is a fucking pain in the dick.
Fair enough. Okay, so it's ballistic skill 5, as it should be. It's piloted by a custode after all. 13, 12, 11, 4 hull points. It's a fast skimmer. It has a twin-linked Lastrum bolt cannon, a turret-mounted twin-linked Arcranus blaze cannon, machine spirit, a little rule called flare shield. I don't know if anybody's heard of that. It also has deep strike, outflank, and grav backwash, which is if a vehicle's been immobilized, unless it's become immobilized, it's -1 to hit it in assault.
Yeah, wonderful. Brilliant.
Yeah.
Fucking dickhead. So, how many points for that then?
Nothing wrong with that at all, Tom. It's not an
How many
assault.
points? Yeah, alright, okay.
135.
So let's compare it to the Humble Spartan. The Humble Spartan at 305 points. Okay, what do I get on my Spartan that I don't get on my Cronus Grab Carrier? Well, I don't get an assault ramp I get an assault ramp.
Yeah.
I get armor 14 on the side and the rear, and I get an extra hull point.
You get armor 14 on the front as well.
I get so I'm seeing one better armor on the front. Okay. 1
on the front, 2 on the side, 3 on the rear.
Cronus Grab Carrier, 14 at the front essentially with a flare shield inbuilt, because I'm not paying. Actually, I mean, if we're taking it base points, I'm not 15 on the front. I'm 14 on the front because I don't get my flare shield as standard on my Spartan. I have to pay for that. So you get your flare shield free. So you also have the little combination of being a skimmer and having a machine spirit. So you're going to jink everything that I fire at you anyway, and you're still going to return fire. Like there's no problem. So great. So you're going to keep firing. So and then all right. What do most people in Spartans fear? Melter bomb attacks. Oh great. Well, if I melter bomb you, I'm not hitting you on a 3. I'm hitting you on a fucking 5. Wonderful. So even my melter bomb assault. Now I have played 2 of these in a list, and it took nearly my entire army to take 1 down. They are a fucking nightmare to kill. They also, because they're a skimmer, are a fast skimmer. They come 12 across the board at you in the first turn. They then flat out 18 inches, and they're in your deployment zone first turn. I don't give a shit if they're not assault. First turn, they're in your lines. You've got a Spartan parked in your lines first turn. Great. These for 135 points. That to me is batshit. I just cannot justify how that's 135 points. 235 points, I still think they were an auto include. But 135 points, that is just fucking insane. Considering the Lastron bolt cannon they've got and the blaze cannon on them as well, which they are both brutal weapons, and they can outflank as standard, so you can bring them on from the side. That's the only bit. I mean, I've taken the piss out of this army list the whole way through, and I actually don't think the army list is that bad, and I think it fairly well reflects what the custos are supposed to be. I just don't know how they've got to 135 points on that.
No, it is ridiculously cheap for what it actually can do.
I'll give you a comparison then, Kurt. 120 points gets me 1 Vindicator. For 15 points more than that, you get a fucking 4 hull point, jinking, grab backwash, twin cannon, dickhole transport.
Even if you took the transport off of it, it's still a very, very useful gunship.
Oh god, yeah. I mean, they put out a lot of damage. So I think in this entire army list, even Valdor, I'm not that. He's bad, but this just I don't know how they. I mean, like I said, if it was 235 points, I still think people would be going, "Oh, that's a bit cheap, isn't it?"
You compare with a Land Raider then, if it was that kind of.
Land Raider's 300 points, essentially.
Yeah.
Well, they're not though. Yeah, Land Raiders are.
So Land
Raider. A
Land Raider Achilles
over 200 for a Phobos. I don't know if you're talking about the ones that with a decent transport capacity. So forget the Achilles.
A Phobos is 225 points. 14 all round with 4 hull points, but it's got 2 twin link las cannons. It doesn't have a flare shield. It will move 12 at best flat out, and will have to negotiate terrain.
It can take 10 as well, not 12. So this is the capacity on this has got the it's the capacity that every Land Raider player wants, don't they? So that you don't have to start running Spartans all the time.
Things you've got to remember, all their units are bulky, so that is essentially Transport 6.
Yeah. That's
because they don't have a single model on it, but it's so a Phobos is 225 points before you put anything on it. You can deep strike these fucking things. That's insane. This is the thing I'm most salty about, because you can stick Valdor, as Alex Wainless did, stick Valdor and some guys in it. First turn, Valdor and his mates are parked in my line, before it even moved or shot, and the game suddenly is then not about the mission. It's, oh fuck, Valdor's in my lines with everything else there. I can't deal with. He got all his sisters and the rest of his army marching up in front of me, and I'm going, well, I've got to kill the fucking thing that's in my lines, because if I don't kill it, I'm fucked. So, yeah, that for me is the one unit that I go, I'm really not. That leaves me a bit salty. That unit, the Cronus Grav Carrier. That I think could have been 235 points, and it wouldn't have hampered. It wouldn't have made it a bad unit at 235 points. 135
it wouldn't be quite so much a kick in the teeth, would it?
Yeah, it'd be, oh, that's good. Whereas I look at that now and just go, I just don't know how they've got to 135 points. And I don't want to rant on and be
It's the problem with a lot of the list, though, isn't it, really, is the points. It's not the...
No, actually, I'm not that worried about the rest of the unit, because a lot of them are small units. You're talking normal unit size, 3 men. And I mean, the Heriton Guard are 3 men, and you're paying 70 points each to put more models in. So very quickly it can eat up points. But at 135 points for probably the best transport in the game, you just can't. That I just don't get. That's what I don't get. I'm not worried about most of the things in this army list. That is what kills me. That Grav Carrier.
Should we move on to the?
Should we get less salty? And let's talk about the Dildozer. This is my favourite model GW have produced in the last 5 years. I absolutely adore the Karen Pan Acquisitor Dildozer.
So what we got? 125 points gets you 12, 11, 10. So
for 10 points more, I can have a fucking grav cannon. Oh, fucking salty. I'm salty as fuck, aren't I? 125 points, 12, 11, 10, 4 hull points. Nice, reasonable.
It's still a fast skimmer, although this one's also got tank as well, which means it can ram things. Dildo ram.
Fuck you, I'm going to ram you with my Dildozer.
Yep. It's got, in its special rules, it is an assault vehicle, which with its front hat and capacity of 12 actually means it's almost worth taking those on one of your sister squads and chucking the sisters out and the custodes getting in it turn 1.
Fuck you, girls. We're nicking your ride.
Yeah, we're nicking your dildo. We need it.
Saying that, you mean you imagine you've got Genetia Kroll and a bunch of Raptora Guard charging out of that. That's scary.
Yeah, it's not going to be exactly what you want to see steaming across the board towards you and then realising that's inside.
Yeah, open up the Jap site. Out comes a load of angry soulless slags.
I think you need a weekend away, Tom.
I'm sorry. I'm going on holiday soon. I'll calm down.
Oh, thank God for that. So the other special rules it's got: battle auspex, deep strike, because there's not enough deep strike in the transports in this army list, and a capture grid. War gear wise, it's got a twin linked missile launcher with frag and crack and psych out missiles. So it fits with the rest of the fluff. We're going 1,000 Sun hunting. It's also got a Helion pattern heavy cannon array, a Spectre distort field, smoke launchers, and a searchlight because everybody uses those.
Do you know what? Actually, a couple of times over the weekend at Escalation, people pop smoke with their vehicles. And it was quite handy, actually, just giving you, if you're not doing anything else with it, just to give it a better save. It's not bad. Yeah. So
everybody forgets them, don't.
Oh, yeah, I fucking forget every time. Every time I run it. So what's a battle specs when it's at home, then?
The battle specs, it gives the vehicle itself the night vision special rule, and it reduces cover saves of enemy targets it's firing at by 1.
Which is handy.
Yeah. So not only
because if your night lord, your night lord's playing on your cover save, well, you don't get your night fighting anyway because I've got night vision, and I'm dropping that by 1 anyway.
Yeah, can be quite nice hunting night lords with that vehicle. To be fair.
Yeah. And then we got a Spectra Distort Field.
Yeah, so the Spectra Distort Field, it gives a model with this rule has stealth. And
handy.
attacks, yeah, very handy. Shooting attacks against it are made from more than 12 inches away, a -1 ballistic skill penalty.
So your tank that's sitting across the other end of the field trying to pop shots into it, -1, and it's going to go stealth +1 to your cover save, +2,
Yeah.
+1. So it's always
But
going to
it's
have a
got-
6-up cover save.
It's harder to hit, and it's harder to hurt it as well. And it can see you from the other side of the battlefield if it's nighttime.
Yeah, no, that's pretty cool. The capture group, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, lovely little bit of kit. So if it makes a tank shock against an infantry unit, it inflicts D6 Strength 5 Hammer of Wrath attacks while doing so. They're made before any death or glory attempt.
Just to make some extra attacks in there. I'm going to smash my dildozer into your tank squad.
I think that's every vehicle should have that ability. Tank shock is probably one of the weakest rules in 40k/30k at the moment.
It's basically I'm going to drive my tank into you. I've moved out of the way. Oh, that was it.
Yeah. Anything that makes that ability viable is worth it, in my opinion. So, yeah, you've just dropped off Kroll and Raptor Guard, and now I'm just going to start charging into your units. I'm going to basically slam into them and do damage.
Someone's bringing a unit up to support the other unit that's being hacked to pieces by the solar slags. All right, I'm just going to ram the crap out of you in my phallic-shaped grav tank. Cool, and then we'll just do the Helion pattern heavy cannon because we haven't actually mentioned that. It's a range 24, strength 7, AP 4, heavy 4, twin link pinning.
Yeah,
great.
It's a pinning auto cannon, basically.
Yeah, it's just blasting shots into people, which is hilarious. Penning and glancing light armor. Wrecking light armor as well, which is always good fun. Popping rhinos. Causing people problems. Not bad. I see for 125 points, that all seems good. Yeah, right. You can get rid of the heavy. The autocannon for a twin link multi-mounter for free. No, I'll keep the box. You can give it armor ceramite. Yeah, fine, great. So for 125 points, that all seems reasonable, which just makes the grav carrier seem even more ridiculous. That's a good vehicle for 125 points, and then the grav carrier is let's move on from there.
Would you like some more salt with that pile of salt you've got, Tom? Yeah,
but I'd rub some salt into this cheese. So, shall we move on to some fast attack? And we start off with the Sisters of Silence Pursuer Cadre. And I know this is Tim from our Horace's favourite thing of the list, because you can have cyber jackals with this.
Yeah, this is the nice unit. It's basically bitches with hounds. Or bitches with birds, depending on how you want to play it, to be fair. So you've got 2 pursuers and a pursuer mistress, and then 3 beasts as the basic unit. All the sisters have bolt pistols and close combat weapons, as you'd expect. And then they've got Fanatic Discipline, Psychothema, Company Cadre, so standard sister stuff, and then Move Through Cover and Fleet, which are a nice little combo. And then you've got 2 different beast options. You've got the Cyber Jackals, which have Rage and Feel No Pain 5 up. And they're 2 attacks each as well. So weapon skill 4, ballistic skill 2, strength 4, toughness 4, 1 wound, 4 initiative 4, 2 attacks. Which, cheap as chips, they're 15 points each. If you take 3 of those, 45 points for what is going to be 4 attacks on the charge per model.
Yeah.
With a 5
hilariously, put melter guns in their mouths as well.
Yeah, the Cyber Jackals can have guns. They can either have a flamer or a melter gun. Or you just throw in a couple of Steel Talon wings as well, which are the birds, because they have blind close combat attacks.
Yeah, brilliant. Just blind people to death.
Yeah. Other than that, like I say, the Cyber Jackals have got the guns in the mouths. You can add in the Mistress has got usual sort of upgrades of pistol weapons and a charnable saber or a power weapon. They're just a nice little interesting sort of harassment unit, really, just to run in and cause some mischief.
Yeah, again, I mean, you give them
tanks going by with your melter guns.
Yeah, you imagine how salty you're going to be if 3 cyber jackals blow up your tank with melter guns in their mouths. You know,
really bad dog breath.
Yeah, come here, I'm going to breathe on you. And actually, should we then move on to the Agamatis jet bike squadron? So we've just seen the models here. Now there are a couple of things I think we need to talk about on this, don't we? There's some errors in there, which I actually think you just fucking use common sense. That's fine. So, jet bike squadron, 225 points, three custos on jet bikes, custo stat line with a jet bike, so they got to tough 6, so you can't actually instant death these guys, which is great.
You have to just whittle them down bit by bit.
You have to whittle them down. They come with a power lance when people are going, oh, why have they only got a power lance? Well, power lance is fine. You know, it's just, I think it was Max from Road to Terror said, not everything in this army list has to be fucking insanely broken. You know, they for God's sake, you know, they've got one weapon that isn't great. You know, but they've still got a power lance. It's still AP3 on the charge. So you get the right people. Yeah. So it's not going to power in.
To be fair, you're not really using these as a close combat unit. That's not what they're for. These guys are designed to just fly around and harass the big tanks and the big heavy units with what is arguably one of the dirtiest mid-range weapons in this list.
Yeah, so I mean, as standard, they come with the illustrious bolt cannon, which people are going, well, there isn't one. Well, there is. It's an Iliasta's bolt cannon, or whatever the one in the army list is. It's just a fucking typo. You know, don't argue with me. It's just a fucking typo. There's no art. There's no, the way it's spelt, there is no corresponding gun profile. So that's a typo. Someone's fucking typoed it. You know, it's just it's a fucking typo. Use the one that I think it's 1 letter difference. So that's fine. Anyway,
L, I think, isn't it?
Yeah. So I mean, it's literally just a fucking typo. So don't worry. But the actual issue does come with the sweeping fire rule, which is the rule that says may fire once with each of their weapons in the shooting phase. Well, they actually only come with one gun. But the issue then comes from saying any Legio Custos Agamentus Spiker may upgrade its illustrious bolt cannons for an arthritic destructor or twin lens Corvée pulsar. And people are trying to say, oh, well, that means I've got an illustrious bolt cannon and an arthritic destructor. Well, no, you haven't, because it says you may upgrade its illustrious bolt cannon with one of the following options. So you're replacing your bolt cannon with the arthritic destructor. They say, yeah, but that means sweeping fire doesn't work. It's like, well, yeah, it doesn't. But bear in mind, this book is supposed to be supposed to have been written completely compatible with 8th ed. So the sweeping fire rule may make more sense in 8th ed.
I'm not sure that this book is written with that.
I don't know, but I mean, I just don't see. If somebody said to me, "I've got an Iliasta's bolt cannon and an arthritic destructor on it for 5 points each," or a twin link Corvée pulsar, I've got a bolt cannon and a D3 shot las cannon, and I can fire both of them in the same turn, I'd probably go, oh, piss off, mate. You know.
Yeah, I'd probably be tempted to slap them for being stupid at that point.
Yeah. It's because it's the word. Any Legio Custos may upgrade its illustrious bolt cannon, so you're upgrading it by fucking replacing it. Same as every other one.
That sweeping fire rule can currently be used is they can throw a plasma or a crack grenade as well as fire the bike's weapon.
Yeah. But I just because that rule doesn't make sense doesn't mean you can bend the way the upgraded bolt weapon is written to suit that rule. No, like I said, I'm hoping it'll make a difference. It might come to light in 8th, but yeah, like I said, if somebody said to me, I've got a Corvée las pulsar and a bolt cannon on it, I'd be going, nah, piss off, mate. You haven't. You've upgraded your bolt cannon to have that las pulsar, and to be honest, at 225 points for the 3, and then 75 points to have 3 D3 las cannons on jet bikes. I don't think you need another fucking rule, mate, quite frankly.
No,
I'm probably going to
300
be
points
shitting my
of,
pants. Yeah.
Potentially 9 las cannon shots.
Yeah, fucking Spartans and killing tanks in one round of shooting. You know, yeah, I'm all right, mate. I think I don't think you need another rule on them. So, and also the models for these are beautiful. They are stunningly good looking.
They are, they're going in the army. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, there you go, Stu. You got some more stuff to paint.
Yeah, they're on their way.
I'd love to paint those. I'm just looking at the model closely to see if there was another weapon that's not in the war gear list, because that would have made sense with the contradiction of the rules, whether there was a separate small weapon, but can't see anything on there.
War gear wise, that's missing from the entire book that people are just assuming is a close combat weapon is the Misericordia.
Yeah, but according to Alan at the Weekender, it's just like you said, it's just a close combat weapon.
Yeah, it's just a close combat weapon, because some units have close combat weapons, some have that. So I think it's just where
it's basically just to represent the authority of the Emperor of Mankind.
Yeah, in the flesh, it's a blade that just represents the fact they can execute the Emperor's judgment on any Imperial citizen. That's all it is. It's nothing. It's certainly not another ranged weapon to use the sweeping fire ability with, anyway.
Oh God, no, not at all. So, yeah, sweeping fire is a bit odd at the moment, but I don't think you can use that as justification to have 2 guns on your jet bikes that are clearly modelled with 1 gun as well. So, you know,
I'll just be firing triple shot las cannons and throwing grenades from them. That's all I'll be doing with them.
Yeah, the thing is, if you've got a triple shot las cannon and your intention is to fire it, you're going to stay back, so you're not going to be throwing a crack grenade at anything anyway.
No.
So you're going to be out of range for it. So I don't see what the problem is there. So the Legio Custo Palace Grav Attack Squadron, and I gotta admit, I don't like the model. I think it looks like it's missing something, but I like the fluff and the rules.
The rules looks like something. It's a really nice little. It's basically their version of a land speeder at the end of the day.
Yeah, but it's got a twin link blaze cannon, a flare shield, and a machine spirit. So you're getting your flare shield protection. You're always jinking, so you're getting a 4-up cover save. But because you've got a machine spirit, so you're always going to fire its 1 gun at full ballistic skill anyway. Yeah. So you just jink. You know, it doesn't. You know, if somebody fires a bolt pistol at it, you're going to fucking jink it anyway, just to be on the safe side. You know. And you can upgrade it to a thoracic destructor as well. So it comes with grab backwash as well, so you're not melter bombing the crap out of it as well. Solid for 85 points a throw. A couple of those. I think they're a real good harassment unit.
Three in a squadron. Run those. Yeah. Outflank them. Deep strike them. Start harassing rear units. Yeah, they're going to be. They're a solid unit. It's just a shame the model looks.
I don't know. I can't put my finger on it. The gun doesn't look right because it's between the 2 front pods. It looks like a pod racer where the pod bits crashed into the engines at the front.
I think they took the CAD file for the Kronos Grav carrier and just squidged it, personally.
Yeah, and forgot to squidge the side sponsons.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, they're cool. They're all right. Then, again, it's probably one of those things that if I had one in my hands and I was looking at it, I'd probably go, yeah, it's not so bad. I just looking at the pictures of it, and I've seen it a couple of times at open days and things, and I just think, yeah, it doesn't grab me like everything else. Cool. So that rounds out our fast attack. Should we head into heavy support then?
Yeah.
First up is our Sisters of Silence Seeker cadre, and these are Sisters with Flamers. And I don't get why these are their heavy support options, because a Flamer's not a heavy weapon. I don't know.
No.
What you are going to do?
Give all grenade launchers to, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is what you're going to do. You're going to fucking spend the 5 points, and you're going to give everybody psych out grenades, well, crack frag and psych out. I mean, even you can have 10 points each. So add another 50 points to the 85, 135 points for 10 crack grenade launchers.
135 points for a 10-man unit. Sorry, 10-woman unit.
Yeah, and then you've got 5 points each, so another 50 points
185
for
points.
185 points for 5 frag, crack, or psych out grenades. Because frag grenades, I know they're not high strength, but when you've got 10 of them firing in volume into a bunched up unit against humans or even post-humans, that'll do something. And then fire crack grenades into vehicles. You're going to kill vehicles with them.
Yeah.
Because they're not heavy, are they?
No, they're assault weapons, so, you know.
If you keep moving around and firing.
Carrying them as a flamer unit, take them in a ZM game.
Oh, yeah, flamers and ZM will be lethal, but out in the big right world, you know, that is brutal as well. So with the flame, I don't get why the flamers makes them a heavy support, but I can see why their options makes them heavy supports as well.
I think they had to put something in the heavy support slot, so if somebody wanted to do a full sisters army,
you've
there's
got
something in every slot to max out. Otherwise, you'd end up competing with each other.
Yeah. And then the usual, the mistress can take a power weapon, flamer, needle pistol, plasma pistol, charnable saber. Now, I mean, if you give them a charnable saber and a plasma pistol, that's quite expensive, but your guys with, your ladies with fucking crag missiles, and suddenly if they get charged, to have a charnable saber and a plasma pistol in there, give somebody a thought about charging them, wouldn't it?
It's a little deterrent, yeah, about trying to take that unit out from combat.
Yeah.
You see, I mean, it's not going to be a massive deterrent to some of the really heavy units, but then if those really heavy units are charging a squad of 9 grenade launchers, then they're doing something wrong anyway, and they've distracted the opponent perfectly.
Yeah, exactly. So, Sagittarium Guard then. So these are models that have caused quite a few heresy boners. And they're basically Custo Guards with massive bolt guns. So basically come with a heavy bolter and a death ray underneath them.
Yeah, so this is the combination weapon, the Adrastus Bolt Calavier. So heavy bolter or a destruction beamer, which, you know.
Yeah, and it's a combination weapon, not a combi weapon. Because you can fire it multiple times. It's not a one-use thing. So, yeah, pretty handy. You've got a heavy bolter. Interesting, the heavy bolter is a heavy weapon, so you can't move and fire that. But the destructor beam is assault. I think it's not a heavy weapon. So you're not snap firing that. So, and they're not relentless or anything. So the heavy bolter is kind of redundant because you're going to want to get within 12 to fire your death rays.
Almost. I see them more as a rear guard. Sort of get them up midfield, and then they'll just sit there as a fire-based unit. And then if anything does come up that's particularly nasty, they just get a death ray in the face.
Yeah, no, they're cool. Like I said, they're cool. I think they're fucking excellent models. I think the combination of a ranged 36-inch heavy bolter and then a 12-inch death ray. You want to be really close for a death ray, but your heavy bolter is, so I don't get the combination of the two.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense in my head. The models are really nice, but the unit entry, the rules wise, it doesn't fit with the rest of the army, in my opinion.
Yeah, if you've got a ranged 36 weapon, you want to sit back and fire. Yeah. But the ranged 36 weapon is the weaker half of it, so you want to use the strong bit, which is 12. So you need to get them up there. And now a heavy support unit, you're either using one or the other guns, basically, not both.
Yeah, as much as I like the models, because they haven't got spears, they're not going in the army, basically. Rule of cool is definitely applying to this army.
Oh, most definitely. The Legio Custos Calidus Grav Tank. This is their Sicaran, basically.
This is their flying Sicaran, yeah. This is Grav Tank Sicaran, basically.
I'm not as salty about this because I've played it. Just quick price comparison: 165 points for the Legion Sicaran, 195 for the Cladius. You get a better cannon because you get the twin-linked Lastron bolt cannon, and you get a twin-linked Iliastus accelerator cannon. You also get a flare shield and a machine spirit. So again, you jink the crap out of it. You're still firing at least one of your guns at full BS. Deep strike, outflank, grav backwash built in. You can give it armor ceramite for 20 points, and you can upgrade to the heavy blaze cannon as well for 15 points. It's a little undercosted for my liking. It's not like the Grav Carrier, where I'm like, that's fucking ridiculous. This is, especially considering the Sicaran's got a bump in price last book. You know, they were pushed up a little bit. It feels a little bit. It's hard for me, like I said, when you're comparing your heavy sports slots for the Sagittarium and these guys, it would be hard for me not to just take 3 of these guys if I was really like pushing the army.
These win out over the Sagittarium every time.
Yeah.
In my list, in my book, in my head.
They win out over most heavy sport units, to be honest. Be able to jink, move 12, keep firing. They've got a flare shield. They're going to get a 4-up jink all the time. You know.
Well, they're going to get a 4-up jink, but you're going to be looking. I mean, realistically, you're going to be spending an extra 25 points to give them the Ceramite and the extra armor, because the extra armor is not included as standard.
Yeah. So
to give them that jink all the time,
push them slightly over 200 points for them. It's not so bad, but like I said, it's just I've only faced one in game, and it wasn't that bad. But I think it was made not that bad by the fact I was having to kill. It was made worse, by the fact I was having to kill other stuff. In an army of hard stuff, it's not a soft choice. It's a little bit too cheap, but it's not game-breakingly bad, if you know what I mean. It puts out a lot of fire, but it doesn't.
It's not the
annihilate
biggest
stuff.
in the list.
Yeah.
It's context, isn't it? Can you remember when we found out the rules for this? It was Tarsus last year, wasn't it?
Yeah, and we were like, fuck,
we couldn't believe it. And it was like, oh my fucking God. And now we're talking about this because it's not the worst thing in the list in a very, very different light. So I don't know whether it isn't as bad as you say. I think it is pretty bad. But there's a lot of more powerful stuff in there, and it tends to.
Yeah, is it the fact that we've just talked about loaded dick kicker stuff? Yeah,
I think it is pretty. I think again, it's a cost thing. I think. Like a lot of the things in the list, but I think it is pretty good still.
Cool. So should we go on to the second dreadnought then, the heavy sport dreadnought, the Contemptor Gallus dreadnought?
250 points of basically it's where the elite one is a spear guardian. This is a sentinel. It's got a big ass shield, big ass warblade. It's the warblade's got an inbuilt Infernus twin linked incinerator, so you're effectively looking at a shred heavy flamer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, shred heavy flamer, and then it comes with a refractor field, so it's got a better invulnerable than your standard Contemptor. It's got a strength 10 AP2, melee rampage, and shred warblade, which is pretty brutal. I'm just reading the Proscendium shield for the dreadnought. It only gets its rerolls for its invulnerable save on the front arc, which admittedly is everything until it's immobilized. Apart from that, I can't see any difference.
Front arc or in assault. So it's front arc.
Or in assault.
Or in assault.
So it's got a 5-up rerollable on the front and a 5-up all round, and then a 5-up rerollable in combat. Yeah, sorry, that's me. That's the fucking rump talking now. So
and because it is one of the stadium shields, it's -1 to hit it as well, unless you're a gargantuan creature.
Mm. So it's good. It's okay. I don't. It's one of the. Against other units, I think it might struggle to find a place, but it's still a good unit.
Yeah, it's of the two Contemptors, it's not. I don't think it's the best. It's costed more than the other one, and it just doesn't seem to. I don't see it earning its points back quite as quickly. It's a nice, solid bulwark unit. It'll hold the line quite nicely, but I don't think it's going to be.
I think it might be one of those ones in ZM where it could come into its own in ZM, where you can march it up in front of something and you can use that to suck up power.
Yeah. It's going to be a tough nut to crack in ZM. It's just going to sit there and soak up so much.
Yeah.
But in bigger games where you can get round to its sides and its rear, it's
not going to quite be so strong.
It's not as strong.
Yeah. Cool. So should we do the final entry in the Talons of the Emperor list then?
The
elephant thing that got. Yeah, not just the elephant. The elephant fucking another elephant in the room.
Yeah.
This is the Warlord Sinister pattern Battle Psi Titan. Because what do you need when you've got a Warlord? You need a fucking Warlord that's run off the power of fucking Psychers used as batteries. It's fucking excellent. So, Warlord Sinister Psychic Titan, Weapon Skill 2, Ballistic Skill 4, Strength Destroyer as base. Front armor 15, side armor 15, rear armor 14, initiative 1, 3 attacks, because let's face it, it's a close combat beast. Hull points, 30 of the fuckers. It's basically a Warlord Titan. The big thing is it comes with a Sinistratum. Oh, fuck it, I can't even say it.
Indestructible Tenebrae.
Sinistratum Tenebrae weapon on its left arm. I'm not going to go through all the rules. It's basically a Warlord Titan. 6 void shields, all that kind of stuff. What it does come through with is a bunch of extra rules. And I've got to go on to the third page to find these.
Yeah.
So it's a Psychic Titan. So it comes with its own warp charge powers. It has a mastery level of 3. The first one it's got is a Death Pulse, which is warp charge 1, which is basically a Nova Witchfire. Range 24, Strength 4, AP 5, Assault D6, Norse Cover Soul Blaze. So that is short range, clearing out the hordes from in front of you. Pretty good. Strength 4, AP 5, going to do Assault D6, it's going to do some wounds on stuff.
Its effective range is 36, don't forget, because it'll move 12 as well.
Yeah, well, you don't really move Titans, do you? You kind of stand them in the corner.
If you really wanted to, you could do, just to really add insult to injury.
Yeah. Then you've got basically Necrotecia as a blessing. Roll a d6 for each hull point Titans lost. On a 5+, you regain a hull point. So that could be...
It will not die.
Yeah, but it will not die for every hull point.
Yeah.
Roll 1 dice for every hull point, so you could get 2 or 3 back. Then you've got the Tempest, which is a Witchfire, which targets a point on the table between 24 and 60 inches away from the side Titan. All units, including flyers, etc., within 24 inches of this target are affected. All vehicles suffer D3 automatic hits with a Haywire special rule. AP4 ignores cover. While all units with a toughness value suffer D6 automatic hits per 5 full models in the unit. Strength 5, AP4 ignores cover, Soul Blaze. So point that in the middle of somebody's gun line and just fuck up their gun line, which is quite hilarious. So it's got some psychic powers which are pretty good. The big one at the end there, the psychic power 3. It comes with Shroud of Terror, so it's immune to fear. Unless the unit is immune to fear, any unit within 12 of the side Titan the controlling player's turn must take a morale check. In addition, unless the unit is immune to fear, any unit attempting to charge the side Titan must pass a leadership test at -3 to do so. So not only are you hitting on it on 5s to 6, you've got to pass a leadership at -3 to charge it. If you fail the leadership test for the charge, you fall back as well. So you're not charging that and melter bombing it to death or chain fisting it to death. That's hilarious. And then the Sinistratum Tenebrae, the weapon on it. So it's a range 12, strength D /X/X.
Range 120.
Sorry, yes, range 120. Strength D /X/X with 2 asterisks, AP 1, 2, and 3.
Do you want me to read this one?
I'm going to go for it.
Go for it.
Heavy 1, Apocalyptic Mega Blast, pinning ignores cover, concussive vortex, inner circle only. Flashbane 2+, middle circle, poison 4+, outer circle. So it fucks everything up. It's D at the middle, concussive and vortex. So actually it's vortex, so it's going to stay around as well.
Yeah.
So you fire it. It just stays there as well, moving around. Flashbane 2+ on the inner circle, so it's going to kill units. Poison 4+.
It's vortex on the inner circle.
Yeah,
flashbane on the middle circle, poisoned on the outer circle. And then AP 1, 2, and 3 respectively.
Yeah, so it's going to kill units everywhere. That's hilarious. That is just absolutely batshit insane. That rounds out.
I think it's cheap, 3,250 points,
yeah. I mean, 25% Lord of War tax as well. So you're only going to play that in 9,000, 10,000 point games.
Yeah, it's cheap for what it does. Yeah.
Cheap one. To be honest, if somebody turned up and said I want to play it, I'd have a fucking crack at it. I'd have a great crack at it. I just want to see how devastating it would be on the table. There's just nothing that can touch it.
Absolutely. At those points
ridiculous.
levels, it doesn't really matter what its rules is. It's all fun at that stage. It's not
Just
really
how
about,
long can I last
how well
against
it balances against other things. Absolutely, it'd be great to see.
How long are my 30 vet marines going to last running around the table, driving as fast as they can out of its way? No, it's devastating. Absolutely devastating. So, right, we've been through the list then. We've talked about the theory. Kurt, as we said earlier, you are actually playing this army. What is your army list then? Take us through your army list.
So I've gone, much to your joy, I should imagine. There's no grav carriers in there at all. I've very much gone down the idea of just teleporting in and shouting surprise and opening up with close range bolter fire from my spears. So I've got Valdor as my warlord. So I get the transponders for free. That makes quite a chunk of change there. I've got a Heraton Guard unit with a mix of 3 power gauntlets and 2 Adrathak Destroyer spears. And they've all got shields, just because, why not? They're the Heraton Guard. That's what they're there to do. 2 standard squads of spears. A standard squad of sentinels, so that's the shield dudes. There is a power gauntlet in there as well, just because I had some points left and couldn't spend them on anything else. And then I've also got in the elite slot as well, I've got the Contemptor Achilles, which is the dreadnought with the spear. And then I've got a Calidus grav tank floating around as well. And then there's 2 squads of sisters and a Knight Centura sister, just so I've got some points to throw some sisters in there just to balance things out a little bit. So the idea is everything just teleports in at various intervals and basically just wrecks everybody's face at close range and then charges.
Nice. So how have you found it? Have you had it all out on the table yet?
I haven't got it all out on the table yet. I'm still waiting on my Contemptors to turn up. But all the infantry's been out in one game so far, and that's been particularly nasty. Although waiting on, because there's no way of manipulating the reserve rolls. You can either get lucky and it all turn up turn 2, or you get it turn up piecemeal and then get shot to hell.
Yeah, you are gambling on the reserve rolls quite a bit there.
Yeah, a little bit.
We were talking last night where it's either going to go well and it's going to be devastating, or it might be a bit fucking deadly for you.
It's an all or nothing list, but I've decided, because I've played my Raven Guard so much, it's like that's more of an alpha strike list. So I thought I'd go with something a bit different. I don't do close combat in my Raven Guard, much to everybody's ponderance, because everybody thinks I'm running assault marines left, right, and centre. But my custodes, it's very much teleport in. Next turn, I'm charging you. You can have a spear in the face. Deal with it, however you can. As I said earlier, I played a game of ZM with Rob at our local club, and bless him, he played on till the end of the game, although he was tabled quite effectively, but we carried on just play testing it out a little bit and seeing what the units did, because he hadn't played against them yet, so he wanted to see what they were like. Yeah, the Sentinels, the shield bearers in ZM, as I said earlier, 12 plasma rounds in the face, I took 1 wound. It's some lucky rolls, but the ability to pass the wounds round, because everybody's a character, is rude, and re-rollable invuln saves is just really, really strong as well. Really strong. I think ZM is where they really, really shine as an army list.
Well, that's where a lot of the things that could deal with them disappear. Then, isn't it? Is ZM? Your stuff that really is going to screw them over. Your artillery and your big weapons like that, it all vanishes then, and they're going to eat through stuff in ZM. So
yeah, that's the thing. It's because ZM is such a close quarters battle game. As you said, the advantage that other armies have of being able to shoot them before they get a chance to get into them is gone straight away. You turn a corner and then you've got a spear or a big shiny gold bastard with a big shield in front of you, and you're like, uh-oh. What am I going to do now?
We're all fucked. Cool.
But yeah, no, I'm
Excellent.
having fun playing them. I'm hoping to take them to a couple of events towards the end of the year, depending on what goes to the event lists and things.
Stu gets his finger out and paints them.
Well, yeah, there's
Yeah.
well, waiting on him to get.
Fuck, he's too popular. He keeps telling me
He's going to get them done in the time he said he will.
it's all right. He's only 2 months late on finishing my Zone Mortalis table that I asked him to do in February. So, you know, he's fucking people.
When did you give me it, Kurt? When did you give it to me?
I gave it to you in February. I didn't give you the card until like 2 weeks ago, but
Yeah, you didn't actually give me the stuff to build until 2 weeks ago. No, you
Yeah,
asked me if I'd do it in February.
Gotta blame something on you. Can't blame my disorganisation. No, that's awesome, guys. Well, we've been prattling on for quite a long time about this. It's a lot of new stuff introduced into the world of the heresy. A lot of things that we haven't seen in other places. So I think we'll roll out for a quick break there, then, guys. So we'll catch you in a minute.
Lord Marshal Great, sir. Legion reinforcements now visible on the left flank.
Ah, about time. The wolves, I see.
No, sir. Ultramarines, sir.
But they're wearing grey, Proclamator Fennec.
Fox message said new recruits, sir. No time to paint armour. All Legion reinforcements to the right, sir.
Thank you, Fennec. Good to see the scars correctly presented.
Sorry, sir. It's more Ultramarines. New issue armour. Prime white. No time to paint, sir.
Shocking! At least the Raven Guard are in black armour.
Sorry, sir. That's more Ultramarines.
For Emperor's sake, fox them and find out why.
Yes, sir. Apparently, also new armour, sir. But the sergeant says it's okay. Their eye lenses are red, and the bolt guns are silver. He said 3 colours minimum, sir.
What the? Get on the Vox now and tell them to contact Miniature Realm Studio.
Miniature Realm Studio, sir.
Yes, Fennec. Miniature Realm Studio offers a commission painting service, competitive rates, and a range of painting standards to suit most budgets and requirements.
Yes, sir. Very good, sir. I suppose they do say that fully painted is for closers.
What does that even mean, Fennec?
I don't know, sir. No one really does, sir.
Miniature Realms Studio can be found on Facebook, on Twitter at Miniature Realms, on Instagram at Miniature Realms Studio, or just drop Stuart an email at miniaturerealmstudio@gmail.com.
Right, we're back for a bit of a wrap up then. We'll just close out with a few shout outs and stuff because this is going to be quite a long old event again. I know a few people have mentioned to me that 6 hours was quite a long podcast last time. I told them to go and listen to my horrors and then come back and whinge. A couple of events to shout out then. We have first of all have the MKA Hobby Camp at Incom Gaming. This is being run at our local friendly Income Gaming. I can't even find the bloody event
Local
now.
friendly game store is the phrase you're looking for there.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
You're not back to drinking again, are you, Tom? It's,
it's
only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. That's not good.
It's fine. It's 10 to 4, mate. It's fine.
That's fine.
That makes all the difference. To be fair, I've done nearly 15,000 steps today. I've covered 8k. I went for a bloody bike ride this morning and I've walked the dog, so I'm not drunk, I'm exhausted. I woke up with a hangover and decided let's go and do loads of exercise. So yeah, check out the Income Gaming website, details on there. It's a Saturday, Sunday you get of painting, and you get a Monday of gaming, and then you get a Tuesday, Wednesday of painting again. So for you guys, obviously, if you've not been before to an MK course, which I imagine if you're not aware of this course, you will be new to it. You will be doing 2 days of tanks, learning to paint the famous MKA Rhino, and then you will be having a day's gaming, and then you'll do infantry. Now, if you want to see what can get turned out, if you go to the MK pages stuff, and actually go to the Vangarian Heresy pages, you can see they ran their course over in Sweden over the last few days, so you can go and check that out and see how that's getting on. You see what you get out of it. 250 quid for the ticket, so that's not bad. 50 quid a day, pretty good going. Running on June the 10th through to June the 15th, so those are 5 days. So yeah, introduction to tanks, gaming, introduction to infantry. Pretty cool. You'll cover, I'm now just reading the page, introduction to airbrushing, setting up your kit, fault finding, problem solving, pre-shading, light sourcing, colour transitions, paint application, transfer application, eye lenses, painting tracks, battle damage, applying dust, oil paints, weather powders. Yeah, pretty good. And that's with Mr. Kane and Mr. Wardle, and I believe Mr. Steele is going to be there as well. Henry's going to be there as well, so you can go and learn to paint with Mr. Metal himself. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Go and check that out. So, yeah, go and sign up. I think the tickets are selling pretty damn well down there. They have got a limited number of places, so if you're dumbing and ahhing, just go and get it. So go and do it.
Absolutely. So
cool.
I wish I could make it. Unfortunately,
me too. Life has got in the way of this.
5 days is a bit of too much of a chunk. It was just a weekend course. I'd have probably gone, but I can't.
Yeah.
Can't get a pass on the Monday, the Tuesday, the Wednesday. Unfortunately.
Yes. See, oddly for me, I'm okay with the Tuesday, Monday and Tuesday. And Wednesday, it's the Saturday and Sunday because I got my daughter that weekend that I can't do, so I'm a bit stuffed there as well. So no, unfortunately, we won't be able to make it, but you should definitely go and check it out. And to be honest, I will probably be around on some point on those days because I'll usually be in there. Tuesday night, I'm there gaming as well, so you know we'll be about then. So you might get a chance.
Pop in at the weekend, so. Say hello to everyone there if I can get down. Got no child that weekend as well, so typical. But I've been signed up for DIY that weekend. Now that I'm free.
Now you're free. So
but yeah, it's a shame it's not a 2-dayer because I would have definitely done the weekend had I known. But anyway, I will try and escape from decorating and come down and say hello. So let us know if you're on the course and you want me to come and. Come and dispel the any rumours that I don't exist and it's just Tom. That's because Tom only goes to events. This is not another Tim and Michael thing.
But Tim and Michael are one person. It's been proved. This is, that's why they only do one show a week because it takes Tim so long to edit it, so it sounds like two people in the room. There's a lot of post production that goes into it. So the next thing to shout out, it's not so much an event, but our good buddy Mr. Brains up at the 30k channel, he has launched his new channel. Just be careful when you sign up for it and explain to your partner when it comes up saying the 30k channel X that it is actually hobby related.
Heresy porn, yeah.
Heresy porn, so yeah. £4 a month gets you access to the second channel. There'll be a couple of additional games on there. I know David was talking about getting some other content on there as well, unboxing videos, lots of other things. They're doing a Zone Mortalis campaign, Slow Grow Zone Mortalis campaign thing as well that he's doing. So there's lots of good stuff. And if you pay and sign up and go and join it, you can see my ugly mug on there. My recording with the 30k channel is up on the 30k channel X. So there is a 14-day free trial, so you can sign up for that, have a look at it, see what you think. Hopefully stay on and support David, and all the things he's doing. But yeah, you can sign up for free and have a look first, and then maybe stay on if you like it.
So yeah, I've signed up so I could see your mug on the telly. I think we should put important to iterate that the remaining channel is still there, so you will get the free one video a month on the standard 30k channel. That's not going anywhere.
Yeah,
it's
just very important to mention that.
An extra channel for paid content as well, and a lot of YouTube channels have done that. I think Mini Wargaming has a paywall. There's quite a few good channels out there that do it, and you can see David's obviously put a lot of money into the equipment and stuff that he's got to produce these real top-notch quality visual videos. So this is his way of maybe trying to cover some of those costs, so he can keep producing videos and things for everyone.
Yeah, a lot of us do this for the love of the hobby, but all these kind of content, it requires some kind of cash injection at some point, and David obviously has set up a channel and a hut, and he's got the unit now and running a game club out of it as well. So he's investing a lot in the hobby and everything else. So go out there, and if you like what he's doing, go and support it. It's really, really good. But yeah, as you said, Stu, very importantly, there will still be one free video a month on the normal channel. So if it's not your thing, you don't want to sign up for, you can still access a video and go and see it, and keep up with what they're doing there. But I know David's got big plans for the channel to do lots of interesting things, and he's just tallied up with guys from Greeting from the Warp as well. He's tied up with them to do some events and stuff like that. So there's lots of cool stuff coming out of the 30k channel at the moment. So keep your eyes peeled on them.
That'll be good. Well, we hope we won't promise just in case it goes wrong, but we should have Matt Marlowe from Greetings to the Warp on our next show. We've already sort of arranged to get him on for a bit of a chat, so we might be able to find a little bit more about their partnership when he's on. But just bear in mind, just in case we can't get together for our interview. If he's not in the next show, don't hold us to it. But we should be looking forward.
Yeah, we need to talk to him about his non-consensual relationship with Mr. Tom Henry as well. Find out what's going on there. With this, because every time I hear from the both of them, one of them is always calling the other one their bitch. So we're gonna need we'll talk Greeting from the Warp and 30k channel, but more importantly, we need to get to the bottom of who is whose bitch on that. Really, I think that's the key matter for discussion. So now. On the last show, we mentioned Conflict Norwich were holding a 30k event. Did a beautiful event pack, loads of cool stuff. Unfortunately, due to matters out of their control, Si had to send me a message and say, unfortunately, that's not going ahead at the moment. Still wants to do an event, still wants to get something going, but it's not going to happen at the moment. So if you were looking for more details on that, just hold fire. Hopefully they'll get something sorted. And Si said if he gets stuff sorted, he'll let us know straight away. So we'll make sure we blast that out as well and get that out there for you and let you know. But hopefully we'll get down to Norwich at some point and get to play. But if not, Si's coming up to Tarsis, so we'll hopefully catch up with him there. Try and get him on maybe for a chat. Then we have our good buddies over at Emperor's Path. They are running an event at Warhammer World, the Eye of the Storm, in the Eye of the Storm event. 16th and 17th at Warhammer World. Sorry, 16th and 17th of September. Give you the fucking month. Give you half a charge, shouldn't I? That might give you. So go and check out the Emperor's Path. Doing lots of cool YouTube videos, doing lots of cool stuff. Getting into the heresy. So go and give him a check out and go and have a look at his event. What's up next then? Scribes of War. So Scribes of War, guys, they are running a Victory is Vengeance campaign day. And if you haven't played Victory is Vengeance before, I think it's in book 3 from memory. It's basically Heresy Kill Team. So it's a really cool way. It's a small skirmish game with leveling up and characters and all kinds of stuff. Real good campaign day. So that's going to be run on 29th of the 5th. So 29th of May. 15 quid gets you in for the day, and it gets you lunch as well, which is always a nice treat. So you can go and fill your face as well up there as well. So if you want more details, search Scribes of War Victory is Vengeance on Facebook. They're on there. There's an event on there. And go and check out that, or give Chris an email. So Scribes of War Club is in Stratford upon Avon, and you can email Chris on chrisgibson36 at hotmail.com. So go sign him up for loads of Saga holiday catalogues and all that kind of crap now, because he's given his real name and email address out on the internet. Weak start. So go and check that out. That's really good. And then I think this one's yours, isn't it, Stu? Because I know this has been launched, but I haven't actually checked out any of the details on it. So do you want to run through the next one?
Yeah, it was last night. Freddie posted it in our chat. Actually, it's the Hangarian Betrayal. I think it's part of the Hungarian podcast series they've been doing. So they've got Scandus and they've got God, I'm trying to think of these off the top of my head. We got Scandus, we got Scorpius Insurrection. Is that
that's
right?
That's it, Scorpius. Yeah.
So apparently they needed another event because it's so popular. No surprise there really. So they've put on an extra event. So the Hangarian Betrayal. Hangarian Betrayal. That's on the 17th and 18th of June. I don't know any more details other than that. I don't think there was an awful lot in English anyway on the Facebook page when I looked last time. But if you go to the Hungarian Heresy page, the podcast page, and search there, you'll be able to find the details of their events.
No doubt there'll be plenty
I put a link in
the
show notes ready, so you'll be able to scroll down on your whatever device you're looking at, look at the notes and click on it anyway. But I'm not quite sure whereabouts in Sweden that is. I imagine somewhere close to where Freddie lives, around Stockholm or something. I think he lives near Stockholm, doesn't he? I might be wrong actually.
Sorry.
No,
I just like saying.
I should know. I've sent enough packages his way, but I haven't. I haven't remembered his address off the top of my head. But yeah, that was the last one. There's loads and loads and loads of events up at the moment, and I keep seeing them in Facebook all the time, and I've not been posting them in there. I think we need to either get more organised or just direct you to the events groups on Facebook. But
yeah, definitely.
I might, for the next show, I might actually have a good scroll through and see if I can get a big list together of all of them, or do a bit of a rundown and remove some of the ones from the notes that they're out of date now or sold out. From a few months ago, us not hearing about, here we go, crash from blocks go crashing. From a few months ago, we didn't really hear that many events, and they obviously were going on, but they weren't being sort of announced on a national basis so much. There seem to be new events popping up all the time, almost too much to keep up with. And there's obviously loads of different heresy podcasts out there, and as long as one or two of the podcasts are covering the events, I think every podcast is shouting out events, but as long as between us, all of us, we manage to shout out enough of the events that you know they're there and they sell out, then that'll do. But if you want your event shouted out, do get in contact with us. I will try and do a bit of work for the next episode and actually get a bit of a list, whether you've asked us to or not, and we'll do a bit of a chronological list. If it's too big, I won't read it out. We'll just put it in the show notes or something. But
yeah, but definitely, I mean, the UK Horus Heresy events Facebook group is a great idea. So go and get in there if you want to find events out. Go and find out what's going on. Go and check out in there. It seems like the majority of events are being posted in there. I know when we come to the next Tarsis event, I will be posting them in there as well, so catch up with, as well as in our own groups. There'll be stuff posted in there, so you can go and check them out, most definitely. Cool. So come and join us on Facebook. We've got a group, we've got a page. Come and join us on Instagram. We recently broke 1,000 followers on Instagram, which is pretty insane. So we've got 1,000 followers on Instagram and 3 people listening to this shit. I wonder what's going on, but yeah, come and join us on our social medias. The group's getting a nice little hobby buzz in there. It's you go the eye horror if you want to see alligators eating things and talk about cryptids. Come to us if you want to see people painting shit and generally putting models in there, each to their own. I'm in both. I like the animal attacks, but I do like to see some painting as well. So me and Stu are quite regularly in there, and if you want to ask questions and post pictures in there, like I said, by no means are we the best painters in the world, but we're very happy to talk about it and stuff. So if you want to solicit questions and stuff where you can actually show us pictures of what you want to talk about as well, which makes generally discussing painting a damn sight easier. So yeah, come on there. I don't think for the first time in a long time there's any new podcast to shout out, is there?
I don't think so. I think we're
last
up
few
to date.
shows. Yeah,
I don't know
last
if
few
our
shows.
list has got all of them on there. We might be missing a couple on the list, so that will need updating. But I think we've shouted them all out. I'll update that for the next episode.
Yeah, we'll try and update the show notes. I think most of them are on there, but no, definitely there's loads of good shit going on. Cool. So, do you want to tell us what's going to be playing us out to then, Stu?
Well, I think we should remind everyone that after the song, there is going to be some bonus content. We didn't put it in we mentioned this earlier in the show, but just as a reminder, we didn't put it in the main chunk of the show because it's not really got a kind of an interview structure or so. It's more of a round chat, and it probably wouldn't flow well. But there's an hour's worth of recording from when Tom was in Gibraltar at No Retreat. So if you were in that room, you'll probably listen. If you weren't in that room, 5 or 6 of you will listen and the rest of you probably won't, but it's there for your listening pleasure if you want it. I think the best, so do hang around till after the song, but it's good fun, but it's definitely not, I can imagine, not safe for work. Not that any of the show is really, but this is probably really not safe for work.
What Stu's very politely trying to say is it's pissed up nonsense. We've been drinking all day. We then, Joe sunk a bottle of gin. We'd been to town, we'd had a lot of drinks. That kind of shit talk you have with your mates after you've been out all night and sit around and just talk utter bollocks. There's an hour of that. There is a lot of heresy talk. It's not competent or or structured or any carnage, but it is good fun. You'll understand the hashtag more chain axes if you listen to that as well. So if you want to listen to some hobby nonsense, it is good fun, it is hilarious, but it is about 10 pissed up blokes talking absolute nonsense for about an hour. And then for the guys who did go to No Retreat, there is a bonus song after the event, which has been specially selected for just you guys. So, yeah, enjoy. And do you want to round us out with a song then, Stu?
Yeah, so those of you who want to listen to Tom's drunken ramblings, stick around after Mastodon, which is coming up, doing their best impression of the Queens of the Stone Age, I think. But see you in the next episode.
Show yourself, I wanna see everything you're made of. Tear it down, rip it out. Shed your skin and float it down the river. Lose yourself. Wild love is riding through the valley. Come alive, sailing to the void without your worries. You're not as safe as far as I can tell, and I can tell. Only you can save yourself. Yeah. Soon this will all be a distant memory, or could this dream be real at all? Start the line, start them falling, get you into trouble. Be afraid, don't be afraid. Speak the ancient wisdom of the desert. You're not as safe as far as I can tell, and I can tell. Only you can save yourself. Yeah. Soon this will all be a distant memory, or could this dream be real at all? Show yourself. I wanna see everything you're made of. Reveal yourself. The truth will send a ripple through your body. See your fate, you'll see your fate. Death will come and steal you from the living. Dead and gone. I'll see you on the other side of fire.
Do you like side boob? What about this side boob? That's my side boob.
Sorry, yes.
Oh, we meet tomorrow in that.
Guys, Alex, let's do the intros, man. Yeah, sorry. Mandem.
Mandem's behave. Right, Mandems. It is 12:15 on the fucking actually now Sunday morning.
Shit.
It is we've had day one of No Retreat. It's a little bit messy. We've been on the booze since an ill-fated trip round Gibraltar at 9 a.m. this morning. But
7 a.m. this morning.
Jesus, yes, 7 a.m. we left this morning.
10 a.m. started drinking.
So yeah, guys, I apologise if the recording's a bit shit. I'm really pissed. I've set the microphone up in the middle of the room. We're just gonna have a bit of a shit.
You've had to create a doom bar, mate.
I've had to create a doom bar. I've already thrown one doom bar down the hallway and smashed that to pieces.
Slurred words will happen.
Yeah, slurred words will happen. So I'm sat down. I've managed to get some reprobates down. I'm sat with Alex from the Legion of Peterborough.
Hello.
Mr. King Fluff himself.
Fluffy.
I'm going to skip Tom for now because we need a bit more intro. Liam from Phoenix Commissions.
It's Matt Mallow's bitch, I think.
Yeah.
Matt Mallow's bitch.
Oh, he did it!
Oh.
I've been given a specific introduction for Tom. Apparently, Tom has been around every Midlands Game Club like a bad STI, making Matt Marlowe his bitch. I think those were his words.
But he's got a bit. He's squanched too far. He's squanched too far. If you know Rick and Morty, he's been squanched in the cupboards, and we've banned him from the Legion.
Well, I'm just here to raise his level.
Yeah.
Lower the level all day. That's all you've done is lower the level. As a third Legion player, you've made some remarks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like to push the boundaries.
Paintings out of effluence have been, they're a pleasure compared to Tom.
I mean, when I rolled to Siege, you didn't need to throw shit at my face.
It's when you want. I'm just going to shoot you cacophony. I'm like, you don't have to shoot. You don't have to put a load of sniper rapid fire shots into my beautiful cacophony.
To be fair, Tom.
Oh no, you have. Thank you.
Oh, there's only
one
left.
But Gets Hot kills you enough, so I'd like you to shoot.
I was saving you from getting yourself melted.
No, honestly, I do get hot quite a lot, and then I roll dice.
Yeah, there's no lap clubs in Gibraltar, so that's why you're not getting hot enough.
Speaking of season, I came across Alex and your custodes.
Oh, the filthy shit pushing us. Me and you have both been on the wrong end of the custodes today, haven't we?
Aggressive deployment and seizing.
Or what?
Hay, there's only Gouda, not anything else.
Hay is what horses eat, mate. That's fucking cheese all over.
Honestly,
I'm going to take a nice fucking
no wonder we got stopped
hang on,
customs, mate. The sniffer dogs were like, oh,
Liam,
tell me something. No,
how many plasmas have you got in your list?
Fuck off, right, Alex. How many of your opponents' sphincters are still sore and have stretch marks?
Only one, and it's Tom. I'm sorry.
Let me just clarify, that's Tom with the ultramarine.
Yeah. My sphincter is hurting hard from the Emperor's Children.
Let's face it, I got it.
I thought I was the Emperor's Children, but I got shown.
I brought my nice fluffy ultramarine. Says, this'll be fun. What's your first round draw? Custodes. Alright, I'll get some gravel out and lube my ass up, shall I?
Well, obliged, so.
Well, it's when somebody turned around to me and said, did you deploy that Custodes grav tank in your life? No. Just first turn, he's able to cross the entire board and be at my table
I would
edge.
like to add,
But
if
it's not
anyone
assault.
wants to see Tom getting raped by custodes, if you look at the live feed in the right hand corner,
you can watch the tears.
You can see Tom bending over and crying.
And it's like the fact that
Alex
we're about
inserts
half an hour in, and we both basically said, well, we can just sort of have a laugh now.
Yeah, the game's over.
We had 2.5 hours, and we've done half the game in half an hour, so let's see what happens at the end.
You guys are on the table opposite me. Tom comes up to me and goes, so turn one, I've got this and this left. He's tanked in my deployment zone.
Well, we'll join us.
Are you coming and join in?
Joining
Yeah.
lads? We're on Geno52. Shout out to the Geno52.
So bloody,
Eater of Worlds.
We just joined Eater of Worlds for Instagram.
bloody Joseph, I've drunk a bottle of gin, Eater of Worlds.
He ate a gin of Worlds.
We were just talking about gun laws, actually.
And then we've got Matt from Canada.
No,
Canada.
His name is not Matt, he is the hairy Canadian.
But I heard Abaddon killed
More
it.
important question.
Abaddon killed it.
Who's that woman?
It's mine, help yourself.
Joseph
That's actually a pre-poured.
So
Pre-bowling.
for those who don't know Joe, he's the guy who did a 3-up film of pain.
Oh yeah. The right of war.
Worldwide.
Yeah. Anyway.
So
To be fair, Joe, after today, Joe's got a new name. It's Joe. I drunk a bottle of gin in a day whilst throwing
Hey,
dice.
he's Angry Ron incarnate. He's fine. His
He's
butcher's
taken
nails
all the
need
low.
to be sated.
And I'd like to apologise, there are a lot of weird pictures of me and Joe online.
Well, when you
they're
share
really true.
a hotel
Much
room,
alcohol,
that's what
yeah.
happens.
well, no, you put that picture up.
Picture.
Is
Bravo!
that what they call poo
remembrances.
paintings?
Yeah, poo paintings.
So, what were you talking about? How bad custodes were? Custodes. Sorry.
Basically, I ended up.
Oh, you were? Oh, right.
Yeah, we were
Well,
saying.
actual chunk-
Basically, the first game I could have deployed in his deployment zone. Basically, it's just a
How does that-
turnaround because it's Shatter Strike, wasn't it?
So the fact
Yeah, but how
that
did
you
you
didn't
find
deploy
it?
in his deployment zone and still raped him severely
Yeah.
and left stretch marks by turn 2.
But his face is
And
happy.
your army isn't cheesy at all.
No, but to be
There's-
fair, I've
there's
lost the
some
next 2
great
games,
aim.
so I had a Dysterian list.
Actually, that
which,
is-
It just means I'm shit at playing the game because
No.
everyone else is beating him.
The worst part
No, to be
was
fair.
Tom. Like, you came over to my table. Like, prom, I'm playing Prometheus, like, dick kicking Iron Hands list. I'm getting my dick kicked off. It's flapping.
that
It's
is-
flapping
You're
to the
full
side.
grim.
That list
Yeah.
is
It's out
yeah.
there.
I had,
It's
I had,
out there, isn't
I had
it?
full grim for 3 turns.
It was a
great.
detachable penis.
And he
had,
comes
so
over to me,
yeah.
comes over, he's like, so I've got a quad mortar and something left, and he's in my deployment half of most of his army. And Prom keeps going, goes up to me and goes, he's been over to you twice. Is he okay?
I just had the first Tom was something I've got to tell Tom how bad I'm doing. Okay.
So more importantly,
we were bottom of turn 2. No, so Alex took first turn. He took his first turn. I had my first turn. He had his second turn. And by the end of that point, I had one quad mortar left and one crewman from a quad mortar. That was it.
What are you moaning about? You can't go.
No, that quad mortar trooper was a trooper.
The thing is,
he rallied. He
rallied
stood there.
into the face full of shots and then got murdered.
Shots, but then Girly Man came down.
Girlyman did get in a rampage with him.
He killed Valdor.
He killed Valdor in 7 customs.
But Valdor did 4 wounds on the first round of combat.
Only because he's a gimp and he goes first in combat because I'm the same weapon skill, so I'm going to go faster than you.
Plus 1 initiative. Oh yeah, I'm
going to
reroll your initiative.
Yeah, I don't have that problem.
Right. So who
Great
here?
because I go up a weapon skill in a challenge. Next time it's right. Slow down, bitch. Now I'll slap you.
And then you killed him.
Then I killed him.
Hand of domination.
Once I got hold of him, I nutted him into the ground.
To be fair, right, so Valdor, I've had 3 games today, and Valdor's placed Girly Man.
Yeah.
He's placed Horus, and he's placed Fulgrim, and he's had his dick kicked off every single time.
Right, who killed him quickest?
Fulgrim.
Yeah, fucking idiot.
Do you know why? Because Fulgrim's all about the instant gratification.
He whips
Horus
it and he's got to
tickled
get
him
it
with his talons.
Gullyman
fisted him royally.
Because, let's be perfectly honest,
Fireblade smacked it off.
Fulgrim is unanimously a cunt.
But what happened? Though, the reason why is my Valdor's got a magnetic head.
Yeah, he just
so Fulgrim had a bonus, so I could take the head off.
I'm sorry, Fulgrim had a boner.
Yeah, basically. So my
always
Valdor,
has a boner.
my Valdor is because there's no model. It's a conversion of the limited edition model. So I
really
magnetised the
cheap
head.
ones in Forge World?
Oh yeah, the £45 really cheap one that I can just buy every day.
Absolutely.
So I put a magnetic head on. So the fact you can take his head off made Fulgrim kill him straight away.
Thing is, why Fulgrim attacks so fast is because he charges in, he's got a boner in front of him, so he actually hits you with the cock.
He gets
before
hammer
gets
wrath,
in
doesn't
there.
he?
Yeah, hammer wrath with his bell end.
It's actually strength D.
Strength D, yeah, actually strength D.
Yeah, but strength
Did you give
V
him a
didn't
D?
do anything, did it?
Yeah. No, it's when so charge into custodes and Alex
The
goes
what?
after
The custodes.
Custodes.
That's because they took his testicles.
Some people are still going through puberty, okay? Fabulous Bar has done some experiments on me. It's nice. My testicles are actually on my chin.
That was a sonic weaponry, yeah.
My
Tom.
testicles.
My testicles are up here.
We've drunk
So
so
from
much
now on,
into this
You
shit.
know what?
Testically.
It's not biggest tickus, is it?
Biggest tickets.
Biggest thickest.
It's saggiest balls. But yo, blood.
Liam's laughing way too hard.
Bam. Allow it, yeah?
Yeah, allow it. Respect. I respect that.
brethren.
It's a stretch.
My next girlfriend of mine, instead of brethren, it was bread bin. She
Bread bin, yeah.
She genuinely
No,
thought
respect
because
bread
in
bin.
Birmingham
Right,
they were
hang
saying
on.
bread
I've got a
bin.
better one. I've had a girl, right? So, you know, there's like Gwen
Tangent.
Stefani, ain't no hollow back girl. She thought it wasn't hollow back girl, as in like, you know, call them up hollow back. Hollow back. As in they have a hollow back. She's like, Gwen Stefani hasn't got a hollow back.
That's what
I love how British
Sorry.
middle class
Alex,
is.
I don't know where you're coming from.
Follow back.
Yeah, but
She
Joe, you
has
had
a
your servants. They've all
hollow
got hollow
back.
backs.
I don't understand your
If you
language
pay
right
them,
now.
they're fine.
Some kind of spinal deformity.
Honestly,
It's a song that's
Big
about
back,
spinal
so straight.
bifida.
It's not hollow back.
Alex, your stand-up at like upper gentry clubs, how's it going? And I went out with this commoner. and she thought this song.
Do you know what?
Gwen
I'm gonna claim that.
Stefani.
Do you know what though? That's so Joe.
That's so Joe.
That's so Fabian. That's so Fabian. It's so Fabian. And it's so posh Yorkshireman.
As
It's
long
amazing.
as this is Sojo and gin, that's what it matters.
Slow Joe. We slow Joe.
Slow
Slow Joe.
Joe.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my god. What?
fine. Right,
But to steer it back.
Back to
What the
30k.
fuck?
Yeah, back to
Back to
30K.
Stones. We're talking about
Custodes, yeah.
So
It's about Alex being the cheesiest
Yeah,
player
so-
here.
Hey,
So
we
who's
lost 2
here?
games out of
Who's
3.
played Alex? Who's here? Who's played Alex?
Tommy C.
Right.
Bearing in mind,
He-
hold on,
he's
hold on.
both
Bearing in mind,
smacked both
everyone
balls into the
listening.
So we're all raising
doesn't
your
know
hand
who
right
just
now.
put their hands up.
Yeah, right. Okay. So
Everybody just raise your hand for the audio
words.
content.
Fulgrim and the guy. What's your name?
Oh, it's that famous bloke.
It's that Gino Cartoon guy.
Do I know
I met
you?
him on the plane.
Don't you know who I am?
Oh, I don't know who you are.
So-
No,
He was on the plane with me.
well, it's
Where were we? So I should call them custodes, but I'm going to call them custards.
No,
Custards.
custards. They're custards. Custards.
Custards. So Fulgrim's charged in, and for those who don't know his rules, he gets difference in attacks on initiative.
Yeah, fair
So
enough. This is a big
instead
game.
of Valdo, who's initiative 6,
Yeah.
You get like
Yeah,
plus
you
3
go.
attacks or whatever.
Oh, I'm gonna select this random custard to tank it with the 5-up invul with instant death on Fulgrim on 5 pluses. So Fulgrim just goes in. Daisy chains 4 custards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Custards.
What I can
Custards,
say is
Basil.
my logic in my slightly drunken, slightly very tired haze was the fact that I thought, well, actually,
Oh no, you were sober at the time.
You
Don't
were
give us
only
shit.
slightly drunken.
Yeah.
oh, you know,
Only.
do you know what? I have a couple of
gins.
gins and a
No,
Guinness,
give
and
him
that's
the
I'm anyone.
excuses. It's hard. You're facing
All these
perfection.
tactical
You're gonna be
decisions.
faced.
But
You're gonna be faced.
the idea was, I thought, well,
And
if
fluffy hair.
Fulgrim's in the challenge, then Valdor's hitting a chaplain on 3s and William on 2s. So I thought it's
So
easier to
how,
wound.
how did that
someone
play out,
over.
Alex?
Well, actually, I got.
But you got a
break.
ginger beer.
I got. Have you heard the term spelunking? That's what Fulgrim did. In Valdor's arsehole. He did 4 wounds, overspill.
This is probably the most abusive
Oh,
recording.
no.
that
And then
has
after
ever-
Fulgrim did that, he then ran into some more custards and did them.
Yeah.
Well, you know.
And then he didn't lose a wound, then he grew one back within all day.
It's
He was
good
like,
wound.
I
Yeah,
regrow.
when you was crotch. That's the only
bigger.
big trophy
I suppose,
that you couldn't get that
to-
one wound
I
from that
suppose, guys,
sniper
to set-
bolt gun back.
Do you know how
To
many
set
other
the
ones
scene,
I've
it was
rolled?
quite good actually
6
because we
ones.
we turned up to Gibraltar after a long day of travelling. So me and Tom decided to play on a table, rolled it at random, rolled one of the
rolled
scenarios at random,
Yeah.
which was actually the table we were on, and it was Dominion, which was the scenario we were on.
Fulgrim
And then
was a bit
the last
Dominion,
game of
yeah.
today, what happened was that me and Tom were put on the same table, the same scenario, and everything that happened there. So Tom had learnt all my tricks,
Yeah.
and he pulled my trousers down.
So actually, that's bollocks. What actually means is that Alex played shit and got raped.
Yeah,
No,
like,
no,
yeah, my dad's a crap,
No,
my
it wasn't
taxes
like
are
that,
crap.
to be fair, it wasn't like that.
No, he
and
absolutely
Tom
didn't
knew
play
it.
crap. He
And I got
deployed-
seized.
He
Seized
deployed
was it?
absolutely right. He
Yeah.
infiltrated his sister's
Aggressive
silence
play.
onto Dominion, so he's going to score 2 points at the start.
Yeah, so I suppose, guys, like I've run Sisters Silence, basically 2 squads of 5 bolter bitches, we call them. For us
Bolter bitches.
swear on Gino.
So,
Bolter
Alex,
Solar
can we be like equality here?
Okay,
Bolter
solar
biatches.
Oh my god, did you really
Bolter
just say
people.
That? Did you actually never say that again?
Basically,
Biatch,
like-
biatch, 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 biatch.
Bolter people, which are ladies,
Both are ladies.
Most people.
that infiltrate, because I can choose infiltrate, stealth, all this sort of stuff.
No, you can't say that.
And then 10 with swords. And so Tom learned that they absolutely did him last time, so he decided to destroy them in the first turn.
Well, how many points are them sisters squad?
65 points for 5.
65 for
Fearless.
infiltrating, scoring squad. They are
Yeah,
insane.
so yeah, you can
That's
choose
massive.
infiltrate,
Makes sense.
crusader,
Yeah.
+1 stealth,
Yeah.
+1 combat. They're 3-up save. They're basically
With a
sisters.
fearless, which is
Basically,
massive.
they're
That's
sisters of battle stats, but they're silent.
So they're bolter bitches.
They're bolter bitches.
Right.
But
Yeah,
it's
so
minus
you
1 leadership
when I
to
play
people.
you're
no
hammering
silence.
shots into them and you're taking 1 or 2 down at a time.
I know.
But
him.
because they're fearless, they're not going anywhere.
Yeah.
You
I mean,
know,
even in
it's-
combat, there's no
We're
point
recording
getting in
bullshit.
combat, so they'll just tank it.
There's
Gino
those
combat.
internet celebrities arrived.
Hooray!
Hey.
Jens has decided to join us.
Lots of people have turned up. From
Yeah, we
the
have
top.
more people. So apparently this is recorded.
It's recorded
in our-
G52.
In our drunken
We're all getting some
celebrities.
top quality content.
Yeah.
I'm sure you are.
If you see a lot of them here, I wouldn't listen to them.
No.
Just turn off now.
No.
Really? No, not worth it.
Anyway, what the fuck were we talking about? Bullshit.
Alex
is
is
bullshit.
bullshit.
We're talking about custards, weren't we?
Alex is bullshit.
So Joe, World Eaters wise, what's happened with your games, mate?
He ran forward.
How's the
and
run
started
wall?
shit with
I
chain
just
axes.
run towards the enemy with chain axes.
Hey, I told you.
Yeah, that's the
No,
best
you're
tactic.
missing out a key point here. What else do you do during your games?
Run.
Screams.
No. How
Drink.
many litres of gin have gone through you today?
So 1 litre.
He's drunk a
Sorry,
litre
me
of
and
gin
me and King
today.
Fluff here. King Fluff, he's over there. He's
I'm over here.
It's been very
Yeah.
quiet,
I've
well
done
behaved.
waving
I'm
on
not
an
just-
waving on an audio
Did he
content.
get Joe, did he get you drunk?
I waved really
What?
furiously.
Did King
in
Fluff
the
get
air.
you drunk?
I think getting drunk makes you win. Is that how it works?
So just for the record,
Do you know what that's called? That's called a
Because-
gin win.
I was
Just-
so
just
scared
for
of
the
that
record.
by
Gin,
it.
it's King
I was
Fluff
semi-drunk when I
got
drew
him
against
drunk
Rob.
and
I was
tried to
partial
shoot
when I
him.
drew against Jamie. Exactly, is that
Well,
worse?
yeah.
It's definitely better.
Oh, Jesus. All of my mechanical
Sorry,
units.
I've got to say,
Yeah.
Mr.
Not
Fluff,
prices.
Mr. Fluff over here, literally fluffies all of his dice.
I did. I did.
I played 3 games, 2 games against Mechanicum, against 2 scorers.
A lot of Mechanicum here.
So many mechanics. I thought it was 1 legion, 1 mechanic.
Three-
That's more than most legions.
one scoria killed me
Yeah, I
in
think it is.
3
Two
combat
Ultra
phases.
That's it.
Another scoria, a charge and a
Andes.
kill.
2 Sons Horus.
2 Sons Horus.
No, there's 3 Sons.
Three.
There's 3 Sons Horus.
One's loyalist though. So
How many Sons has Horus got?
Right, I'm gonna
Lots.
say this. I'm gonna say this as it's recording. Who just shit?
Oh.
Rated day, right? Liam, we're in a pub at 7:30 in the morning, and he told us this was happening.
Mate,
And he also told us he'd walk away
Not
from the
only
table.
can I taste that,
I'm
that
sure
has
that-
fucking texture.
I'm sure that leather was.
Disgusting.
Sure that leather
Full
wasn't
grim,
tanned
only
quite
give
that
a.
much.
That is the rankest shit.
Pain in
ever.
pleasure, pleasure in pain.
Tom, I'm guessing you.
Perfection and beauty. That's what
Right,
it's all about.
the guy who plays full game, he's got
I'll
floppy
give a
hair.
disclaimer.
He's got a beautiful
Do you know
face.
what? It was silent
Pink-
somehow.
pink
I don't know how it was
trousers.
silent.
And an arse like a sewer.
I was like a sewer.
Well, no, after,
It's a bit loose now, isn't it?
after Prometheus's Iron Hands, Jesus, where?
After them 2 Spartans and a Fellblade have been through, everybody's
So,
just
so,
been like,
I've heard about Prometheus' list. What is it? What?
2 Spartans
Two
and a
Spartans
Fellblade.
and a Fellblade.
And some
I'll take that.
Terminators.
I'll take that on. What is it? Chain Axe would destroy that, wouldn't it?
Chain Axe.
Come on! I was just saying. I said to everybody, if in doubt, chain
More
axe.
Chain Axes.
Chain axes.
More Chain Axes.
More chain axes is the better. Come on, Prometheus.
put it.
No,
Let's face it, the lot of us around here sitting here drinking are not likely to be troubling the top tables where the 2 Spartans are going to be.
I'm not gonna. I'm gonna be
Chain
hanging
Axe
out
is
with shit tomorrow.
If in doubt, chain axe it out. That's the word of this game.
If in
I
doubt,
cannot believe.
Chain axes, come on.
I cannot
Yeah, I've got loads of saves, yeah, but chain
in
axes.
your condition.
No, I didn't have loads of saves.
it's the amount of wounds.
You said you had-
I've
I think at one point I was stopping you rolling at halfway points because it was like there is no point
Yeah,
in rolling.
I've got 80 saves. I just want 25.
Do you know what the worst bit is when Joe's got 100 dice and he's already killed the Marines 20
Yes,
times. He's
but I still
he's
want to
going,
roll them.
No, I want to roll my other 100 dice. This is all I get.
This
to do.
is my
Joe
phase.
died 20 times already. No, I'm rolling my dice.
This is
Yeah.
the only bit of the game I get to
See,
get
we
in.
already just don't shoot, so I was like, oh.
Did you
I'm
already
in
want
combat.
from dying though?
I'm in combat, so
To be,
I'm like that. I
to be
just
perfectly
want
fair,
to roll on my dice.
What now that I know next time is I'll take the win and just give you Yahtzee to play.
Oh,
Give him a load of dice and just sit him down.
Or don't
boggle.
Or don't get close to the inductile. That's the way to do it.
Well,
that is a lesson everything.
Or don't get close to 40 infantry that cover the board.
Oh, no,
okay.
they do
Okay,
get
I'll do that.
blasted off the board
Thank
quite
you.
easily.
Yeah, thank you. I'll remember that one, Joe. Thanks for the advice.
Is it too small? That's all infantry.
Those inductile are brutal.
Don't
Do
give
you
us
know what the
more
best
fluff
bit
than
was
that.
when we played the other week and you're like, aha, anywhere you go, my Spartan will get you. And I immobilised it and it was like, oh.
First shot, first turn,
It's
first
like-
shot.
it's
Oh,
like-
that's
it's
far
like-
too
it's
well,
like,
I get you.
oh, so you can only go about 12 inches? I was like, oh, I'll run around you.
So, why don't I put angle in an ambulance? Because you can't Spartan it.
No, you can't.
You can't
spot
spot
it.
it.
You can't spot an ambulance.
That is a technical term.
That was
Spot an
yeah. That was
I'm
running.
sorry, I can't go on that.
Yeah. You can't spot an ambulance.
Have you ever
That's
seen
true.
Tropic Thunder?
Yeah, but
you never
you-
go full
Oh,
retard,
hold on,
Joe.
Tom.
But you can't spot an ambulance.
You never go full retard. Even on Geno 5.2, you never go full retard.
Oh
Even in
my
the south, you
God.
never go that far.
To be fair, though, you can't ambulance a Spartan either. So.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. No, you can ambulance the 26 to. No, you can't.
What
I don't follow the
You can't flange a hinge.
So,
That's
so
what
the
you
best,
can't
the
do.
best thing was Joe. So his first game. So we're playing this 28-point scenario, and we're like, so we're counting up the victory points. We're counting up what Joe's killed and this in the first mission.
So you spend models.
He's like, calm down, count again.
I'm like, I don't understand it. It's just.
So
go
I
slow.
counted.
There's
so-
a lot of. There's a lot
so
of.
Joe, I
gives and
counted to
takes.
7 on his side.
Pull your own, man. Whatever you like.
6 to you.
There's
You were like,
Coke
slow
going.
down. Let's go again.
Go for it.
Count these through again.
Straight or Coke,
And
whatever
I'm
you
like, right, now we'll do the secondary. This is, he goes, so have I won the game? No, Joe, we're doing the secondary.
I said, why didn't chain axes win? That's the question. That's the ultimate answer. You couldn't answer that, could you?
Yeah,
Why
but at
didn't
least you're
chain-
not the one sat here with a little note scrawled down saying read the scenario before playing.
Oh! Who's that? Yeah, there we are.
Mr. Jens who goes, we're playing Dominion and goes, do you want those objectives? I'll get them later. Yeah, but you score them every turn. I'll get them later.
I asked the scenario.
I just want to point
What
out.
position are you in?
I just want to point out.
Position you've got
All my rules are right
Yeah.
and correct at the moment. There's no...
Including the ones he made up.
All the ones that I got and all the rules
Let's
are
say,
correct.
Are you traitor or loyalist or Dark
I
Angels?
thought
What's
it was
going
like
on?
80-20 perhaps.
80-20 fence sitting.
Yeah.
Yeah. And 80% depends on what day it is.
Yeah. Even days.
Objective.
80-20, but we're not quite sure which way round.
As long as we kill monsters.
Are they all black? What? Are they all black?
Sorry, that's
But careful, Fluff.
Respect.
Well, you got a choice of black and green, haven't you?
Politically correct.
they're all
here,
black.
let's be
They're all
honest.
black.
Yeah.
So they're all.
All black. This is
So,
a hacker.
so I just want to scooch this off topic. Now, let's get away from this topic. So Trump. Just
Are you offering us a Trump?
I
I've
can
done a
do.
few
Don't
Trump
fucking do it
sandwiches.
again. It's still got a taste in my mouth.
But, no, so Tom from G52 fame. After you,
Don't you know who I
after you
am?
signed my penis shaft.
No, I put a letter on it because that's all I could
Yeah,
fit.
how you got the letter of T. It's fine.
Yeah.
Sideways.
I wasn't sure about it. I wasn't sure about it, bloke. I thought it was a bit of a
How
dick,
long
to
was
be
the
fair.
tea?
So what happened in our game? What happens? Emperor's Children, Ultramarines. Describe it in 6 words.
Basically,
It was narrative.
it was narrative, which meant I got shafted. Basically, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. We deployed well. Both of us deployed well. It set up for a nice game. We were playing Blood Feud.
Yeah.
It was pretty. We both had quite heavy tank and infantry armies, so there was like good choices for each. And I think the sum up to me was when I flew on the Storm Eagle. It survived the sky firing Mortis Dreadnought, no problems. And then you took a snapshot with a fucking laser vindicator, hit it on a 6, blew it up on a 6, and killed everybody bar Gilliman in the fucking resulting crash. Gilliman is stood in the middle of the board with nothing but Emperor's Children around him going, the fuck
Was
is
there a
everybody?
reason why Tom brought this game up?
So can I just
to
ask?
be fair though,
Only because it was the only one that gave him a hard
I'll
on.
give you some.
but in the interest of fluff and narrative,
Because GG4, right?
in the interest of fluff and narrative in this game, the interesting was, even though he was surrounded by all these Emperor's Children,
Yeah.
I only took one wound off him deliberately.
Because I'd taken one wound off Fulgrim with an overwatching sniper bolter,
Yeah.
which rattled you the whole game because you couldn't get it with
Oh
one
yeah,
knife.
it all died 4 ones.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean,
borrow my
again,
dice for
like,
that game.
we just sat there, didn't we? Like, I by turn 2 or 3, we realised I'd probably lost the mission, and it was one of those. So we just decided, like you said, you could have put the foot down and you could have put the hammer on me and probably table me.
Yeah.
But we just decided we wanted to see Fulgrim fight Gilliman. So Gilliman bounced into your Sicarian and punched that to death.
Yeah, and then land
Then
speeders.
punched 2 land speeders to death, and then ran into Fulgrim and got his head lopped off.
Yeah,
Very
Well,
easily.
Fulgrim or Gilliman did.
Fulgrim
yeah.
took Gilliman's head
But
very
didn't
easily.
take a scratch.
Tom,
Didn't
no.
take a scratch.
The Gilliman's
Fulgrim
woken up.
didn't get hurt.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
So
at least I'm not a
Gilliman did
snake
a
man now.
ferrets. Is that right?
Weighted dice.
So,
Do you know what?
Are you collecting tears? Is that what it is?
Yeah.
Do you know
Tears-
what?
tears for the
Do you know
tear
what?
gun.
Customs though, looking at his dice bag really hard in the X-ray machine.
Do you know
It's
what?
'cause
Hold
they're
on.
hard for heresy.
Are we talking
That's
about
why.
dice?
Fuck off! Fuck off! Don't even go there.
I've been a guy.
Shut up, Joe.
If you tap the dice on a 1
I've had
and roll it, you get a
dice.
6.
Don't
That's
call
Liam
this
there with his white
Fuck
scars.
off.
That's
I
what it
will tell
is.
you a fact, and this is, you will bear this out. I have never seen anybody with the Forge World Legion dice for their Legion roll badly with those dice.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. I had an Emperor's
So
Children
you
dice.
seen him and he gets.
Hold on,
you're
hold
shy.
on. I'm going to go the opposite way.
So this is the hairy Canadian who just started swearing off angrily.
Yeah.
So let's
So
go on this.
I was super excited because someone put on the channel that they bought their Word Bearers dice, and I was like, oh fuck, I forgot I should do that. Got them like 3 weeks later because I live across the Atlantic Ocean, and then brought them here, super excited, hadn't rolled them.
Yeah.
Came here, first or we did a bunch of practice games, and it was they were average dice rolls. Come here, super fluffy. First game, Ultramarines. I rolled kind of okay, and then he'd scoop up my dice. Fucking demon faces all over the place. There were 6.
Don't share your dice.
Share your
That
dice.
teaches you a lesson, that is. You do not give your dice to somebody else because they curse them.
Next game, the next game. Let me get some dice.
There's 5 people
Hang on,
pointing
hang on,
at him right
hang
now.
on.
Don't. What are you doing?
If there's one legion that can deal with bad juju from bad dice, it's well played.
They deserve it.
It was picking up your dice, and he was the dice offender.
You've got to be really careful. Dice 8 is a
It's
serious
Erebus. Erebus
I
told him
agree.
to.
Amen.
To be perfectly fair,
Dice
Any one
says,
of you
nah,
can roll
people
my
ain't
dice.
touching my dice.
Anyone who
Anyone.
can roll
I
my
don't
dice
want to
is
roll
just
his dice.
for anybody.
I don't want to roll your
Classic,
dice.
Yeah, but
classic word
that's
versus
like
Demon's
that's a
Pen.
proper
They seduce
etiquette.
me with some good rolls.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, I got this. I got
They
this.
seduced you.
And I'm ready to go. And then I'm like, oh yeah, I'll pass those 2-up saves. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. And then like, oh that laser destroyer is gonna shoot at my fucking fire raptor. Same thing. Roll a 6.
Yeah.
6 to wound. 6 on the explosion. Right out of the sky.
Yeah, fucking
So,
gone.
who was you said the Legion dice were good because I
They're
put
not.
against
They're
Tom
that's
there,
bullshit.
and he couldn't roll.
Guess
I've
what?
never
Six.
No, I
until
rolled
that
ones.
until
Tom
your
gets
tale. I've
so
never
hot.
heard anyone
They're
about
either
it.
that's the other side. 'Cause sometimes they're really good, and then they'll completely turn tail.
But
and
to
go
be
super
fair,
bad.
Honestly, it's like the dice and statistically over time they
Tom,
should even out.
Did you
Tom,
follow
they
the
don't-
instructions
Hashtag
and
can't roll
microwave
anything
them
but one.
first?
Is that what it was?
It's about to that.
So what
Oh,
I like
yes.
to do.
They're shiny. They'll bounce around. And
So
fucking-
what I've learned to do, Joe, is I actually roll the ones my gets hot.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
rolled
that's
a
right.
lot.
Oh, sorry.
No,
Yeah.
so Alex, I shot 18 into you, 7 of which got hot.
Yeah, he made these saves.
Yeah, I made all the saves, but 7 ones out of 18 dice.
That's quite happy.
That's
no
fine.
Legion dice too, though.
Yeah.
You know what you need? Chain axes.
Oh, you
Yeah,
can.
More chain axes.
Chain axes are fine. It's more chain axes.
Do you know this? It's
They-
because
they
I
go
was
home.
the Justin Bieber dubstep remixes during my games.
But chain axes are so bad. Just remember that.
Sonic for the sound for the sound guy.
Anyone who
It's
is wondering,
tears
chain
for
axes
tear
are
gold.
like that.
Without chain axes.
So my favourite point of the day was playing Jamie, and he went to his chaplain.
Hold on,
and
hold
his
on.
mouth-
You said that your favourite point in the day was when
Was
you were in
meeting
the
me.
toilet and
And
Alex went in after you
And
you
you
were in
walked
there
out a
for
bit funny.
little while,
No, that's
yeah?
when he just inserted
No.
those grab tanks in
Liam,
Hold on.
Liam, that wasn't the toilet. That was almost live on stream. That was on the table. That was on the table.
No,
Everyone can see
that
it.
was a full stream.
That was a full stream.
So
There was no blurting that.
I wondered why you two came out smoking cigarettes or looking shagged out. I just thought you just
I was
like,
waddling because I got 2 custom grab tanks in me.
Do you know what,
fucking hell.
mate?
How wide are they? They're like 8 inches
They are
long.
Spartan bits.
They're
8
8
inches long.
each.
8 inches long.
That just
How
shows you how
wide,
good
You know
a
what?
liar
I-
I am.
How wide
I
is that?
reckon about
Wait.
4 or
Has
5.
anyone seen
You know.
is it a grav glaive?
I lost my girlfriend,
that's
but
on
you know,
the,
exaggerate.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
no,
it's-
yeah,
someone
that's
got the-
bad.
Has people seen a grav glaive?
Yeah.
I think it's quite cool. I think you should bend the front over.
Yeah.
No, like
Bend the
fold
front
over.
over.
But that grav glaive, we'll see. I
Mate,
quite like
I
that.
have to say
quite
that's
like it.
mad. And fair dues to the guy. He spent 175 quid on Super Heavy, 100 quid on a Custodes grab
mad.
tank.
And
Is that
mashed
one of
it.
the yeah, and
is that
mashed
one of the
it. And
English
do you know
guys
what?
got that?
You know,
It's
I'll
on
spend
the
a
toast
fucking
thing.
Because
lot
what
of
that
money.
is, one of the guys
Which,
in Durham
which
like,
one?
can I measure
It's a
your name?
Custodes
I'm gonna
tank. He's done it as a grab glaive for Custodes.
Oh, okay.
No,
Not
you can't
taking
do that.
black from
You can't.
Because what the
Hold on,
custodes
no,
need
no,
is a fucking skimming,
No,
not caring about
Custodes
price.
don't need fuck all
glaive.
right now.
It's
And
when
the
it-
thing is, though, the Custodes tanks, the transport tanks, like 110 quid, same as a Spartan,
Yeah.
are bigger than a Spartan.
Yeah, they're massive.
Yeah, but Alex,
You know what's
how
super?
many points are your Custodes gribbly fucking tanks? And what do they?
135
Yeah, yeah. And
Yeah,
what do
how
they
much
do?
is a Spartan?
What's the weapon?
No, but
Hold
they're not
on.
an assault vehicle.
Let's
Oh,
just,
alright.
fuck assault vehicle. Let's
Three-
just clarify the bullshit level that
Oh,
comes
don't
with
get me
these
started
tanks.
on
Right.
Fucking start
13
on these. Like,
So it's an
13.
assault vehicle worth 200 odd points.
It's not
No,
assault
it's
vehicle.
not.
it's
No,
not an
no,
assault
but I'm
vehicle.
paying 200 points for
Although-
my Spartan more to get an assault vehicle. Plus, I can't just skim the fuck over the table, ignoring
Yeah,
everything.
yeah,
Oh no,
yeah.
plus you can't jing.
I was
There's
like,
no
oh, yeah,
three
yeah.
up.
Three up,
I'm
jinx.
gonna be
Right, so
I'm gonna turbo boost.
Our
Hold
Friday.
on,
no,
wait,
no,
wait,
no,
wait.
no.
Hold on.
Wait, wait.
What's
So
the weapon
our,
on top
our
do?
Fri-
What's the weapon on
our-
top do?
our
What's the weapon on
Friday,
top do?
our Friday night game, Tom got very excited because he has some.
Because
Wait
his
for
world
it.
is
No,
just- no,
he
and
had
his
some.
children. He's also
What did
excited.
he have?
You got his
I
land
have
speeders.
some land
Some land speeders, javelins,
Javelins.
javelins and normals.
Labs, normals, and he went right. I'm gonna roll for night fight. I want to have a 3-up jink, and he was getting really excited.
Oh no, that
And I-
means you're fucking.
And I was sat there going right. So
And
my
his children are always
transports,
excited.
so my transports and my heavy tank have a 3-up jink as well.
And then
And then what happened with the melter squad that came down?
go fuck yourself.
So
So I get 4 pens, and he goes 3 up, 3 up. I'll just roll this next one. Blind for the last. Oh, I got 3 up. The next one, he literally throws it up. He just literally poos out dice.
I actually managed to fart it out. It's great.
Honestly, you could have just shit out of dice. It would have been 3.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
That's how excited he got.
What we've established is that Alex's Custodes list is fucking cheese.
No, we
Oh,
say
is
you
it
no,
though?
you say it's
What
cheese.
I want to know
right? So
is
okay,
why-
so Tom,
Alex,
so
hold
Tom.
on. I'm gonna say this right. You could take the shittest list ever at this stage of custodes, and we would still call you a cunt, and still say it's cheesy as fuck.
The question
There's no point
is,
denying it.
But that's what gin and rum does to live.
the question is, why aren't they winning?
The thing is, though, why aren't I
Hold
winning?
on.
Right,
If
so I beat
Custodes,
Tom.
Alex, if
I beat
Custodes-
Tom because of a lot of good dice rolls. If I'm
Yeah,
really honest.
yeah, I fucked a
I
lot
took
of
4
easy
weeds on
rolls.
Gilliman, which was disgusting. I don't know how it happened.
But you
Then I
lost
got
your
kicked in
two
the face.
second games though, didn't you?
But then
Hold
I
on,
got
hold
beaten
on,
by
I'm getting there.
Dysterian. I had Dysterian,
That's Dysterian. What's it? All Dysterian.
33 units of 10
nasty,
Dysterian,
yeah.
Horus, two Contemptors.
Yeah.
Very hard to
very
do
hard.
as custodes, especially when they charge you. So you're not AP2, you're AP3.
That's what screwed you up with Gilliman.
Right,
Is
so
I managed to
charging.
bounce the charges
Yeah,
into you,
bounce the charges
and you're
into.
AP3 against my suzerain. And you
When I
suddenly
charged him
not get- I'll get my
AP2,
armor.
and then the last one I played was, Tom just basically cheated. He had his loaded dice, and he seized and he did everything. But
So,
yeah.
how many games have you won?
I've played 3 games today, and I've played 2 other games outside of the place.
Yeah.
And I've won 2 games.
Right,
So,
okay.
Out of
Okay,
5.
so at the moment there's quite a lot of fear over custodes
Yeah,
and
they're not
thousands
there,
of
they're not there.
Hold on. So where does it come from? Because out of 5 games, you've
5 games,
won
I've won
2.
2.
So in
It's
so,
just
so
an
let's
assumption
let's
whatever
talk.
it's doing.
Is that
Let's
like
talk
the
in,
unknown?
in the. I'm going to say
Meta.
Air quotes.
tournament hashtag. Yeah, in this.
Joe's
thing.
too pissed to make coherent.
No. Yeah, these. So you played 3
Long
games.
live
haven't-
Harambe.
Out of 3 games, out of 3 games
South
in this,
Harambe.
what's your results out of 3 games?
Yeah, so basically, I played Tom, and Tom is a lovely lad, and we had a really good game.
But I'm shit for
No,
playing.
but
His-
how many
his
wins
rolls
and
were
loses?
shit, so
Come on.
I had
Yeah,
a
you-
solid win.
I could have come.
Right,
So I got
okay.
24, but you got we
Alex,
shared the
how many
turn.
wins?
But how many wins and loses? I want to know.
2
The
wins,
way I-
3 losses.
Right, okay, right.
The way
So
I
out
played, I'd
of
have
3
lost most
games,
of this series.
out of these 3 games, you
3
played.
games, 1 win, 2 losses.
Okay, so where's all this fear coming from?
Unknown.
You know, everyone's
Unknown.
fearing custodes.
Can I have chain axes?
Everyone's fearing custodes. The
No.
chain axes.
I think
But,
Custodes is the unknown.
Yeah.
And I think it's the thing, so me and Tom played last night, having a bit of a laugh. He knew that, so my sisters of Silence, I've got 3 units, I've got 2 units of 5 bolters, 65 points, troop choices.
They're actually the worst thing in your list because they're scoring and you
but
can't
it's
get
score.
rid of them.
No, but
You can.
scoring is a big thing in
No, but
terrorism.
you've got so many other
took me
things to
enough
deal
turns,
with.
though.
Yeah,
So
but
you
they're
go around
not.
scoring and they
They're
win you
basically
games.
Exactly.
5
No, that's a
cheap-
good thing.
They're 5
Like,
yeah.
how many?
Three
I've got 1
Marines.
scoring unit. How many scoring units have you got in your
6.
custodians?
Yeah,
6.
six
That's
scoring.
mad.
6 in the heresy
Fucking
army is good.
huge, yeah.
So,
He's got Rubio as well.
2.5
so
K,
everyone's
that's
worried
mad.
about sec meta, and they're all scared about this kind of. Magnus is sec meta. You know, it's like, oh, we're scared about this,
So actually,
and
if-
everyone's worried about customs being overpowered. But you've, out of 3 games, you've won
Won
1.
So Joe,
He's won
so
1
what
game
you're
out of
saying
3.
is with a really powerful army and a really strong list, he's only won 1 game.
Exactly. Exactly.
I'm not a shit
And so
I'm a shit
everyone's
gamer.
worried
No,
about this. So I think this is
I
quite
think
a point.
Alex isn't a shit player.
No, he's not a shit
Oh,
player,
no,
but I think this is a relevant point at the moment
Yeah.
in everything. Everyone's really worried about customs, really worried about Sekhmet, and really worried about
Russ.
Well, we
Russ.
throw it in.
And how many?
well,
the
Dean
Russ
Russ-
guys
Dean
run.
Russ is- Dean
No,
Russ is
he's run nothing.
Yeah.
Things to say is
Custodes
so,
have won 1 out of 3,
So
so,
basically, I got
everyone
the-
should calm down.
Things
You,
I got,
you should
I
calm
got
down.
the, I know. I
This
got the
fucking
book like 2
century
weeks
Custodes
before the
is
deadline for the
ridiculous.
list. So I had 2 games of 4 on the same night at our gaming club at the Legion. So I played Sire, who's here tonight, with Mechanicum. He absolutely pulled my pants down. Didn't know the army list. Thought I had assault vehicles.
No
Didn't.
one wants to do that.
Check the rules as you do, but you go, oh, okay, that's happened. And then our Mechanicum player, the 30k channel, the one and only, the David Brains.
That's that bloke.
I
So-
absolutely annihilated him.
I wanna put
name
it-
redacted for and expunged for legal reasons.
Yeah.
There's no David Brains.
No, other channels are available.
All I'm trying to say
No, but I'm
is
saying it's
the
like,
fear, the
fear's not there.
for the custodes, it should be gone.
Yeah, but
because
the
they can
tournament
be
level,
beaten.
you know, this
You
is
know what
very
beats custodes?
Fucking
Chain
axes.
axes. Chain axes. Chain axes. I don't know
So,
what
you know,
yeah.
played an Ultramarines list. I got some nice rolls. You got some very bad rolls.
I'd have
That happened.
lost to most people.
I played a Justerian
bowling
list,
the way I played.
and we were very, very close. Horus cleaned up on the last turn. That's why he won. So we could have gone either way. And then Tom
Custodes-
tactically did me.
Custodes just
you know,
lack any anti-air.
Yeah, exactly. So, in all honesty, if Custodes were that overpowered, like everyone says they are, they should have won all three.
I haven't got the D-Spear.
Either Custodes are underpowered or Alex is a really bad tactician. So I know what the
So
answer
underpowered.
is.
So underpowered.
When they talked about the massive dread at the Weekender, it was a case of it's going to be a dual purpose, so it's designed for anti-air primarily.
It's going to be
But
like
it's also
Space Marine.
to clearing out
No, but you say that
What's
Custodes
that?
haven't got
So
Lords of War.
it's going to be a Thanator with anti-air.
Yeah.
So what
It's
does
just
it
torn
I
as a
never heard about
Thanatar.
this. What is this?
So basically
heavy
Custodes,
dread.
you've got
What
heavy
heavy
dread.
The
It's a heavy
Sagittari
dread.
What? They're Leviathan kind of.
No.
Yeah, they're
It's
bigger.
bigger.
It's bigger. It feels that role. It's their big, heavy dread.
3 weeks
So
behind everybody,
Joe. So basically, they've got a new dread. Will Hayes' design. It's lovely. He had
It's
it in
based,
his
it's based around
It's
the
as
old
tall.
Saturine Terminator.
Yeah, it's
arc.
as tall. It's as tall
I'm
as
in a
a
little
no,
gym,
wait.
one person at a
Wait.
time.
Right. So basically, Will Hayes' design. It's lovely. It's as tall as a Thanatar. It's a bit skinnier. So it's Thanatar
So it's a
size.
thin Thanatar.
Thin Thanatar. It can do air. Can do everything else.
So it
it'll
just
be
fills
there.
all the holes
But
in
the
the
thing is, though,
Custodes list.
Custodes haven't got Lords of War.
It's got
They
three.
don't need them
It's
though.
got,
Don't need
it's
it.
got three
But it
hardpoints.
hasn't got,
Three.
it's not Lords
Yeah.
of War.
No, they don't have Lords
Shouldn't
of
the
War
Emperor
yet.
be a Lord of War, really?
Yeah,
Yeah,
until
Custodes are just going to get the Emperor.
Hashtag the
Mind
Emperor is my
2,000
lord.
point
I'm going to bring the
Emperor.
Emperor along.
To be
No,
fair,
Actually, Custodes do have Lords of War.
They're
Side
gonna get-
Titans.
Yeah,
because they can
Side Titans.
3,250
but-
points.
But you can.
But you
at
can.
the
Or
moment,
reward
that's
attachment, but that's
thousands
illegal in
of
SN
Titans.
rules, so can't do it.
Thousands of Titans.
Yeah, anyway, bullshit.
With,
So carry on.
with the Thousand Suns, actually, I came up against Jamie's Word Bearers, and that's the most psychic power I've come up against the Heresy. And to be fair, he got Zardu Layak being a space wizard. He got a chaplain with Dark Channeling, which gave him a martial.
I think it's worth saying,
But
Jamie's word bearers, for anyone who sees them on the SNN site, sexy as fuck.
They are stunning. It was beautiful.
So nice.
But he
such
was
nice
summoned in a couple of demons as well, which gave him psychic power. So he had about 7 or 8 psychic powers by then.
Just
saying,
the
yeah,
presence
I'm sexy.
of Thousand
Something
Suns
like that, I'm
now
sexy.
is going to change the whole way the game works.
But I came up against 9 or 10 psychic
Never
powers,
said
and it
faster.
didn't really change the game that much. Now I know Thousand Suns are a different level, but I'm sort of with Joe. I'm going to worry about it once I've seen it in the field and I've started playing, and I'm just going to go get some more chain axes.
I think it's going to affect the way people take armies.
Yeah.
So up to now, librarians are a bit of a no-no. People don't really take them. Now that you've got sorcerers on the field, everyone's going to take librarians to counter the warp charge.
I want
so then you're going to be facing General Legion armies with librarians.
But I want someone to
take
turn
a
up.
librarian. I would because the thing is, why play them?
65 points.
But
Yeah.
why play them at their psychic game? You're never
in the same.
in my
book for
Ultramarines
a
arc,
reason.
Lou, if I take 2 non-compulsory librarians, I can get a max of 4 psychic levels. I'm just getting pissed off. I'd rather not
We're not
spend that money
40k,
and
we're heresy.
Yeah,
and
we're
deal
heresy,
with stuff that can kill those
To be
people.
perfectly honest,
Tom,
you're better
well-
off reintroducing assassins and
Yeah,
just
but-
having
But Tom,
Well,
what I'm
I-
saying.
care assassins.
I'll put it out there at Tarsis.
I'm saying though, like, if you
I'm
have
gonna
a
put it
level
out
2
there for
librarian,
Tarsis.
so
If
most
you
you're
want to
gonna
bring
have.
assassins, I'm happy with assassins.
Right,
coming
so
from
like,
Tarsis.
right, the
They
most
should
you
be
can get
that.
is 4 levels of librarian if you want to go for it, right?
Yeah.
For like
and then
a million
actually,
fucking points.
you still deny a 6. So the big
Yeah.
thing about 40k, 30k is you can't really deny a lot
Yeah,
unless you've got
yeah.
special rules, right? So sisters are great because they stop people and they
Yeah.
do this and they do that. And you can't target them, that's fine. But that's only if you're
But you're
loyalist
already bringing
and
up-
you're doing an allied
Okay.
detachment or whatever.
And you're restricted on.
And that's
in
the
terms of
All
your
I
problem.
want to
War
say,
rules.
all I've got to say, bring all the psychos you want, but put me in the chain axe. Chain axes,
Can
they're
you
gone.
take a unit of sisters as a HQ option? Like you
Yes,
used to
No,
yes.
you got
Can
what?
Yeah.
Isn't it one? and
No,
then you can take one underneath
sisters
them?
basically you have to take one HQ option,
Yeah.
but they've got a unit
Right.
which is a special unit which torture people. So
Is
if you have an independent
My
character on
problem
their
is-
own, the instant death.
My problem is with this, I have
You
no
can have 5
interest
hundred.
as a loyalist in taking allied sisters with my scars
So
just
my,
to counter
my
1,000
question
subtitles.
is,
Fuck
so
that.
you have to take one HQ system.
Yeah,
is it
and
as
then
many
one
units
tournament.
under
No,
the
honestly,
HQ,
the whole-
or is it one unit under the HQ?
You're looking at like about what 250, 300 to count.
If you want to get into this tactically, you're not going to take Psyches, you're not going to take Sisters. In 40k,
I have no interest.
Psyches have existed, Demon Armies have existed for years.
It's not 40k.
No, but the problem is this
The
is
core
basically
rules.
the expansion.
Well,
they use
this
the
is
core
it,
rules.
isn't it? So
So
it's
the point
relevant.
is, the Psyches are just coming in. the way to stop the psycho is kill the psychos.
Yeah.
That's what you've always done in
And this
any
is-
other game mode.
this is
Fantasy,
what I was doing earlier.
you used to have the
Kill the
wizards.
wizard, yeah.
You kill the wizard.
Kill the wizard.
You can't cast
So,
powers if they're dead.
when
so
I played-
Joe, not with chain axe.
More you know what? If I could throw chain axes, I would.
And this is relevant. When I played Jamie's
6
Word
inches, all you
Bearers,
need.
I literally plasma shots
inches.
into the sorcerers.
Yeah.
It's the only way.
Because then you just reduce the
She
space.
said 2
Which
inches,
is a lot of their
yeah.
points.
And that's what I focused on.
I mean,
Because I knew those
I
sorcerers
actually
were
got
really
to
summoning.
use. I actually got to use one of Gilliman's rules that I've never used before, which is he can re-roll failed deny the witch rolls.
Yeah,
that's quite
and you
cool.
can't
Yeah.
negatively modify
Has
the
he got a
signature.
full plus
With
silver?
sisters though, if
No,
you're within
5 up
12,
for, he's got adamantium will, so 5 up re-rollables. But the fucker is, how many times you actually cast an attacking power
Oh, that's
with
you.
somebody?
Yeah.
You
It's
only
all
wish
the
for us
blessing-
often.
it's all the blessings and stuff that you.
or maledictions
Yeah.
or something like that.
Yeah. Well,
That
that
makes-
makes you
But
do
I
it.
suppose that's like you said. That's how thousands are going to change it because they're going to be using the whole
Yeah.
gamut.
No.
And
But
the
I've got
cult-
Sex,
cult rules.
Pyromancy and war speed.
It's
Yeah.
like cold
Yeah, but I've got a
rules.
question.
And,
Sorry,
and
just
my,
say
and my
that.
re-rolls and my adamantium will and all
But
that
like
stuff.
we
is-
say
So-
though,
Yeah, so
when you actually play,
your army, yeah.
yeah, but you say that.
How does he do?
That's just
When
one
you-
bit of what they can do.
There must
There's
be.
gonna
It's
people
not just
that
me.
will try
I'm
other
just
stuff.
starting an Ultramarines army.
But
How
when
does
you
Gilliman
play
do
it,
in his
that's
army?
Good.
Is
He
he
brings,
worth
he
it?
brings so much
power
to your
game
army.
So, Gilliman's good.
But that's not
the
the
right
right game,
one.
is it?
Right was fucking crap.
Yeah,
Don't bother with
because
it.
it's not very fun.
Unless you're going to do Vigil Operati. Vigil Operati is
What's
really
Vigil
good.
Operati?
It's
So that's
basically
your
Ultimate
fear
Secret Police. You
Me and
take
Matt were talking about
allied
this at dinner.
militia
Is that now
with
we've
it,
got
and it's basically.
But that's a different.
plastic
That's not
kits.
the low just.
That's not the logo
It makes
factor,
30k
no.
a lot more
It's
accessible.
But
And
it's
then you've
five.
got potentially all the
I'm
power games
genuinely
from 40k
interested
going.
in
Well, I can
Logo
buy a
factor
box
is
set of
crap.
Mark 7
Visual
Marines,
Operati is not great, but
and
it's
another
good.
box set
But
of
it
That
Mark
gives
7
a
Marines,
bonus
Space
to your
Marines,
allies.
or
Yeah,
buy a
you've got
box set of
build
Mark 3
drums
Marines,
specifically
and
for logos
for each
for
of 30k,
Visual
they've
Operati.
got it's the same
Probably
price,
legal.
same thing.
Best
And now I've got
Ultramarines,
30k
you
on
get
it.
the-
Now
you
then
get
you win
better.
with that
It's
40k
not just
Where do you
monster.
take anything?
I'm just starting Ultramarines. I've got a
40k
soak
has come to a
on.
point where it's crept in power so massively that 40k is exploded. So you look at your Nari, you look what's going to happen with 8 dropping and all Primarch's going back. Magnus, it's exploded now. It's flipped. It's beyond power grab. So
yeah.
people are going to leech into more into 30k, and you're going to get more of the 40k people.
I think it's that
Some of that'll be
mindset
good,
of-
some of that'll
But
be
it's-
bad.
it's-
So we had
just
that
about-
tournament, like that, like say, Matt Marley, and Dawn.
I have a
You know,
But it's all
solution.
about the way
They
the
had
community
the whole
responds to
like
it. So you
40k
come to
tournament,
my
and
event,
who won it?
I like
you
you,
come
you
to
know.
my event, there is no prize for coming first. You could go and kick the dick off somebody for 5 games, be an asshole, and you'll walk out with nothing. And that's how I'm
Joe,
dealing with that.
go there.
And it's that's how people will come to my event. They'll go, well, I brought a really fucking shitty list. Great, go and struggle to get a game. Have 5 games where nobody likes playing it. You're going to walk away with nothing. And the dude who's probably brought a fluffy list, who's been really fun to play against, who's painted his army really well, could walk out with half of the
See,
prizes.
this is the thing that I really struggled with when there was that tectonic shift through Games Workshop events that we're not going to do who gets the most points. We're going to do next time. So it's like go that extra mile and go. Actually, does the tournament need a winner?
No.
Yeah, it's true.
Do
isn't
you
it?
need any kind of winner?
Actually,
In
I
actual
had
fact,
this conversation
do
with.
you need to have a chart with numbers next to people's names
I don't
and rank people? Because actually, nobody's here to be ranked. They're all here to have a fun time, play games, and so it's a case of
That's
you
a
know,
really good
we've
point.
we've looked at all the games. And actually, today the traitors have won.
That's what tasks
that's
about.
exactly what tasks are.
Yeah.
I don't keep individual scores for players. You'll come to me and say, I got 25 victory points. Great, that goes into the traitor pile. And I literally don't keep any scores.
Yeah,
the only
and-
scores
and
I keep are the best sports scores and the painting vote. And that's it.
And that should be the way it is because I think.
And I always get somebody come up to me and go, well, how did I get on then? I'm like, I don't fucking know.
Which
You
side
could go and ask
Boys,
every
you
single
want-
person how they played, and you can manually work it out yourself by asking everyone, but I'm not going to fucking do it for you.
Yeah,
And
absolutely
actually, a lot of people go, oh, alright then. Well, I'm traitor, we won. Cool.
What's your
And that's the thing too is like if you're
Tarsus
playing.
Sport, which is the fucking one that sold out in 3 hours, and it was fucking insane.
So those of us who want to get a ticket, you can't get one.
You could join the
Side
15
tables.
strong event.
Side tables.
We
in the car
are.
park.
We're at the point now. The only way we can get people in is to put people in the courtyard now and hope it doesn't rain.
Does it help if you've got chain axes? 'Cause they help. They're +1, aren't they? Surely.
Plus one to your
Plus
table
one
roll.
to your reserve.
Table roll.
+1, so I'm like +1
Mark
to
three
reserve.
gazebos.
Yeah.
Mark
Sorry,
gazebos.
Matt, what were you saying?
So I was saying, yeah, like you were saying, if you went around and asked everybody, if you went today, and maybe not everybody, if you asked everybody, and how was your game?
Yeah.
I'd say everybody would have said it was fucking great.
Yes.
And,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
not,
God,
not,
yeah.
who, not who won. How did you have? Like, how was your game?
I got beaten. I got soundly beaten in my first two. A really tight
That's
game
it,
with Jamie
come
in the
on top
third
tables,
game.
or it's
All three of them, I had a
easy.
fucking excellent game. I came away from going, that was brilliant. I've loved playing that game.
Yeah.
That was brilliant.
And
that's all I give a
and
shit
that's what it's
about.
And I really wish that games were, because they've taken the ball by the horns and said, actually, we don't want dick kickers at our events.
But you've
We
got to
want
go
people
hog.
But yeah, you've got to go that extra step and go, actually, we don't need ranking, we don't need points on the board against individual names. All we need is
chain axes.
Who's won in terms of a faction? Who's won, who's lost, and that's it. And it's like, okay, and we'll chalk it up over a year. And it's like, oh, it's been a loyalist year, it's been a Warmaster year.
Right, is when you've got favourite game votes and bullshit like that.
Yeah,
which is
it
great.
can be skewed.
Yeah, people vote for their friends.
Your
and that's
mates,
bollocks.
and
that's the only thing that annoys me. And you're always going to get dickheads like this one. Like, there's a fucking novel White Scars player who's been a bit of a cunt, but.
How many plasmas, Liam?
How many plasmas? There's not that many plasmas. Don't give me this.
No, but hang on, Lord War.
That's the only thing that bothers me is it can be really skill.
You see, I think if you're losing the ranking, you use that favourite game vote as well, and you kind of get to that point where, and you know, back 10 years ago when we were doing the Tempest Fugitive stuff, before Heresy was a thing.
I was still at school at that point. So
thanks
I do
very much.
By the way, I wasn't. I'm just.
I think you find that Liam was held back for a couple of years.
I've now just discovered I've got pubes
For Irish
older than Liam.
reasons.
I was having a black guy because Fluff has just knocked me out.
I genuinely thought I had a pube until I pissed out of it.
Absolutely.
Scary story.
We've not got Sean here, so it's fine.
Sorry, Fluff.
But kind of back in the day, it was the community back in the day when it was all fields.
Do you know what? It was, you know what, you had a cardboard box and you were thankful for it.
That's right.
The three books above each other.
You licked road and sun.
Right. Back in the day,
But the community looked after itself. It didn't need an overseer. Like Games Workshop was the overseer of 30k. It didn't have that. So it was a case of if somebody, I was talking to Matt at dinner, it was like, if somebody turned up and they kind of gone, well, here's my 30k Space Wolves, they're all baby blue, and we had Thunder Rhinos, which are open topped, 20 man capacity rhinos, and here's my Thunder Rhino, and they'll literally take their 40k Rhino and remove the top doors and go, that's my open top Rhino. They would become like, well, actually, that's not on, we don't like that shit. And people would just ostracise them and not talk to them and not play with them, and they just wouldn't come to other events. And I think that's more in keeping with what we're kind of aiming for 30k.
The
Actually, we
community
want
needs
the
to say
effort, we
this
want
is
the
what we
investment.
want.
I suppose
Not turn up with
the community
with,
itself
the best
moulded.
list.
My own personal thing though is that I quit when I was 18. I don't know, something weird happened. I turned 18 and I found women, I found beer and whiskey, and that's all my money.
What he
And it
means
was
by when he
amazing.
found women, he found his right hand.
Well, Pamela Henderson is a lovely lady. I don't know slagging off on her. But I quit the hobby for 10 years. But one night I sat with Joe at the Charters, like our local pub, and he talked about lightning claws. And I was suddenly going, I know what lightning claws are. I know. It was, and I knew power fisting wasn't what Pamela Anderson was doing.
I've got a spare ticket.
And he had a spare ticket to
Warhammer with a rake.
No, you know, and he had a spare ticket to Warhammer Open Day. Okay, we're lucky because we live near, we're an hour away from Nottingham, so Warhammer 40k Open Day.
This is getting a bit nostalgic now.
Oh, it's so nice. No, but I came back and I could have gone to 40k and I bought I had Tyranids before, so I had the new Tyranid book and all that shit. But he went, oh no, heresy.
I did the whole.
But honestly, we had an hour's drive, and he went, well, so and so's got this legion, so and so. And I fed up a red because I had red Tyranids, and he went, alright.
I like
What's blue? Night Lords. Well, do you like good guys, bad guys? Bad guys. What's blue? Right, Night Lords. Fucking hell, I have Night Lords. And that's what got back in the heresy. And Joe got me back in the heresy.
So how did you go getting it? So you chose
I was going to
He
ask the
likes white.
question. I was going to ask the question.
He likes
How
white
did everybody?
Brexit. That's why he likes it.
When did I ever get the heresy? Like personally,
got
myself,
back into it.
I've always loved World Eaters in 40k, and they came out in heresy, and I was like, fuck yes. Yeah, I just like the first Legion. I was like, I'm having
But Joe,
them.
you've never fed out Hobby Love, have you? You've had it like since you were like 10.
I did work for Games Workshop for 3 years, and that gave me like 4 or 5 years off of Hobby Love. I mean, if you work for Games Workshop,
kills you.
It
The
does kill
only
your
reason
hobby.
you stopped working at Games Workshop is you're not allowed around children anymore.
the CRB went mental.
Anyway, so
Chain fists are the worst thing.
I did. I'm a very honourable man.
Didn't Jimmy Savile do a visit actually?
No,
Fuck off, Fulgrim.
You
Alright,
know what?
Fulgrim.
He had left the car on.
Joe was like, "Here's my friend Jimmy. There's some new models in the storeroom."
We broke up from the fucking lot.
No, were you that child? No. No,
I met Jimmy Savile. He didn't. No, okay.
No, it's been 27 years I've been doing this. I'm 33, 27 years
that's
in
a
this
long
hobby.
time, man.
It's a very long time.
So-
and I've had a couple of years out in between, and then and it was about 5 years ago. I was like, Alex, I remember you at Games Workshop Peterborough. Oh, I just whooshed him into the Imperium, and there Alex turned up, and he was in the hobby.
That's one of those things, like, you know, me and Joe have known each other from like Games Workshop back in the day when it was good, and you know, the first ever band I saw
When it
was
was
Joe's
good,
band.
it is bad now. Is that what
It's
you're
bad
saying?
No, Games Workshops now are awful.
It was,
I hate. I cannot stand.
Right, can I just
Games
point
Workshop.
out this is on the this potentially is going on the podcast.
I don't care.
It's probably but on Tom's point, it's probably not a good idea that we badmouth Games Workshop.
No,
stores.
I'm going to be
I'm
honest.
saying,
I'll be honest.
no,
I've
can I
got to
say,
be honest.
to defend
Games
my
Workshop is not what it used to be. Like I remember when we were younger.
I remember when
we used to
During
get
the
a
war.
taxi and go in, and there were the guys with pairs of games. It was a heresy thing.
So what happened was,
Oh,
like, so
fantasy.
when we were young, like Yorkshireman sketch going on right now, but you know, you started off on Sunday, you'd have to learn your rules. I remember the Games Workshop manager
Yeah,
Peterborough
yeah,
quizzed you on the fucking weapon skill table.
And used to
and you had to get it
fist-
right, and then you go to Veterans Night. And you
Can
do
I-
whatever,
Veterans
you know,
Night.
I'm
That's
just gonna put this
Thursday,
out here,
that's
right?
Thursday.
Am
Yeah,
I
it
in
was,
the am I in the minority? I never
Yes.
done any of that shit. I
No,
never
well,
went-
I had to learn it
I went
as
to
a
the
kid.
Sunday
I went there on a
sessions.
Sunday.
Sunday
I had to learn the weapon skill table. I had to have the
You know what?
stuff-
That was my
You have to
Sunday
learn all the
school.
painting really
Yeah,
basics,
yeah.
like
Three
dry brush.
colours
dry
at
brushing,
least,
whatever.
yeah.
And then when you were graduated from Sundays, you on a Thursday night for gaming, and then when you're over 16,
No,
or
bollocks.
Yeah, that's
you were
right, yeah.
mature enough,
So
That's
to
how it
Vets
went.
night.
my
Yeah.
experience of Games
And that's
Workshop.
when I went there, and I
Right.
quit when I was 18, and that's
'Cause
how I
you know,
left
this
it.
is
When
how
I came back when I
different
was
this is.
28,
Right.
you
'Cause
had
I-
nothing there.
that's because
I
I-
didn't know
I
anyone
whispered
was
in your
playing,
ear.
and I found Joe whispering in my ear in a pub. Like he
I got a
does.
free ticket.
And he went, chain axes. Chain
I want to
axes.
show
That's
you
all
how
I
different
said.
this is,
All
right?
you got to say is chain
This
axes.
is, this is how different it is. My experience of Games Workshop was when I was about 17 years old. And, I
And
used
you
to
got
go in
touched.
there. No. And there was the manager at
That was
Andy.
at
I
12,
used to go
mate,
in there and
12.
we used to talk shit the whole time and he'd sell me stuff without me even
No,
realising.
that was not
And
my
then-
experience.
No, it wasn't like him trying to flog me stuff. It was just like, he talked to me about stuff and then I'd be like, oh, I need to buy it. And there was another guy called George Delapino who used to teach me how to paint and just do nothing but talk about eating peach. And by that I mean
Yeah.
literally like eating peach.
Yeah, but leave
All I want to know.
And that was
say
it.
that,
And I
mate.
used to spend
Yeah,
like
I know it's
ages
nostalgic.
doing that. Well,
The
this is
Games
it as well,
Workshop
so-
staff about 10 years ago,
It
right?
was
So
to be-
they used to be,
Yeah.
you felt like they were your
yeah,
friends.
it was.
You know what?
You were genuinely.
Out of
they would teach
everybody
you how to
here, the only person, how did you get into heresy, Matt? Because you're in
Canada.
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
Interesting.
It's been
How did
destroyed.
Canada?
It's been destroyed by
How
Abaddon
did
now.
Canada get in heresy?
Trump
How?
has come
Because
on
there's only
across
one
the
of
border.
There's
That's
only
what's
one
happened.
person in Canada's in
Let him
heresy.
talk then.
So,
No, there's a handful of us. There's like two.
Well, there's at
Well,
least you and JP.
Yeah, exactly. No, I played. Well, I always loved all the Forge World stuff.
Yeah.
It always looked fucking really cool, and so, but it costs a ton to get into Canada and all that, and exchange rate and all that shit. And then
Same here, really.
and then the Betrayal for Calth box came out, and I was like, well, I went to Games Workshop, made my Christmas list, you know, and I was like, well, if I get that for Christmas, then that's where it's gonna be, and then if I don't, then I'll fuck off and do something else. And I got it for Christmas, and I said, okay, here we go, and it was Ultramarines and Word Bearers, so there's only one choice, which was Word Bearers.
Ultramarines. Oh, it's a hard choice.
Ultramarines is roll dice.
Yeah.
Like,
Ultra Bearers.
But the reason I went for Word Bearers too, though, is like I was always a fan. I like the idea of Chaos Space Marines, but I think 40k represents them really poorly. They're kind of cartoonish.
Yeah.
They got the devil horns.
That's
They're-
everyone here,
they're
by
just-
the way.
they're just-
saying
Hey,
yes.
that's Night Lords for the cool. They have the spikes for the cool.
Oh, so
You've got your wings. You've got your bat wings.
We
Anyway,
had chain axes,
leave,
but we're fine.
Leave Matt to it.
So if you look at the word bearers special characters or special units, the Gal Vorback, they look fucking terrible.
Oh, Gal
Yeah.
Vorback are awesome.
Right?
Some of the best models.
and like they're huge on the board.
40 mil bases, they're
like,
massive.
And they look really scary. And then there's the Maharagal.
the Dreadnought, yeah.
He looks like a nightmare. So
And then
it's
you
like,
got Zardu and his band.
Yeah, Zardu and
the Heresy's best
They can
rock
hit a
band.
beat like anyone.
Yeah, and so there's this intenseness to them where they're like that's fucking scary. Like I imagine those like your
So
your
you're
loyalist
quite
Marines.
recent to the hobby then, I suppose. Like,
Sorry. Yeah, it's only been like the past 2 years.
Oh,
Yeah,
So-
about the same as me. Yeah.
So what
Cal-
was it that caused it? Because
That's
I tried to do word bearers, but I couldn't be that horrible.
No.
I couldn't be honest.
Says the man with the
Remember,
chain.
Alex, I bought word bearers,
Yeah.
and they had no chain axes.
And I
So
had-
but I did buy Zardu.
We had 1,000 point off.
Do you
I had
remember?
my own warriors and Solo Auxilia.
Yeah, I
against
just
Joe's like
they're
1,000 points
just so
word bearers,
nasty
and he
because
absolutely
they
spanked
are-
me, and he went, "No, I'm too nasty. There's no
the
chain
way
axes."
the way is, word bearers are the one who create. They started the heresy.
They're the real bad guys.
Have you
They're
got
the
no
real
conscience? Are you a
Oh,
man
yeah.
with no conscience? Has Canada got no conscience?
Try.
That's the question.
It was just something about that being like, and that was the same thing, being the real bad guy.
Yeah.
Like some,
Yeah.
Horace totally,
Behave. Only
But
half of
it's-
the
but the ones who
behave.
started
Only
it.
half of the
Sorry,
legion.
right.
There's a
Kill
difference
Arthur.
between heretics and filthmongers.
I'm bad.
No, but there's a
to
reason.
defense
No,
that, the next
there
time
is
I
a
wanna start
reason.
Emperor's
There's a
Children.
reason why
Yeah,
Esteban
exactly.
happened.
You're gonna stay bad.
Like,
You're gonna stay bad. Right?
they had to kill half their legions to get them right. World bearers were like, go.
Yeah, there was no colour the world.
The
bearers, they
bird
just
is
gone.
the word,
You see,
and that's
I can't
what
wait. I
happened.
can't wait
Is
to
a
go
word,
loyalist.
bird. Bird is the
100%.
word.
I can't wait to go loyalist.
You can't go loyalist. You're too fucked up.
So
That's
is
just
it?
it. No,
We
we're
don't
like-
want you.
What
So-
loyalist? What loyalist legion suits
So
you?
I played Dark Angels chapters.
Right, they're not
No,
loyalists.
that's not loyalist.
Fuck off. Moving on.
Right, so
hold on.
the Emperor's Children player wants to go Dark Angels for loyalists.
Apparently they're loyalists.
So Matt, is it the
Apparently.
fluff that likes you? You like the fluff as well?
The fallen.
Yeah, and then, I mean, I didn't come here thinking I was gonna fucking do well.
No.
With word bear.
Hey, you painted demons.
Good job.
But I
Oh.
played demons, so
You
exactly,
painted
so-
demons.
But I wanted
You're
to come because
optimistic.
I thought, I committed too, because I committed to word bearers, and it's harder for me to start a new legion than to keep going. So I pushed it as hard as I could, and brought it. And it's been a ton of fun, and it's been great. And
So you come from Canada. What made you come all the way over here to Gibraltar?
well, like I was saying before on that other channel that people talk about.
Other channels on our own.
Yeah, we don't talk about.
The one that isn't quite as weird and fucking sweary as this.
Is locally there's not a
Hashtag
ton of,
30K channel.
there's not a ton of 30K. It's very 40K where I am. Age of Sigmar is also pretty big, like big enough that it's got a decent following. And we've got a Games Workshop in my city, and then at least 2 hobby shops that sell 40K in Sigmar.
So where are you from?
Halifax, Nova Scotia.
Halifax, all north.
Yeah.
I banked with Halifax.
In the UK, Halifax
Yes.
is
Sorry.
northern.
Yeah,
Sorry, carry on.
So there's not
I love
a ton
it's
of
named
people
after
who
places.
play it, so it's kind of I try to play with some of my group, and they've just started getting into because Burning for Prospero, what they're saying is great starter. Gets people excited.
All the plastic models are great starters. in my
Yeah,
opinion.
so
Yeah, all those
Literally
custards
white
are
sauce.
so good. They're so good. Those custards.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it's great for people
Help
that
contention.
want to start.
Yeah.
So, but everybody else is late to the game because I started when Cal came out.
Yeah.
And,
noobs.
yeah, exactly. So they're all starting, and I've played against a couple 40K armies, which I don't know if you ever played your 30K army against
Are
40K.
there detachments? Is it 40k armies?
Did you
I'm
let
gonna
them do
be
the full
honest, I'm out of
formation?
scale.
The
with
last I did a
40K.
practice game with a different list that I didn't bring here was against 40K Iron Hands.
Yeah.
Oh fuck it.
And I got crushed. I brought Lorgar too, and they were just I didn't have anything left. It
Two
was-
re-rollable Jing fucking.
Yeah, it was
Invan.
just too much to deal with, and
bullshit.
so it really showed me the gap between 40K and 30K, and so I was just a struggle to find one to play with, and I followed the SNN battle reports on Facebook, and they're always we always share them in our group because they're always done really well. And,
What's your group called?
Lookout Sir.
Okay, so I'm looking. No,
Shameless
sorry.
plug. And so it was great. We followed them along, and we talked. A couple of us talked about it. It's like, man, you want to go to Gibraltar for like was before we did Harris's like 40K stuff. Like, yeah, it'd be fucking cool. And it's like it probably costs fucking $2,000 to get to Gibraltar, so we kind of threw it away. It took me like $1,500 for flight.
Fuck me.
Yeah, and but it's my birthday 2 days after I get back, or 3 days after I get back.
So are we celebrating your birthday here tomorrow?
No. It's next week.
We can.
No.
This one's a banger, release your anger. Who's the best? My brown goonies will tell you the answer. All the suit wearing guys in cities can't stand us. They don't understand us when we speak and slang like
Hey, you get me? Brethren, cuz, brethren, brother, brethren, safe, brethren, you get me? Brethren, cuz, brethren, brother, brethren, we speak in slang like this, you get me? Brethren, cuz, fam, brethren, yo, brother, brethren, safe, brethren, you get me? Brethren, cuz, fam, brethren, yo, brother, brethren, we speak in slang like this. What I want for that blood? I got your girl telling me I'm all that blood. Your phone that heard my voice in the background and started switching like, who's that blood? If that was me, she could never do that blood. Yo, what? Shut your mouth, full back blood. I'll patch you later on, guys, and walk past like, oh my days, blood, is that blood? Yo, blood. Everybody knows about blood. Wanna hear gender say that on the set? I grab the deck like, jack that blood. I got the whole race screaming that blood. Damn right, I'm got it like that blood. When I say blood, I don't mean that blood. I'm just using slang when I talk like this. You get me? Brethren, cuz, brethren, brother, brethren, safe, brethren, you get me? Brethren, cuz, brethren, brother, brethren, we speak in slang like this, you get me? Brethren, cuz, fam, brethren, brother, brethren, safe, brethren, you get me? Brethren, cuz, fam, brethren, brother, brethren, we speak in slang like this. Yo, it's not a bringing in brethren. I know it's your brethren, but brethren, as a brethren, I'm saying your brethren. Brethren, I don't need brethren. I've got a new plan that will have all your brethren. Yeah, don't act up with your brethren. Not back none of my brethren. When your brethren done, what? You think you're rough, could you road your brethren? Live on the stage, I will drop. What did you say? And leave you and your brethren done. I will make none of your brethren. One, that's why your girlfriend's brethren. Telling my brethren to bring his brethren. They love it when we talking slang like this.
this one's a banger. Release your anger. Who's the best? My brown goonies will tell you the answer. All the suit wearing guys in cities can't stand us. They don't understand us when we speak in slang like this.
You get me? Brethren, cuz, brethren, brother, brethren, safe, brethren, you get me? Brethren, cuz, brethren, brother, brethren, we speak in slang like this. You get me? Brethren, cuz, fam, brethren, yo, brother, brethren, safe, brethren, you get me? Brethren, cuz, fam, brethren, yo, brother, brethren, we speak in slang like this.
This one's a banger. Release your anger. Who's the best? My brown goonies will tell you the answer. All the suit wearing guys in cities can't stand us. They don't understand us when we speak in slang like this. This one's a banger. Release your anger. Who's the best? My brown goonies will tell you the answer. All the suit wearing guys in cities can't stand us. They don't understand us when we speak in slang like this. This 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 one's a banger. Release your anger. Who's the best? My brown goonies will tell you the answer. All the suit wearing guys in cities can't stand us. They don't understand us.